Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
Warner drives, he got it this time, right out of the screws. New over begins and driving down the ground. Elegantly is Khawaja. Starting eighth over here, gives the ball to Labuschagne to cut, and he doesn't miss out. He threads it between second slip and gully with a minimum of fuss. Jamal to him here, head has a waft in that direction, gets it away for four, but not without risk.
Credit to the way that Pakistan bowled. They bowled unbelievable channels. I think going into tomorrow, we're in a pretty good position. Going to have to bat well and yeah, try and set up for our bowlers.
Australia weathered the storm with some determined batting in challenging conditions. The rewards for the toil might now be reaped. Marnus Labuschagne joins us before he resumes his innings. Challenging over, last ball of it. Warner edges, it's missed at first slip. It took the outside edge, it flew to first, and it has been grasped.
You look at those things, you can't help but laugh.
Salmon bowls round the wicket to Warner, and he's caught it slip. They've got the extra over in, and they've made it count straight away. Jamal is bowling, beating the outside edge. They're up and asking you to touch the outside edge. The umpire says no.
I'm going to go back to Joe on field to reverse his decision to out.
Pakistan strike late on Boxing Day. Round the wicket. Fly delivery, edge drops at second slip. It was exactly what they set up for. Head survives. The lament of two dropped catches that might have tilted fortunes in Pakistan's favour. The tourists restricted Australia but couldn't make the necessary inroads on a bowler-friendly day.
I think Usman Khawaja has blown the whistle on the ICC's hypocrisy.
We've been thinking for a long time, how do we and what's the smartest and right way to carry on Dad's legacy? And we thought it would be to save lives because we wanted to make sure his heart attack wasn't for nothing.
The person who's worked their backside off and has been there for a while, in the background. I think Harry's been that person that's always, he's toured, he's going to have that chance. He scored 100 the other day. He missed out in a couple other games, but he's always been that person who was next in line.
And Dave Warner endorses Marcus Harris as his replacement post-Sydney. Victorian coach Chris Rogers is part of our team. Plus, Cricket Australia Chief Executive Nick Hockley as the issues swirl around the Boxing Day test. This is SEN Test Cricket.
Live across Australia and around the world. Welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
Welcome to day two at the MCG. More blue sky than we saw yesterday, and preparations are being made for an early start. So 10 o'clock local, the first ball will be sent down as we make up the lost time from yesterday. An interrupted feature festive day where probably the peak viewing was lost to rain. Still 66 overs sent down. Australia is 3 for 187. Gerard Whateley with you. SEN Test Cricket is for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence. Simon Katich is alongside me. Hello to your cats.
Good morning, Gerard, and all our listeners.
And Damien Fleming's butted up as well. Welcome back, Flem.
Hello, listeners. How are you? Good morning.
Morning, Flem.
What was your overall assessment of yesterday?
It was a tough test match day. One that I don't know, maybe in the mid-1980s and 90s, we'd go, gee, that's a pretty regulation day. We're used to teams scoring so much quicker. But the stats said that this pitch yesterday moved 3%, well, triple as much as last year. 3% of movement compared to 1%. And the Australian batsmen were really watchful. So it probably won't be once again until we see the Aussie bowlers bowl. We assume they're going to bowl really well because there's so much movement here and they're taller and quicker. But maybe the Pakistan bowlers, maybe their line could have been a bit more, on-off stump. But, Warner's comments afterwards gave them a bit of a rap. And the Australians were really watchful. Maybe if we didn't have the experience of Warner, Khawaja, Marnus and Stephen Smith, that... we could be 7 or 8 wickets down. So an intriguing day. And I'd say the first session will be the same.
A run rate of 2.8 for the day, so that is a throwback, Cat.
It is. You always, I guess, associate the MCG with being slightly slower scoring because the outfield has always been probably a bit more even. It's not as lightning fast as some of the other grounds around Australia. But I think it's always been deemed as being a fair surface. But then when you throw in the movement, as you mentioned yesterday, and there was a fair bit of movement through the air as well to go with the probably lateral movement off the seam. And I think, yes, Pakistan were, they were up for it, and at times particularly that spell, I think it was just after lunch, they got back into the test with that wicket just before the break, and then obviously with Khawaja after the break, and then after play resumed after the big rain delay, that was probably the time where I reckon they probably just didn't quite get, not just the line, as you say, but I think they needed to probably be a foot fuller and get them, the Australian batsmen driving. But saying that, Labuschagne and Smith, they just did not want to give them any sort of a sniff, and they were disciplined. Yes, it was, slow scoring, but that's part of Test cricket at times. Conditions aren't in your favour. You can't just go out there all guns blazing, and they were laying the foundation for the middle order and lower order today, and that'll be, if Australia get to 300 plus, it'll be because of the hard work they did yesterday.
Teams batting first in recent times here, 185, 189, 195, all gone on to lose Test matches. So 3 for 187 married up against that is a good platform.
Yeah, definitely. You'd imagine 350, you'd say Australia were well ahead of the game. And it can change because we've got Travis Head at 5 and Mitchell Marsh at 6. So, whether they've got the capabilities to come out and, double up the scoring rate, well, obviously that's the type of player they are, but against a moving ball. And, can Pakistan, it was interesting, Hassan Ali spoke afterwards. It was great to hear. It sounded really passionate, and I wish he played the first test because you just question, how much are they up for test match cricket? And no, he was really quite passionate and felt like they had a big chat at lunch, that they were trying to do what Simon Katich said. And it's not also easy, but, and sometimes we can be critical going, gee, they've got to get fuller. But the Australian batsmen were often getting back in their crease. So they were giving themselves as much chance to play it. And then bizarrely batting out of the crease and still coming back to give themselves time. So when you're bowling to batsmen like that, you do just tend to feel, I'm a little bit too full here, but then you don't want to be blamonging half volleys up there either. So, I thought it was a absorbing day. I would have loved to see how it played out without rain, but hopefully that won't play a part today.
Is the number one affliction of touring teams here their fielding, the catching? So Abdullah Shafiq in the third over, and right at the end of the day, Shan Masood. So 2 drop catches that could have altered the entire course of the day. It's the unknowable. But if Head's gone and it's 4 down, or if Warner had gone early, the first one was a soda. The second one was a much harder catch.
It certainly is. We've seen it over so many years. And look, already they're up against it because, like most home teams, the home batsmen know the conditions inside out. They've been playing domestic cricket over how many years. And so there's that challenge. But then when you add on top of that and give them second chances, and we're talking about top quality players here, particularly in this Australian team that, have been class performers, particularly that top 4 for a long time now. They're all seasoned campaigners. You give them a second chance and they make you pay. David Warner didn't make them pay as normally he would, but still 38 in those conditions is probably like 70 or 80 or 100 plus when it's flat. So you look at it that way, and just the timing of it. It was early. Shaheen Afridi would have got a little bit more confidence than he's got at the moment because he's definitely not at his best. And it just, it's one of those things that you've got to be able to, control what you do well, and fielding's a big part of being in your control, and they lapsed again.
Is there so that there's passion for it that you've identified, Flem, and that there's commitment to it? Is there a lack of smarts around what they're doing? Bowlers at ends, bowlers in combinations, the capacity to correct within your own game while it's going. Is there a finer edge?
There's a lack of bowlology, if to sum it up there. And it's interesting watching Waqar Younis and Wasim Akram are out with the coaches. And I just wonder what they could actually give to this team, even at breaks, because to bowl, wasn't it the first couple of bowling changes, the 2 lefties bowled together, then the 2 righties bowled together, and then the 2 lefties bowled together, but they'd swapped ends, so that was their big strategy. I couldn't believe in that first hour we didn't have the left armour and the right armour bowling in combination, because batting-wise, Kato, it's a different line all the time. So they definitely, got that wrong. But it's a team tactic, that the coaching staff would have been part of that as well. It was a bit bizarre. They could have got a bit more out of it. And I think not really changing too much. It's just changing up that Afridi and Hassan Ali in particular, the two experienced bowlers, why didn't they bowl more together? But either way, Afridi's regressed substantially. Now, we don't know if it's injury, if it's playing a lot of white ball cricket, but surely someone like Wasim Akram could help fix that during a tour, during a test match. So, but we know that it's a very fickle cricketing nation. Talking to Waqar Yunus yesterday, he captained, and there were 6 former captains in his team. Yep. So, you know, that's what they've all got to deal with as well. But no, there was some simple little subtle changes they could have done yesterday. If you had a really astute coach, I don't know if the captain's, Masood's got the dominant role in that relationship, but I would have been running out the drinks going, you got to mix it up.
Simon Katich and Damien Fleming, our experts for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories. For Marnus Labuschagne, who's about to join Adam Collins and Bharat Sunderasen before he resumes his innings today. So his 2023, 780 runs at 37 with just the 1 century. It'll be interesting to hear his reflections on his calendar year. It's a bit less than we would anticipate from Australia's number 3, particularly the way that he'd started his test career. And probably sort of right at the end of the year, as well as the circumstances of the match, it's a big innings for him.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, he's had, a tough year because there's been some tough opponents. You go to India, that's a challenge for a lot of the Australian batsmen in those conditions there, and where it's spinning, and then obviously the Ashes in England, which was, a fantastic series, and now coming back to Australia. I guess probably the big thing is just being, like yesterday's footwork, he didn't really want to commit on the front foot a lot, and even batting outside of his crease. He was outside of his crease really early on, which is normally an indicator that the batsman is worried about getting hit on the pad, so he's trying to take that mode of dismissal out of play. And if that's a bit of a snapshot into his mind, then maybe he's just got into a little bit of a defensive mindset because of some of the dismissals throughout the year or how he feels at the crease. And maybe it's just more mental than anything, because we know he's a class player. But in those conditions yesterday, you can understand why he was probably a bit more subdued, because as soon as the ball swings both ways, you don't want to overcommit with your front foot for fear of getting pinned in front or playing at balls outside off stump that you could probably let go. And I think he handled it well. He's still not out, and that's probably the key point out of all this. It might not have looked pretty, but he's gutsed it out, and that 44 could well set Australia up for 300-plus score, which I think will be good on this wicket. Has
he been a bit less phlegm than what he would have set himself for in 23?
Yeah, I would have thought so. I talked yesterday. I loved it when Stephen Smith and Marnus were averaging over 60 in Test match cricket, and he's going, God, got a great, particularly Smithy. Can he retire with average over 60? There's only been a select few of batsmen that have been able to do that, but it's interesting. They both just come down. Marnus substantially, so it's around 52 now. I'd take that any day of the week for a number 3 for Australia. But yeah, I mean, they just looked a bit, I don't know whether it's the conditions, but to be fair, in Perth as well, I know that wasn't the best batting pitch. Smithy and Marnus, they don't look to have that aura of invincibility they had a few years ago. Marnus was a free-stroking player as well. Particularly, he had that stint, wasn't it, in Glamorgan, got himself in the Aussie team. And anything on off-stump was just getting smashed through the leg side, and then that overcompensate. He had a great cover drive. I can't remember the last time I've seen one of those really great bangs through mid-wicket, which was a feature shot. But careers don't always go on a steady incline. There's little hups there. And let's hope Marnus is just having that in 2023. And he's young enough and he's good enough to be the backbone of the Australian batting next year in Test cricket.
Got any theories on what's missing from Smith's game at the moment, Cap?
Well, particularly in Perth, and I know the wicket wasn't easy there as well, but he just looked like his timing was out with his movements. And I know he's always had an unorthodox technique and he's not technically perfect, but when everything's in sync, he just makes it look like he's got so much time and he plays the ball right under his eye line. But what we've seen in these first 2 tests, even yesterday, the first ball was probably a great indication of where he's at, because that ball was wide and full and swinging away, and he wafted at it, and he played out actually outside the line of the ball. So if he nicked it, it would have been the inside edge, which is quite strange for him to be playing a shot and almost like he's wanting to feel bat on ball that early in his innings. Normally he sort of sums up what the opposition will try to do to him. And he should have known yesterday they had a 7-2 field to start, which indicates they're going to attack you wide of the stumps. They're not really going to, unless it's a double bluff. But he's so good through the leg side. A lot of teams don't want to get picked off through there when you've only got 2 fielders. So, yeah, it's just not quite at his best at the moment. And, part of that, I think, is just getting into good positions early, and particularly with him, is having the confidence to just go, you know what, I'm just happy to bide my time for the first 20 minutes. It just looks like he wants to get bat on ball early at the moment. Even the other day in Perth, he nicked a ball that he could have left to probably about 5th or 6th stump. And it just looked like he was done for a bit of pace by young Shazad, who's only bowling 130 Ks. So that's the little bit of a sign for me that he's not quite there with his rhythm and his footwork.
Running any theories on Smith, Flem?
I don't know if he's wrestling with the standard that he's set for that 3-year period as well. I've sort of felt that for the last couple of years. And I'm more hopeful than confident that, that Stephen Smith for that 3-year period is going to just all of a sudden appear, and then he gets on a roll like he has. Maybe it's a little bit of age, maybe the pitches, maybe the opposition, have done a lot of planning into him. He's still the number one bat in the team. But there's just signs that he plays shots, like you said, that I just don't think he would have done. He was the master of just not bowling, not playing shots he didn't want to play, and forcing bowlers to bowl in the areas where he wanted. It just has not flowed, I don't reckon, in the last couple of years. The 100 in England was a ripper. So I went, oh, good, he's going to dominate the rest of the series, and then it just sort of declined from there. Sometimes are they working too hard? That's always the problem, I thought, with Amana, Smithy, Justin Langer, who I played a lot with. I felt when his form dipped a bit, he stayed in the nets longer and he hit more balls, and then eventually you're going to start missing him because of fatigue, and then I've got to hang in there instead of just hitting a few and going, I feel good here. So it'd be interesting to talk to whether if he knows the answer himself.
I need a psychologist's couch for that one, I reckon, with him.
Oh, without a doubt. It's interesting you say he's the number one bat in the team. Statistically he is, but if you look at the last 12 months and particularly having seen Khawaja come back into this team, and watch the way he's playing at the moment, I think he's the number one player in this team at the moment, and his numbers back that up. But he's just looked more at ease with where he's at with his game. He doesn't want to commit on the front foot, but he knows that, so he plays accordingly. Whereas I think Smith wants to, and you see him yesterday, wanted to cover drive, and he got one just wide of Bubra's arm. But then when you look at I know we did a split screen on it, and his weight was back. He didn't quite get his head, as he would through the line of the ball as much as he probably has in the past. And that just, to me, that's only fractional stuff, which is, half a second transferring your weight through the ball has a massive impact on whether you nail it where you want it or whether it comes and goes in the air and gives someone an opportunity to get you out.
Well, maybe Usman's got the answers because even that 90 in Perth, that was a tough pitch. He looks unflustered. He never, if it's not working for him, he doesn't lose patience. Whereas I think Marnus and Smithy are getting frustrated that they're not, their output of runs are not as strong as what they have been in the previous years.
Pre-matches for Spitwater, tools not toys, working hard since 1982. Australia 3 for 187. Marnus Labuschagne to join us shortly. The ground and weather conditions for Rainbird, leader in irrigation for more than 90 years. It's a day that has a small chance of rain about 11 o'clock, but I think we'll be good today. In fact, the rest of the test match should be uninterrupted. We'll make up what was lost yesterday. What do you think of the pitch?
I didn't mind it for a day one pitch. I felt like any ball could have got an Australian batsman out. It was tough. I like to see the movement on it. I mean, he's got less grass on it. I went out and had a look. It's interesting, at 6-7 millimetres, you don't see the indentations of the ball like you do at Perth and Adelaide in the day-night with that extra grass. But there is still inconsistencies. There's grass areas and there's bare areas, so the ball's going to misbehave will behave differently when it's hitting grass versus just actual turf, not turf, the actual clay of the pitch. And some of the grassy areas, though, are on a pretty good length around off stump. So if I'm bowling, I'm going, there's some specific areas which I can aim at. Yep. And if I hit it, it's going to move. It's going to deviate. And as we talked about, the Pakistan bowlers just probably didn't hit it. You know, you want to be hitting that 60, 70% of the time. I reckon they're probably 30 or 40.
And you think it might quicken up today?
It generally does day two. Most wickets do once any sort of moisture comes out. Although saying that, it didn't sound like it had a huge amount of moisture in it yesterday when you heard the batsman tapping down on the crease. But I think that the thing that I think will get highlighted with all those points you made, Flem, is that with the extra height and bounce and pace of the Australian attack, any sort of inconsistencies when you hit those patches or grassier bits gets highlighted and you get rushed as a batsman. So I think that will be the challenge for the Pakistan boys against the new ball.
And overcast conditions. So the old ball's going to swing as well. The sun's not out, so it's not baking the pitch to dry it out. So it's still going to be really good bowling conditions.
That's the setup as we head towards day two. Marnus Labuschagne is about to join us, and Nick Hockley, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, coming up in our pre-match program for Spit Order Tools Not Toys, hard-working since 1982. Kat Flem will catch up with you shortly. This is SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
2 all chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. The Chicken Big Mac is back at Macca's, but only for a limited time.
Annual maintenance on top of the Westgate Bridge has only got 2 city-bound lanes open at the moment, and delays back to Millers Road. Try Geelong Road. Head through Brooklyn if you can. Also in the process of clearing up a smash in Dandy South on the South Gippsland Highway, southbound at Greens Road. Run, don't walk to Target's biggest clearance sale ever. But hurry, with thousands of unmissable items, these deals won't last. Shop in-store, online or via the Target app. And the Heat take on the Thunder in the BBL here at Live tonight on SEN.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The NX250 has been crafted to excite your senses with outstanding power and an intuitive driving experience. The beautifully appointed cockpit brings the driver and the vehicle closer than ever, while the smart technology is completely effortless. And now your chance to earn yours is here. Until the end of 2023 or while stocks last, amazing opportunities exist on your demonstrator NX250. T's and C's apply. Speak to Lexus of Brighton to learn more. Expect perfection. Experience amazing. LMCT 9897.
With ChaseBet, there's no gimmicks and no tricks. It's just you, the racing and sports you love to bet on. That's ChaseBet. ChaseBet offers a comprehensive betting experience for horse racing, greyhound racing, harness racing and A to Z sports. ChaseBet thrives on innovation by leading the way with unique promotions, stronger markets and better pricing. It's just you, the racing and sports you love to bet on. That's ChaseBet. Visit chasebet.com.au or download the ChaseBet app today. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Liquorland is a proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia. This season, the best delivery isn't just on the field, it's at your place. Get drinks delivered to you or pick up via click and collect in just 30 minutes. You'll be raising your glass in no time. Whatever the reason, Liquorland will bring the drinks to the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Work ute ransacked overnight. Locks for force, doors left ajar. All your tools gone out of sight. Good thing you're with IMA. The ones that aren't just by your side, but always have your back. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA. IMA covers all you need. And tradies, yep, they all agree. They're the tradies, mate. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMA.
Are you ready to take your golf game to the next level? Look no further than the House of Golf, your one-stop shop for all things golf. They're dedicated to being the champions of your game. Visit them in store or online at thehouseofgolf.com.au.
Harvey Norman clearance on now. Stores open until 7 tonight. Get 60 months interest-free, no deposit finance from Latitude Financial and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. That's a bonus $100 gift card for every $1,000 you spend on interest-free purchases. Shop with 60 months interest-free. No deposit, no interest with 60 monthly repayments and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Harvey Norman clearance. Stores open until 7 tonight. T's and C's, fees, charges and product exclusions apply. Participating Latitude credit cards only. New customers must be approved. Minimum financed amount $1,000. Trading hours may vary.
This is our summer and our country racing for the whole family at beautiful locations all over Victoria. From Boxing Day to Australia Day long weekend, there's free Kelly Sports, supervised kids activities and free merch packs too, with food, fashion, free entertainment and great hospitality options. From umbrella to marquee packages, connect with our horses and our people. Take in the atmosphere and all the up-close action of our racing. Country racing. Book now at country.racing.com.
Henley Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. And Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The pre-match show for Spitwater. Tools, not toys. Made in Australia since 1982.
An early start to day 2, 10 a.m. first ball local time. Our pre-match is for Spitwater Tools Not Toys, working hard since 1982. When Australia resumes, Marnus Labuschagne is 44 from 120 balls in the total of 3 for 187. Adam Collins and Bharat Sunderasen are with Marnus thanks to Red Energy. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy, redenergy.com.au.
Marnus Labuschagne, thanks for joining us on SEN Test Cricket ahead of day 2. Sat down in the Aussie dugout. You spent a lot of time in the middle yesterday for your 44. Give us a sense of just how tough the conditions were, especially before the lights came on. It was quite gloomy.
Yeah, I mean, firstly, went out there, had another great opening stand. Those boys played beautifully. When I got out there, certainly tricky. Ball was swinging around. It was nipping, and I thought Shaheen just got his tail up a little bit, got that extra yard in his pace, and bowled some really nice balls. And it was tough batting. And then obviously when the light changes and it gets a little bit darker, I think it gets, you sort of lock in, and there's weather around. We're looking at the radar, so you kind of, I personally just went into that sort of lockdown mode and was like, righto, got a tough period of batting here. Let's minimise the risk and sort of lock in, get through this period, and then try and build when we come back out, if it's tomorrow or as it happened to be at the end of the day.
So combining those overhead conditions with the surface, which has evolved in Melbourne over the last 3 or 4 seasons, how do you prepare for that, knowing when you come to the MCG on Boxing Day, it's likely to be a real handful?
Yeah, I think it's just being prepared to do what's necessary out in the middle. It's not always pretty, and Smudge and I actually both said that after we went out. I actually went to the nets and had a hit, because I was hitting them. I was saying I was hitting like a spud out there. Just felt like the timing wasn't right. But I think that's the nature of the conditions, right? Bit overhead. They had the ball swinging and nipping off the surface, and we sort of just grinded and found our way through. And they're sometimes the most satisfying innings, right? When you're not playing at your best, or you're not hitting the ball as well as you should, but you're finding a way to stay out there, finding a way to score runs.
Speaking of that, Marnus, 2023, look, your test average has dropped from 59 to 52 in the 12-month period. You averaged 36 this year. But if you look at your innings, you've got starts, you made that 100 in Manchester. How do you see this year, the way it's played out? And you still have 1.5 innings to go.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a big 1.5 innings, I think. I think it's the nature of the game. I think, obviously not my best year that I've had, that's for sure. But for me, it's about doing whatever's necessary this innings today and the next 2 games that I get the opportunity to play. But I mean, that's the nature of it. I've as I always do, working hard, trying to work out how I can keep improving, how I can get that feel and that rhythm back. But sometimes it just doesn't always happen, and there's been a few poor dismissals in there. If we look at the Ashes, a few things that that happen. There's some seasons, that probably the 4 seasons before that, I was very, very consistent. But I mean, like I said, we've got 1.5 innings to go, make it count, and then we move on to the next game.
And you are a legendary tinkerer with your batting. And you take a lot of pride in it as well. But just where are you with your batting? You spoke about not timing the ball too well in the first innings because of the conditions. But just overall, like you're coming off a World Cup where you didn't expect to play the number of matches that you did as well.
Yeah, I think it's just once again that shift from white ball cricket. Was it 19 straight games of white ball cricket? A little bit less focus probably goes into your technique because it's, the ball's not swinging as much, especially when you're batting at 4 or 5. So you're sort of in a different headspace and different, it's a different look. But I think, I think then shifting into red ball where I think I do get a little bit more technical focus and I want things to be right, but some days, it hurts to be the perfectionist. You've got to just let it go and play with what you've got for the day. And I think that's probably a good lesson for everyone is, you can't always get it all perfect, but you just got to find a way to score runs and contribute.
And I'm sure it'd be very satisfying if you can kind of make it click here at the MCG. You've never had a big day here at Melbourne in Test cricket. To do it today in front of tens of thousands of people?
Yeah, I mean, that would be ideal, but there's a lot of work to go in before I get there. So for me, it's just about sticking to the process ball by ball, and then, if I do end up getting there, then, that will be very satisfying, but it's a long way away.
More widely, inadvertently, you've been thrust into the middle of the Usman Khawaja storyline ahead of Christmas. Usman himself explained that his depiction was hypocrisy, that you're able to wear the eagle and Bible verse on your bat and he can't wear the dove on his shoes. Do you think that's, broadly speaking, a fair enough point, that if it's good enough for you to do what you're doing, that it should be good enough for him as well?
Look, I don't want to get too involved in the whole scenario. What I would say is I've had the eagle on my bat before I was playing Test cricket, so I'm not sure about Usman's scenario with dealing with the ICC. Obviously, it's a very worthy cause, and it's something that he's obviously very passionate about. And as a team, we support. We certainly support his cause, and we certainly support the fact that he's allowed his own opinions and he's allowed his own view. But as the ICC have stamped on the rules, if it's right or wrong, that they've sort of said he's not allowed to, and I'm sure there'll be more to happen for this, that's for sure.
Just on that, Manas, Pat Cummins said on the eve of this test that you guys are real people. You just aren't just guys who bat and bowl. And real people have real feelings, they have real beliefs. And you've been very open about your faith and the role that plays in you. So how important is that you have that freedom as players to, from the captain, from Cricket Australia, to be able to talk about how you feel about the world?
I think it's very important that, each person here is his own person, they're individuals, and they're allowed their own views. And I think that's what's important. Everyone doesn't have to have the same view. And I think that's the key. And I don't think, I don't think any of us want to see innocent people dying in war. I think that's horrific, and no one wants to see that. So from that perspective, I can't imagine there'd be many people opposing, people dying, and especially, innocent people, kids suffering in the Gaza Strip. So, that's a whole nother conversation that you can have. But like I said, unfortunately, I don't make the rules, and I'm sure Uz will continue to defy the battle and try and get his case across. But for now, I think the ICC has sort of said that it's a no-go.
Manas Labuschagne, great to catch up as always on SEN Test Cricket. Best of luck today.
Thank you very much.
Terrific insights ahead of day 2 there from Manas Labuschagne. Very thoughtful on a number of topics with Bharat Sunderasen and Adam Collins. Thanks to Red Energy. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy. Just the 1 half-century for Manas in his time playing Boxing Day tests. He has another in his sights when he resumes on 44. Our pre-match is for Spitwater Tools Not Toys, made in Australia since 1982. Nick Cockley, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, will join us next as we count down to the first ball. 10 o'clock local time. Australia to resume at 3 for 187. This is SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
Create a home for the holidays with Oz Design Furniture and save up to 50% off selected items. Hurry, sale ends Monday. Oz Design for life. T's and C's apply.
Delays continue on the Westgate Freeway heading Melbourne bound this morning with annual maintenance works on top of the Westgate Bridge. Only two right-hand city-bound lanes are open. It's a mouthful. Got delays all the way back to Millers Road. Try using Geelong Road. Head through Brooklyn instead. Join more than 2 million Aussies who invest with Australian Retirement Trust, Australia's super fund. Learn more at art.com.au. Consider the PDS and TMD before deciding. And the Heat take on the Thunder in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Heading into the city for the New Year's Eve fireworks? Visit an official celebration zone for the best views of the 9:30pm and midnight fireworks. Search Melbourne New Year's Eve for details.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
In Place Living, design and develop customised specialist disability accommodation, valuing inclusivity, innovation and compassion. Because beautiful homes should support independence and choice for Australians with disability. To learn more, visit inplaceliving.com.au.
If I could go back to a moment in my life that would be live streamed, it would definitely be my uni graduation.
The moments with my friends, just chilling out, laughing.
It would have to be all the birthday parties because that's when we're all having the most fun.
Tobin Brothers Funerals can telecast your life celebration live via their website. So friends and relatives from interstate or overseas unable to attend can still be involved. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Kick the new year off with a bang at Cranbourne Turf Club's Summer Nights. Reconnect with friends and family across 3 epic Friday nights in January, the 5th, 12th and 19th. With drink specials, live music and great tiered dining options, there's something to suit everyone. Summer Nights at Cranbourne Turf Club, January 5, 12 and 19. Don't miss it. Get your tickets at cranbourneturfclub.com.au or call 5996 1300.
When shopping around for the best finance deal for a home loan, car, equipment finance, investment loan or even debt consolidation, you want the best deal. And funnily enough, at Finch Financial, that's exactly what they do. Get you the best deal. With access to over 40 lenders, their promise is to match you with the lender that best suits your needs. So your dream car, boat or family holiday is closer than you think because there is no limit to what Finch Financial can finance. Call 1300 4FINCH or visit finchfinancial.com.au today.
The New Year New Gear sale is now on at Golf Box. Spoil yourself with something new. Stock up in essentials and step out in style. Score big at the New Year New Gear sale. Shop now at golfbox.com.au.
Harvey Norman clearance on now. Stores open until 7 tonight. Get 60 months interest-free, no deposit finance from Latitude Financial and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. That's a bonus $100 gift card for every $1,000 you spend on interest-free purchases. Shop with 60 months interest-free, no deposit, no interest with 60 monthly repayments and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Harvey Norman clearance. Stores open until 7 tonight. T's and C's, fees, charges and product exclusions apply. Participating Latitude credit cards only. New customers must be approved. Minimum financed amount $1,000. Trading hours may vary.
At In Place Living, they believe that every Aussie deserves a beautiful home that supports their independence and lifestyle. That's why In Place Living design and develop customised specialist disability accommodation in all categories for people with complex and high support needs. In Place Living values inclusivity, innovation, compassion and choice, and put this into practice when they design and develop fantastic homes for Australians with disability. In Place Living, creating homes for people to create memories. Learn more at inplaceliving.com.au.
Henley Mortgage Fund, $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. And Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
Day 2 at the MCG, Australia 3 for 187 when in 20 minutes' time the first ball is sent down. SEN Test Cricket is for Host Plus and Henley Homes. Build with confidence. And during our Summer of Cricket, Day 2 ahead of play in our pre-match show for Spitwater Tools Not Toys, working hard since 1982. Nick Hockley, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, joins us. Compliments of the season to you, Nick. Lovely to see you.
And you. Merry Christmas. Great to see you. We missed you in Perth.
Yes, it was ridiculous timing. What did you make of yesterday?
Oh, look, I thought a really solid start. I think a great day of Test cricket, albeit a bit rain affected. and probably a day for the purists. I thought the Pakistan attack slowed us down at times, and just thrilled to have 62,000 come. I think if it had been blue sky days leading into Christmas and a clear forecast, we'd have had between 70 and 80,000. But that said, the atmosphere was fantastic, really celebratory atmosphere, and I think everyone here really celebrating a wonderful year of cricket and a wonderful year of Test cricket.
I was wondering, as Christmas Day was unfolding and no one could get out into the backyard, is teams ride the weather? I wonder how an administrator rides the weather ahead of your feature day of the year.
Oh, it's the old cliche, isn't it? It's the thing you can't control. But you do think what could have been. I think if we look forward, we've got the most incredible programme coming up. So... the level of attendance is a really important barometer for the health of the game. So to have, as I say, over 60,000 here, we look forward to the Border Gavaskar Trophy next year, followed by the Ashes. So just really, when we're seeing as well, the TV audiences are up year on year. So it's credit to this team, hopefully we'll see a fantastic Test match unfold, and I'd encourage everyone to get down to the MCG.
Can I run the crowd flow past you yesterday on my pet project? So there were 34,000 here for the first ball, there were 52,000 here at midday, and there was 62,000 here just after lunch. Do you think we start just a fraction too early at 10:30 on Boxing Day?
Well, I've just been to the most wonderful breakfast, the
Brunch is
MCC
really good.
Women in Cricket breakfast, and look, I mean, the great thing is we got to play through till 7 p.m. last night. So even for those who had a bit of a line, I'm really thrilled that, and credit to the ground staff, people got back on. But I know that's something you'll keep advocating for. But tradition is a wonderful thing.
It wasn't always tradition. We used to start at 11 o'clock and then move to 10:30. So tradition is variable in these things. Anyway,
that said, you had two wonderful Big Bash matches to watch later on.
We did let an hour of good light go by between 7 and 8, though, as we could have had another 15 overs in the day's play. Anyway, I just thought that flow was really interesting. It's a big commitment to be here for 10:30 after the day before, and 34,000 people managed it, but your peak crowd was here between midday and 12:30. Should the lights have gone on earlier yesterday? Were you looking at that at one stage thinking, flick the lights on, the towers everywhere?
Oh, look, I think the visibility was pretty good coming on late. The main thing, I think, is some really atmospheric conditions. Coming out this morning, it's still a little bit muggy, so it all adds to the contest.
You were deeply involved with Usman Khawaja in the lead up to this test. Were you disappointed that the ICC knocked back what was a very artful compromise around the Dove?
Look, I think the main thing is we were kind of and put a lot of time and effort and I sat down with Uzi face to face last Friday to work through and really understand what he was trying to achieve, what he was trying to say. And I think I've said through the week that the ICC has rules. I think they're there for good reason, so we have to respect that. For me, it was the process, understanding really more about what Uzi wants to say, and I think what was clear is that it's non-partisan, apolitical, non-religious, that he's a real passionate believer in human rights, and he'll continue to advocate over his own channels, and we fully support that.
Did you, just for clarity, were you supportive of Usman's Dove with the UN resolution? Were you actively part of asking the ICC to approve that?
Yeah, so a precondition of the regulations is that the Home Board supports, and we provided that support.
Is there any further manoeuvring to be done for Usman, or is he cornered now?
Oh, look, I think the ICC have considered it on its merits, and that's for them. I know, speaking to Usman, he's now just firmly focused on the cricket.
So the nature of protesting is to then rail against what's put in front of you. What happens if Usman does put the sticker on his bat at some stage in a test match?
So given that it's not permitted, there would, I believe, be sanctions. But again, that is for the ICC.
Yeah. Is Usman satisfied with the support that you've offered him personally and broadly?
I mean, I can't speak for Uzi, but certainly he said, that's what he said. So he said so to me personally. I mean, he absolutely has our support, as to the whole squad. And I think he made some comments to that effect. So the main thing is there's been a really constructive dialogue. We're in very regular contact, and I think Uzi's been respectful throughout.
Is he right to point out that there are exceptions for other players and various other causes?
I think it has shone a bit of a light on that, and no doubt that'll be something we can talk about at upcoming ICC meetings. As I said, I think the rules are there for good reason. We respect the rules, and I think it is fair that they're consistently applied.
It's been a bit happening in the BBL. Was the Tom Curran suspension of 4 matches warranted?
Well, certainly the Integrity Commission sat twice, and so absolutely yes. Respecting the umpires, match officials, and respect throughout the game is absolutely core to cricket. And I was pleased that Tom, in the end, showed a level of remorse. Some would argue that could have come a bit sooner, but I've got full confidence in our integrity processes, and as such, think that the sanction was absolutely appropriate. That said, he has said sorry, and we're looking forward to him coming back playing.
Were you troubled by the image of a player treating an umpire in such a manner?
Oh, absolutely, and it's not just at the elite level, at every level of the game. Respect is, if you read the spirit of cricket, the laws of cricket, it's fundamental throughout, and I just encourage. I think respect is critical to the fabric of the game.
Yeah. The match at Geelong wasn't able to be rescheduled. Are you a victim of timing on that front?
Yeah, I think when you look at the one of the great things about the Big Bash League, it's action-packed, it's condensed, and when we looked at trying to find, from a logistical perspective, both of those teams are all over the country, and in the end, it was the most practical thing to do to share the points.
Is that going to hurt Geelong's prospect of hosting future matches?
Well, I think there's an investigation underway. I think it's got everyone on notice that that type of thing shouldn't happen. I mean, I think now with the covers, the technology, with weather forecasting technology, it was really unfortunate, and I hope that we don't see any kind of occurrence of that ever again in the future.
Was it definitely the right call to call the match off on the night?
Again, that's for the match referees, for the umpires, but safety is paramount, and just looking at it as a layperson on TV, there was quite a bit of variable bounce. So, again, full confidence in the match referees to make the right decision on that.
Have you seen the Moses Enriquez catch from last night?
I haven't.
Okay, well, that's one for you later in the day.
So I did catch the very end. I did catch the very end of the game, and great to see another last over finish at the SCG.
Yeah. It's just got the right number of, after a slow burn, I think you need the talking points out of each game, and that's certainly one of those today as to how the laws were applied. And the wash up to the crowds in Perth. So the first 2 days were highly promising, and then the weekend felt disappointing. What was your overall view?
Well, we certainly put a lot of emphasis in, a lot of PR, a lot of promotion, and if we compare to previous test matches against Pakistan in Perth, we were up 40%. So we feel that it's we're on the right track. I have to say, being there, the experience in that stadium is absolutely first rate. Wonderful amenities, very comfortable, incredible view of the pitch. You feel you're right on the pitch, even though you're in a very big stadium. So I think we're very much on the right trajectory, and I think we can look forward to some really big and healthy crowds for India and then for against England. And there's no doubt in Perth, they love that stadium, they love their cricket. We saw 42,000 watching the Scorchers last night, which I think is an all-time record for a group BBL game, a regular season BBL game in Perth. So I think great to see so many cricket fans voting with their feet in WA.
That would leave me with the nagging. Okay, so why aren't they supporting the test match in quite such numbers, particularly at a time where it feels like they've been put at the end of the pointy end of it, is get out there and support your test match?
Yeah, I think, if you look back over time, the Wacker ground, iconic, but the capacity, depending on how many people they let onto the hill, was anywhere between high teens and 20,000. So, that is the type of capacity that has been used to. So I think the main thing is that we Test cricket becomes a ritual. Going to Optus Stadium, to Perth Stadium, becomes a bit more of a ritual. I think the more people get to experience it's a wonderful, wonderful experience, and I think they'll keep coming back.
So I feel like particularly relevant. Our two teams at the moment are the Matildas and the Australian cricket team in all that's been achieved this year. So the Matildas are selling out in a rock concert kind of way. They're selling out just because they're performing. So that's 12 matches in a row, and the Marvel game, which was announced, sold out in a very short period of time. It hasn't actually mattered who they're playing. So they sold out Optus Stadium against very poor opposition, but it was the show in a way. It was the chance to see them. Have we got that with the Australian cricket team? Is there an element of frustration in this celebratory summer? Why aren't more people just coming to see them for who they are rather than necessarily who they're playing against?
Well, I think cricket's unique in that we've got the three formats of the game and they appeal to different audiences. I was lucky I had my family with me here yesterday and they had a good day running around. But will my 12-year-old and 8-year-old daughters sit through for 5 days of Test cricket? Probably not. Will they come to every Big Bash game they can go to? Yes, they will. So I think you need to look at things in aggregate. And that's where cricket is unique, fortunate, special, in that we've got something for everyone. So, I think as for the Matildas and the Australian women's cricket team, I think I speak to colleagues across all sports. We remember here in 2020 we had a full house. We've still got the highest attendance for a women's sporting event in Australia. So I think that level of healthy competitiveness between us, and you've seen from the WBBL this year, for the first time we had a stadium series. So absolutely our ambition, whether that's for international cricket or Women's Big Bash League, is to fill major stadiums.
Do you share Alyssa Healy's desire for the women to play more Test matches, which feels like it's been a disconnect between the administrators of cricket around the world and the teams themselves, who would dearly love a bit more of it?
Well, I've been a strong advocate for multi-format series. I'm delighted now that we've got 3 in quick succession with South Africa later in the season. So we'll be playing a Test match at the Wacker ground, and then obviously the return Ashes next Australian summer. Absolutely an advocate for playing more Test cricket. I feel that as part of a multi-format series, it gives great context to that. It was great watching the Test match in India, a real contest. You could see how it tested both sides, compelling viewing, and I think probably some of Alyssa's comments is that they, as they got into the match, they got more into every session, and there was probably thinking there was a bit of unfinished business. So I think it's 40 years since the last Australia-India Test match. Karen Rolton spoke this morning, an absolute great of the game, never played a Test match in India. So we'll keep advocating for more Test cricket as part of multi-format, and then maybe that's something in the future that we can think about, a key marquee series going to 3 Tests, because as with the men's, I saw Mitch Stark's comments recently. I think Test match is the pinnacle.
Nick, good to see you. Enjoy the rest of Melbourne, and we'll catch up again in Sydney.
Fantastic. Thanks, Gerard.
Nick Hockley,
Cheers.
the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia. Our pre-match is for Spitwater Tools, not toys. Hardworking since 1982.
Berwick GWN's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Amazon's Boxing Day sale is live now. Shop epic deals on electronics, homewares, beauty and more. Shop Amazon's Boxing Day sale now at amazon.com.au.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The Grab Summer Sale is on now at Frankston Jeep. Start your summer with savings across the entire Jeep range. Grab more with great drive-away pricing on all Night Eagle models. Or grab a free upgrade across select Grand Cherokee or Gladiator models, giving you more features, more tech and more summer. Stock is available for immediate delivery. So speak to Frankston Jeep today and grab summer the Jeep way. Visit frankstonjeep.com.au. T's and C's apply. LMCT 9315.
For over half a century, there's one name that Aussie gardeners have come to trust. Holman offer a range of quality watering equipment with an affordable price tag. For the past 55 years, this family-owned business has been helping gardeners save time, money and water. And now, with Holman Smart Watering products, you can water from anywhere, anytime, all from your smartphone. So, protect your garden from the heat this summer with the name you trust. Holman, for the smart gardener.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Saddle up for Geelong Racing Club's first ever Metro Grade Race Day, Saturday, January 6. It'll be a fun family day with a free kids zone, including carnival rides, petting zoo, water park, pony rides, Kelly sports activities, and so much more. Celebrate the day in style with umbrella, dining, and marquee packages available. Enjoy live entertainment, browse Piccadilly Makers Market, and hit the beach volleyball court for a day of summer fun in Geelong. Visit grc.com.au for all you need to book a great day.
Harvey Norman clearance on now. Stores open until 7 tonight. Get 60 months interest-free, no deposit finance from Latitude Financial and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. That's a bonus $100 gift card for every $1,000 you spend on interest-free purchases. Shop with 60 months interest-free. No deposit, no interest with 60 monthly repayments and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Harvey Norman clearance. Stores open until 7 tonight. T's and C's, fees, charges and product exclusions apply. Participating Latitude credit cards only. New customers must be approved. Minimum financed amount $1,000. Trading hours may vary.
What's better than creme brulee? A creme brulee iced coffee. Rich espresso poured over ice with a hint of caramelised sugar and custard flavours topped with crunchy toffee crumb. Try it at McCafe today. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants.
The Boxing Day sales event is on now at Mercedes-Benz Waverley. For 4 days only, unwrap the ultimate luxury with certified pre-owned and executive-driven vehicles from just $49,800 drive away. Over 200 to choose from. The Boxing Day sales event is on now at Mercedes-Benz Waverley and is not to be missed. 769 Springvale Road, an easy 8 minutes from Chadstone.
On my way.
Licence 578.
So I hear you guys have started to build your new home.
Yeah, that's right.
But I thought you were waiting until interest rates came down.
Don't need to. Henley have a fund to pay $1,000 a month off our home loan for 2 years.
What? Wow, that's 24 grand off your mortgage payments.
Yeah, and it includes all new builds. Wait a minute, where are you going?
To get Amy and visit Henley.
Henley's Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent, Sumitomo Forestry Group.
Henley Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. And Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The first session for MEGT. Test what's possible with an apprentice or trainee from MEGT.
It's Sunday to MCG for the start of day 2 in this Boxing Day test. Australia 3 for 187. Marnus Labuschagne is 44. Travis Head is 9. SEN Test Cricket is for Host Plus and Henley Homes build with confidence. Gerard Whateley and Adam Collins to call throughout the day for you. Our pre-match has been for Spitwater Tools, Not Toys, working hard since 1982. Simon Katich and Chris Rogers are in place for the first ball. Hello to you, Buck.
Hello, Gerard. Hello, Kat.
Morning, Buck. Jared. Away we go. We've had sun, we've had heavy cloud, and we're back to sun. But we should be right on a weather front for Rainbird leading irrigation for more than 90 years. What's priority at the start here? Chris Rogers, as we get into the day's play?
Oh, look, I think you've got so much time left in the game. As a batter, you're just happy to probably get through a little bit of this opening spell and then look to expand.
Shaheen Shah Afridi sent down 20 overs yesterday, and he's going to begin from the Shane Warne stand end of the grounds. Marnus Labuschagne is on strike, and he's leaving the ball outside the off stump.
I think you want to find out too what this ball is going to do. We saw it swing quite a bit at different stages yesterday, and the sun's out. It's earlier in the day, so, you know, hopefully for the batters, they'll be thinking it would have settled down.
Yeah, and I think with Travis Head out here too, I think he'll keep in mind that second new ball's only 13.5 overs away. So I think once he gets into these first few overs and sees what's happening with this old ball, I dare say he'll start attacking.
Pakistan start with 2 slips and a gully. They crouch down ready as Labuschagne eyes Afridi, and Labuschagne is beaten on the outside edge. Spoke to Colo and Bharat in the leader. He said he was hitting them like a spud yesterday. It's not always pretty. So I went to the nets after play to just try to get the feel of things back.
Yeah, it just goes to show how much of it is in the mind when you don't quite feel 100% right, or you know the wicket's doing a little bit. So as a result, you probably play with a little less decisiveness at times, particularly with the footwork.
He's got the cable knit sleeveless sweater on. Labuschagne, Afridi bowls to him. Labuschagne clips off his toes through mid-wicket. That was crisp all the way to the boundary for 4. That would have felt lovely. And it's the stroke that Damien Fleming said has been missing from his arsenal for a little while. An opening boundary for Azito all day, every day. Labuschagne to 48.
I think that was a bit of a encapsulation of yesterday as well. You saw a good delivery by one of the Pakistani bowlers and just wasn't able to back it up. That's just a genuine half volley on leg stump, and Marnus will love feeling that off the middle of the bat first up.
It's the way to get into your work and feel a bit less like a spud. 1 half century in his Boxing Day tests. His first innings against New Zealand on the showpiece occasion. Labuschagne is tickling the ball past the keeper. Is there bat there, or is it leg byes? No, it's leg byes. So the burst of applause for the half century just have to peter out. A couple of boundaries to get things ticking. 3 for 195 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the smarter Gardner.
Yeah, it's another great example of Shaheen starting the day attacking outside off stump, but then these last 2 balls getting really, well, far too straight. In fact, that one then, heading down leg. Just doesn't have that control over his line at the moment.
Freddie in the bright sunshine pushes off from the top of his mark. He's in past the umpire and he bowls. Labuschagne runs the ball to point. There's no run to be had as Imam Huck gets out of the blocks. Spoke Buck about being the perfectionist, and sometimes the pain of being the perfectionist and searching for everything to be right. It did put me in mind of you and the struggles that you go through session to session, day to day, just trying to find the rhythm and the melody in your game. Labuschagne gave great voice to that in our pre-match program. Afridi bowls, and Labuschagne watches a wide one go by that Rizwan ends up taking in front of the cordon. So the first over gone. SEN Test cricket for Host Plus and Henley Holmes build with confidence. 3 for 195. Labuschagne's 48.
It's funny. At times you can feel like everything's perfect and everything's working together, and just something goes wrong and you can't put your finger on it, and then you start searching. Then you're thinking about, is it my hands? Is it my backswing? Is it my trigger movement? Is it my head? All these things that then you go on this kind of journey of trying to find what it is. And it takes a while, and you can have to go out and bat in the middle And for Marnus, it's in the middle of a test match, trying to search for it, and it can look a little bit ugly. But to us, it probably doesn't look too bad. To him, it probably feels a whole lot worse.
Hassan Ali, wholehearted in his bowling yesterday. He's full and he's driven by Head through the covers, served it up, and Head latched onto it to the boundary for 4. Both batters given gifts to get their day underway. Neither missed out. Heads to 13, a boundary for Zito all day, every day.
Yeah, and this is where the messaging for bowlers has to be so clear, because I'm sure they would have analysed their work yesterday and they probably didn't get enough balls hitting the stumps here. And the talk's probably been, we've got to get it fuller. But there's a difference between being full like that, which is just genuine half volley territory, and a ball that's full enough to hit the top of the stumps.
Head readies himself. Hassan bowls front foot defence out to middle.
And that's probably a great example of the second ball of being full enough to probably still hit the stumps and make sure that Travis Head plays the ball compared to a ball that's right under his nose and pumps through the covers for 4.
It's also just, unfortunately, setting a bit of a tone for the day as well, isn't it? There's been 3 boundaries conceded in the first 7 balls.
Head faces up. He runs the ball to point. He won't get a run. It's a day that yesterday was 2.8 was the run rate, and you get things flowing in bright sunshine at the start of the day.
Yeah, it's... I mean, as a bowling unit too, you're probably thinking Australia want to get on with it here. They've only got 87 runs in the day, and that was because of the rain delay a little bit. But they probably want to push it here. So if we can just hold them back for a little bit, we might get a few mistakes.
Sun from the members' end bowls. Back foot, carving the ball out forward of point as Travis Head. That's racing under the Ponsford stand. They are in pursuit. It's going to be a close run thing. Ball to the boundary for 4. 4 boundaries inside the first 2 overs. Head moves to 17 and starts to loom large.
And on that occasion there, Travis Head just rocked back on the back foot. He got given width by Hassan Ali, and that's right in his wheelhouse. Punched it beautifully through cover for 4.
200 up for Australia in the 68th over for the loss of 3 wickets.
I think you're right too, Kat. It's maybe you and I and Marnus are probably looking to just get into our work, but Ed's probably thinking second new balls around the corner. I'm going to get it done while I can.
Sun around the wicket now. Head plays away from his body out to cover. So there were 14 boundaries in yesterday's day play of 66 overs, and there have been 4 in 2 overs.
It'd be interesting to know what the chat is amongst the Pakistan bowling unit. What is it that they're trying to do this morning? Clearly it's not to concede boundaries, but how do you go about it?
Hassan Ali, right arm around the wicket as he delivers to Travis Head, who lets it pass and it bounces before it reaches Mohamed Rizwan. 2 overs down, the scoreboard is ticking. 3 for 203, the Holman Industries scoreboard for the smarter Gardner.
On the Westgate Freeway heading city-bound from Millers Road through to the top of the bridge, as there are only 2 right-hand lanes open city-bound for annual maintenance works. Also in Mount Waverley, watch out for a burst water main, Ferntree Gully Road inbound near Howleys Road. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Get 40% off everything at Bonds. Stock up on your faves with 40% off in-store and online now. Terms, conditions and some exclusions apply. Visit bonds.com.au for full details. And the Heat take on the Thunder in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Australia 3 for 203. Marnus Labuschagne is on 48. Shaheen Shah Afridi is bowling from the worn end of the ground. There's 2 in the deep on the leg side, as well as 2 slips of gully points cover mid-off and mid-on. Afridi over the wicket bowls. Labuschagne turns him down to fine leg. Runs the first hard, but only 1 on offer. It's 49. Australia 3 for 204.
Kat, what did you make of the pitch yesterday?
Yeah, I thought it played pretty well, as in, like, you expect that when there's overcast skies, and there was a little bit of an offer on the scene. I expect it to be a bit quicker today. Generally day 2 it quickens up that bit extra, but It's hard to tell too, because at the moment we're not seeing anyone bowl with any great pace. So I think we can only really judge it once we see the Australian attack on it and how it behaves then.
50 partnership between this pair off 63 balls. Afridi has head in his sights, heads back, cutting under edge, falls away to cover, no run.
Your comment before around, interested to know what Pakistan, how they view this period of the game. Well, I mean, there's two ways you can look at it. You're starting a day's play, and what they did well was they got breakthroughs around the breaks, and you've got to use that to your advantage. The problem is they've allowed Australia to score freely here in the first couple of overs, so that's not a great way to go about it, but they can maybe try and contain Labuschagne and keep head away from the strike to then allow
Afridi to head, leans on the ball to cover, no run.
So that Australia don't get off to too much of a flyer, and then they can really attack with that second new ball when there's a bit more in their favour with a harder seam and maybe a little bit more swing.
What did you think, Buck?
Pretty good. I mean, I think it was a good contest, and that's what people want to see. I do agree with Kat that I think when we get to see Australia bowl on it, I suspect it's going to be quite difficult, just because some balls bounce twice to the keeper, some balls the keeper's taking it above his head.
Afridi bowls, head is forward, defending the Bubba again at cover.
And I'm just not sure Pakistan have been able to exploit the conditions well enough, just because they haven't put the ball in the right place. It'd be interesting to see their pitch maps.
I saw one yesterday, particularly in that after the big rain break, and there wasn't one ball that was hitting the stumps. I'm not sure how many overs that was across, but I think it was probably after an hour or so of that final session, and that's not enough, not here at the MCG.
Deep point is back and fine leg in position. Head has the strike. He's leaving outside the off stump.
Yeah, I mean, you just want them defending straight back towards the umpire, don't you?
And I was talking to Glenn McGrath about this morning, and he's different because, in a way, because he was so tall, guys were probably a little bit less reluctant to drive him because of the extra bounce. And he made a good point that someone like Brett Lee, who was shorter and skiddier, which a lot like these Pakistan bowlers are, albeit he was probably 20 k's quicker, 30 k's quicker probably, to be sorry to Brett, but
Afridi to head, who's uninterested as well outside the off stump. 3 for 204. One from the over on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
There's Twilight Greyhound racing every Sunday at the Sale Greyhound Club. Make yourself at home in Gray's Bistro, the Alfresco, upgraded picnic area, the Sports Lounge, Trackside Cafe or upstairs function room. There's even an indoor kids playroom and outdoor playground. It's all perfect for end-of-season celebrations, Christmas parties or just get-togethers with friends and family. Live Greyhound racing every Sunday twilight at the Sale Greyhound Club.
At the Sale Greyhound.
First session of play for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Australia 3 for 204. Marnus Labuschagne is on 49 and Travis Head 17.
Just going back to that conversation, yesterday you want to bowl an attacking length in those conditions because the ball's doing something through the air and off the seam. The attacking length is probably a foot fuller than where they were at.
Hassan Ali in from the members' end. Bowls to Marnus Labuschagne. That ball bounces again before it reaches Rizwan.
The problem is that in those conditions, Shah Massoud feels like he's got to have the three slips and the gully, and that's deemed an attacking field. The problem is, though, is that attacking field, sometimes for bowlers like these guys that don't have the same height that, say, McGrath has, forces them to bowl more of a defensive length, which is back of a length, and obviously the batsmen survive that period.
Labuschagne readies himself and he's leaving outside the off stump. Another ball that doesn't carry for the keeper.
And so I guess, and I mentioned it yesterday, part of it to me was watching where mid-off and mid-on were. I felt they were getting far too close to the crease and in being in line parallel with the stumps, which feels like it's way too close. Yes, it'll stop the single, but I think these guys aren't in Glenn McGrath's class, obviously. They don't have the height of him, and they're skiddier. So it forced them to bowl a bit shorter.
Sandra Labuschagne, who runs the ball to points. The run is not there.
Whereas now, with the covering, and he made a good point, because Brett was skiddier, he bowled his more attacking length, which was fuller, and he obviously had extra airspeed when he had that cover for protection in. And so that's where you've got to weigh up the field matching up to the length you want to bowl. And if it means that you lose a slip to bowl a more attacking length, it might not look as attacking with the field set, but it's actually going to allow you to attack more because of the lengths you're bowling. And I think that's probably what they missed a little bit yesterday.
Hassan bowls to Labuschagne, who lets a wide one pass.
Yeah, it's the Warnies concept that, do you bowl, it's attacking bowling with defensive fields, or it's defensive bowling with attacking fields. So actually, one of the ones that I remember England used to do it to Shane Watson, they used to have mid-on, like almost halfway to the boundary, and then they'd have like a, catching mid-wicket kind of thing. But then, because they knew he pumped those on drives, but then they could attack full and straight, knowing he'll eventually put his big pad in front of it.
Hassan bowls, Labuschagne leaves.
You said that with such joy, Buck. His big pad.
But then they knew that the bowlers then knew, because they had the cover at, that mid-on, and he would pump these on drives, and they just get fielded no run kind of thing. But then that would kind of say to them, go full and straight. Full and straight. Yeah, he'll smack a couple, but you'll still be in the game. And that's probably I think that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, exactly right.
Last ball of Hassan's over. Labuschagne pulls out as a butterfly worked its way across the pitch.
The interesting thing too is how often does the catch go to third slip? It's one of those ones, isn't it? Like it does. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't, but over the course of a game, how often does it go there? There was probably one off Khawaja yesterday that went there and they didn't have it. So sometimes you can't win, but it's more just the overarching plan, isn't it?
Hassan back to the crease and bowls to Labuschagne, who nibbles at a ball outside the off stump, looking for his 50th run. He survives on the play and miss. A maiden from Hassan Ali on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
Harvey Norman clearance on now. Stores open until 7 tonight. Get 60 months interest-free, no deposit finance from Latitude Financial and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. That's a bonus $100 gift card for every $1,000 you spend on interest-free purchases. Shop with 60 months interest-free. No deposit, no interest with 60 monthly repayments and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Harvey Norman clearance. Stores open until 7 tonight. T's and C's, fees, charges and product exclusions apply. Participating Latitude credit cards only. New customers must be approved. Minimum financed amount $1,000. Trading hours may vary.
Australia 3 for 204. Labuschagne 49, head 17. Pakistan have just reined it in after giving away 4 boundaries in the first 2 overs. They've had a single from the past 2. 2 deep on the leg side and point goes back. Afridi bowls. And head is forward defending back to the bowler. What did you think? So Dave Warner's tipped his hands. He's nominated his successor and he's gone for Marcus Harris. Chris Rogers, so he's under your watch at Victoria at the moment.
Didn't he nominate,
first of the notion of him doing it?
Didn't he nominate Bancroft a couple of months ago?
I think he's playing the numbers on the roulette. Afridi pushes off from the top of his mark. He's in and bowls to Head, who edges and he's caught at second slip. Pushed at a ball. It flew. Afridi stands and celebrates, both arms out. A good catch taken in the cordon after the lament of yesterday. Sharp chance. Sulman, isn't it? Oh, he's got good hands.
That was a fantastic catch because that flew. Travis Head didn't die wondering on that. And it looked like it was probably going to third slip there, Buck, but that's the beauty about having someone at second that moves well laterally, and we saw that yesterday to a good catch to get rid of Khawaja, albeit straight to his chest, but that one flew to his left. It went quick, and it was a very, very good catch taken. Travis Head departs for 17. Australia now lose their 4th for 204.
A Macca's catch of the summer. Clean bowl your taste buds with the chicken Big Mac. And here comes Big Mitch Marsh.
Settle down, Gerard. Did Mitch give you a birthday present a Christmas present the other day?
No. Just traded messages. So Pakistan celebrating a wicket for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. Afridi he's got that lovely celebration. I feel like there was a lot of effort that went into that. He bowled 20 overs yesterday, and I'm sure he carried the disappointment of the missed edge through it all. So you could feel it in his body language, couldn't you?
Yeah, it's hard to, because he is, he's still a young man, and when he's at his best, he is an absolute gun. But he hasn't been his best this series, unfortunately, and Australia haven't seen, what he's certainly capable of in Test match cricket.
Yeah, I mean, I know he had that drop catch, and he would have been disappointed, but you win the toss and bowl, you want your strike bowler to create more than one opportunity throughout the day.
It goes into the book. Court Salman bowled Afridi for 17 from 32 balls. Australia is 4 for 204.
What do they do here? So there's 9 overs after this until the second new ball. He's just taking a wicket. Do they go again? They bowl him a couple more and then use someone else with the new ball?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, because I think they'll want to try and, do the damage on Mitch Marsh here. He's still got 4 balls left in this set. But I would have thought they would have planned today, thinking, maybe give him 2 or 3 to start and then hold him back for that second new ball. But things might change.
Afridi with a wicket under his belt. He's in and he bowls to Mitch Marsh, who turns him to leg, takes off with the stroke as it rolls out to mid-on, and he's quickly underway. Once the Melbourne crowd was a little less enamoured with Mitch Marsh, he's won them over, and there's warm applause for the single.
That's just a little thing there where you need education in your side, even your captain to be a little bit more switched on, but first ball and your mid-on's hanging deep, and then allows an easy single and Mitch Marsh to get off the mark. I mean, that's just little 101 things that need tighten up with this side.
Spot on, mate. And the other part of it too is, if you're going to attack the stumps with that swing back in, which he knows he's going to do to someone like Mitch Marsh, you have your mid-wicket tighter, as in straighter, so he has to go squarer.
Marnus Labuschagne's on 49. Afridi bowls to him and he leaves the ball up over the stumps. Left it on length. 2 in the deep on the leg side.
It'll be interesting to see Afridi now. I mean, even in those last 2 balls, you could just tell he's a little bit more up and about now.
I thought he spelled a Labuschagne yesterday when he came to the crease. Was good. He really attacked just outside that off stump.
Afridi with a head of steam. He bowls to Labuschagne, who turns into leg for his 50th run and more. Away past mid-on. Beautifully timed off the blade. It touches the boundary for 4. And Marnus Labuschagne can bask in a second Boxing Day Test half-century as he looks to fill his stocking late in the calendar year. Just a gentle raise of the bat. He would like a lot more out of this. Labuschagne's 53.
And that, just there, I think it's fantastic bowling, because he's batting, he's just left the ball before. It's kind of gone over off stump. And the bowler thought, I've got to bowl even tighter, and then drifting into leg stump, he's just picked him off, made the bowler bowl exactly where he wants it.
53 from 135 balls, 5 boundaries and 4 threes in that. And he'll get a single as Labuschagne just drops it to mid-wicket and ambles through. So a wicket and 6 runs from the over. Australia 4 for 210 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
Our next segment is brought to us by Red Rooster's Shared Burger Pack. Enjoy 2 delicious Ripper Rolls, 2 Reds Burgers, 2 large chips, 12 golden nuggets, and 2 sauces. I'll be back.
George.
The Rooster's calling. The Shared Burger Pack from Red Rooster. Get them now and get them everywhere. See website for details.
SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Australia 4 for 210. Travis Head is out. Caught Salman bowled Afridi for 17. Hassan Ali is working away from the members' end. He's bowling to Manas Labuschagne, who's leaving outside the off stump. Had that message come through. Karee in WA. Just wondering how Gerard is coping with the 10 a.m. start today as he made it to the ground on time. I have no trouble getting here. I'm here at 8. But the pity of this is there's 12,300 in for the first ball of the day. It's just too early. There'll be 45,000 here at midday, maybe 50,000 for it. All my point is we're wasting portions of a showpiece match because we're wedded to an old idea, which is actually not that old anyway. Labuschagne is leaving outside the off stump. And then we left at 7 o'clock last night. You could easily have gone for another hour with the light last night. This is the most beautiful time of year. The festive season, every day is Blur's Day, so there's between Christmas and New Year's. If you started at 12, you get this much more fan-friendly experience. Right, yesterday, only half the crowd was here at the start. Today, a third of the crowd is here for the start. And we've had Labuschagne's 50, and we're about to see a bit of Mitch Marsh. Labuschagne runs the ball to gully along the ground. One man who's had no trouble getting here, I'm full of admiration. So he partied all night with the BBL. No, he rock and rolled all night with the BBL. He's going to party all day at the Test cricket. Ian Smith, welcome back.
I enjoyed your sermon just then, actually. That was a nice sort of way to come into the commentary box.
You could add it. You could have used an extra hour and a half sleep, couldn't you?
I've taped it. I could have. Yeah, it was a late night, but an absorbing and weird game of BBL.
Yep.
How often would a side lose 7 wickets for 5 runs and still win? Very rare.
Scorchers, mate.
Oh, they're an amazing side.
Hassan bowls, Labuschagne inside portion on the drive. It squirts away wide of mid-on and is able to take a single, 4 for 211.
42-226 was the official crowd. And did they make it very, very hard for the Renegades when they're under pressure? It was brilliant.
Yeah, it's not called the furnace for no reason. It's replicated what the Wacker used to do when the BBL started at the Wacker, and Perth Stadium's taken over now with bigger crowds and fantastic atmosphere.
Whoever beats them will be a good team. Whoever beats them will probably win it, I think. Terrific bowling attack.
Hopefully no one, Smithy. Hopefully it's a hat-trick, mate.
Hassan, a gentle breeze rumpling the flags against the clear blue sky above the MCG. Mitch Marsh is on strike and he's turning to the leg, but straight to mid-wicket this time. In the conversations around the BBL last night, there was the incident out of the other game, the Enriquez catch.
Yes, interesting.
Yeah, so athletically taken, lands, it seems, on the ball. It was given out, which runs counter to most of what we've experienced this year. What's your view, Smithy?
Well, inconsistent with what we've seen. I mean, quite clearly, we've seen a catch taken where the ground is using it as a steadying influence. But I listened to the lady who was...
Marsh knocks the ball to leg, goes with the stroke to mid-on. Afridi picks up shy as Marsh had beaten the throw home. It missed regardless. We'll pick this up with Smithy in a moment. 2 singles from the over. The Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener, 4 for 212.
The Boxing Day sales event is on now at Mercedes-Benz Waverley. For 4 days only, unwrap the ultimate luxury with certified pre-owned and executive-driven vehicles from just $49,800 drive away. Over 200 to choose from. The Boxing Day sales event is on now at Mercedes-Benz Waverley and is not to be missed. 769 Springvale Road, an easy 8 minutes from Chadstone.
On my way.
Licence 578.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus and Henley Holmes. Build with confidence. Australia 4 for 212. Marsh's 2. Labuschagne's 55. Hamza is coming into the attack from the southern end. Ian Smith and Simon Katich are our experts for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories. The disputed catch last night, Smithy.
Yeah, and the lady that was handling the official side of it upstairs looking at the replays clearly said, I see fingers underneath the ball. Clearly said it. And, you know, we weren't commentating that game, we were watching it.
Hamza bowls to Marsh, who defends the ball to off.
But we could hear all the effects through whilst we were building up to our game, and clearly said just before she put the out sign up on the big screen, fingers clearly under the ball. So, I mean, can't argue if that's the way that she was able to see it. But Mitch Stark, very, very similar, wasn't it? Very, very similar. And if you're in the point of still trying to steady yourself and make sure you're stable, it looked very much as if the ball had made contact with the ground.
Hamza rolls the shoulders and bowls to Marsh. He's on the move. He drives over mid-off for 4. A bold attacking stroke, just with sufficient clearance. And Marsh signals some intent with a powerful 4. Boundaries for Zito all day, every day. I'll have that all day, every day.
Well, he's not mucking around, Mitch Marsh. He played that very shot last week in Perth, straight to Shah Massoud, who shelled it. But on this occasion, he got a great stride into the ball, and he got the elevation to get it probably a foot over Shah Massoud's head. Powerful shot.
Marsh is 6. Hamza back in and at him, and Marsh defends back down the pitch.
It's outrageous batting, isn't it? I mean, it's wonderful to watch, and he's going to be great for Test cricket, Mitch Marsh. You can understand why he's going to be a draw card, but that is an outrageous. I mean, he is solid in the side. Is he solid enough to do that yet?
Well, I think he's solid in his own mind, because to be playing that shot now, when he just walked to the crease, he's on 2. He's obviously been told, we're happy for you to play that way, and he wants to play that way.
Marsh pulls. Oh, it got him on the back of the head.
And the other part of it was, just as the bowler's about to release the ball, Marnus Labuschagne's dropped his bat at the other end. So I wouldn't have been surprised if Mitch Marsh got distracted by that. Having a chat about it right now. Quite off-putting.
Marsh was through his shot. He got struck twice in Perth, so obviously not on the helmet, as the medical staff are not out to test him. With a wry smile. Titanium Caravans built tough, wore it on his shoulder.
He's a big man, but clearly this has got him above the glove on the forearm or somewhere, because he's just taking his time, Mitch Marsh. That's why we've got the delay.
Medical staff goes, he'll be right, he'll just brush it off. No worries, no need to move. Hamza bowls to him. It's run to point. No run.
So what are we looking, half an hour and then the new ball?
Yeah, 7 overs away after this, so I think I mentioned about Travis Head earlier, and I thought he would attack this older ball knowing it's just around the corner, the second Newey, and I think Mitch Marsh will be the same. Trying to attack it with getting to 20 or 30 under the belt, and then that gives him that really good chance of being settled and used to the conditions before it comes.
Last ball of the over. Marsh readies himself. He glances the ball to square and takes a single. He's 7. Australia 4 for 217. The Holman Industries scoreboard for the smart gardener. Adam Collins is coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Springvale Homemaker Centre's Boxing Day sales are on now. Save big at Australia's largest home and lifestyle destination. Visit springvalehomemakercentre.com.au.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Own a caravan, camper van or motorhome? With Camplify, you can safely rent it out when you're not using it to help pay for that next adventure or project around the house. Listing is free and simple. Visit camplify.com.au and find out why it pays to share.
Test cricket for Host Plus and Henley Homes build with confidence. 30 minutes into the day, 30 runs scored for Australia, losing 1 wicket. That had Travis Head caught that second slip from the bowling of Shaheen Shah Afridi for 17. Head and Labuschagne added 50. And Marsh has started enthusiastically, facing Hassan Ali here. 2 slips. Marsh works it into the onside. No run. And extraordinary, really. You think about Mitch Marsh's career arc, that since returning to the Test side, he's made over 400 runs at 67. I mean, he thought his career was over. He would have seen Cameron Green's progress, the investment they were putting in his fellow West Australian. He would have thought that baggy green would have been in storage until he retired. But here he is. He looks born for it at the moment.
Well, in the change in mindset, he's playing really aggressively. Did that in England, doing it here today as well.
He's facing Hassan Ali here, playing his 18th over. Marsh goes back and defends out to mid-wicket, no run.
Just the change in tactics here from Pakistan. From the previous over, Hassan Ali's now brought his point over, and he's got in position at a catching mid-wicket for Mitch Marsh, which is allowing him to have his mid-on set really deep. So he's probably about 25 metres off the fence. That's going to allow Hassan Ali to attack him straight with a 5-4 field.
So he's in here, trying to attack the stumps. Bowls Kamash, hits him on the front pad. Shout for league before, and the figure goes up. Marsh is going to review it, I reckon. Straight away, he walks up to Labuschagne. Was there an inside edge? Just the body language. Feels like DRS is in play, and it is in play. The third umpire is Richard Illingworth for IMAR Insurance. Tradies trust IMAR for insurance. Call 13 IMAR. Just caught on the crease. Kat, your first thought, Smithy as well?
It's out if he hasn't hit it. But
I don't think he's hit it, Kat, because he waited too long to review for someone that's made contact with the ball. So I think he's in trouble here. I really do.
League before shouts, how's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's Craft Beer, available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise, just waiting for the first replay.
It's significant for Pakistan.
Huge.
It really is.
It's hit him on the knee roll, back off the seam in line with the middle stump. So the question is, has it done too much? But you're shaking your head, Smithy. You think
Look, he's been given out. All it has to do is make contact, doesn't it, really?
Feels out. Inside edge.
Inside edge? Yep. Oh, there is a touch there. But he didn't. Why did it take him so
Hot
long?
Spot. Yep, there it is.
Why did it take him so long?
Did you see the way he walked up to Labuschagne, Smithy? It was like with his hands ready to review. But it will be reversed on the basis that we can see a clear mark on hot spot. Joel Wilson, as we said many times in England in 2019, I'm afraid you're going to have to change your decision. Mitchell Marsh survives. All for 217 remains the score. Our third umpire for IMAR.
Never trade is a mate. That's IMAR.
3 unsuccessful reviews remain for Australia and a couple for Pakistan. Ever so close to 2 in a hurry.
Oh, that's an interesting one for me. It really is. Clearly there's a mark on the bat.
Smithy, we've heard a lot since the introduction of DRS. Our players know when they've hit it. Increasingly, the evidence is they don't. When it's close ones like that, we see it with caught behinds often, don't we, as well?
Pakistan is a group of about 5 or 6 players around Joel Wilson. I mean, normally when you see it up on the big screen, you just walk back to your position, but Pakistan themselves, clearly not happy with that.
Trying to relitigate the case. Well, Joel Wilson's got no authority at that point. It's all down to the snicko and the hot spot, and both have had their say. It was conclusive on that basis. So all eyes on Marsh again. Hassan Ali away from us. Northern end bowls here. Marsh into the gloves, via an edge. All eyes on Wilson again, and he gives it out again.
And he's reviewed again.
And he reviews again right away. It was the slow death. It was Rudy Kurtzen-esque. Took an age to give it out. It reared up off a length. Did it kiss an inside edge on the way through to the gloves of Rizwan? We're about to find out.
I'm not
Third umpire for IMAR.
I'm sorry, I'm not trusting Mr. Marsh's judgment. And on poor old Joel Wilson, he's having kittens at the moment.
Can have a look at front on, please.
So we'll wait for the first replay. Simon Katich, I'm going to get you to talk us through it when it pops up on our screen here, which is for titanium caravans built tough. What do you reckon?
Not out, I think.
By pad?
Straight off the top of the flap of the pad, and then the back leg on the way through.
Here's the hot spot, and Marsh is going to be reprieved 2 balls in a row. I don't like making fun of John Wilson. I know a lot to Smithy, but 2 balls in a row, he's got it wrong.
Joel's on a hat trick.
Can we have a look at RTS?
Everyone's on a hat trick.
I wonder whether anyone's been on a DRS hat trick before. 2 out, 2 reprieved. Well, Mitch Marsh is in that situation at the moment here at the cricket ground. We're yet to formally get the not out sign, but yes, the snicko doesn't quite line up with the...
Clearly it's him outside the line of off stump. Ball has hit the pad, so it's not out at all. It's clearly outside the line of off stump, so it's not out.
Good use of technology from Richard Illingworth, not going through the DRS projection there, because I think they were looking to do the LBW, and he's like, no, I can see that's hitting outside the line of the off stump. Play on.
Well, that's good use of technology all round. I mean, that's what it's there for. That would have been a howler, and that's what it's there to stop. So the process worked there.
So Hassan Ali's in the game. The slow clap from the MCG as he arrives and bowls to Mitchell Marsh, who's in behind it defensively. And up goes the crowd in appreciation of Australia's number 6. Hasn't always been this way. The last test he played at the MCG in 2018, he did get booed from some quarters of the ground, of course, edging out Peter Hanscom on that occasion. But they're all with him today, Kat.
And what it's shown these last few balls, Hassan Ali's got that seam just darting back beautifully into Mitch Marsh. It's been easy out there, and you can still see the writing on the kookaburra, so it's in good nick considering it's nearly 74 overs old.
Last ball of that 74th here to Marsh. Soft hands, not quite past the gully. A most eventful over is complete. Australia 4 for 217 on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the Smart Gardener. Marsh still there on 7, Labuschagne 55.
Delays for the Westgate Freeway heading into Melbourne from just before Millers Road, beyond the brakes all the way through to the top of the Westgate Bridge, where there are only 2 right-hand lanes open at the moment due to annual maintenance. Hume Freeway, a real struggle getting out of Melbourne too, from the Ring Road up towards Craigieburn. Bev Marks, the Sleep Professionals Boxing Day sale has 50% off all mattresses and 20% off all furniture. No exceptions. Available at all Bev Marks stores and online. And the Heat take on the Thunder in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
The G for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions, getting a fair bit of feedback on our tyre power line, your trusted local, about Joel Wilson. 0433 98 11 16. I might keep my counsel and not read many of those out. New over begins here. Hamza, who bowled well yesterday across Labuschagne's body, deflected into the gully, no run. He's got a reputation in these parts, Smithy, on the basis of that 2019 Ashes, the test at Edgbaston, where everything went wrong for Joel, and you could see the pressure building on his shoulders across the 5 days. I mean, we talk about pressure with cricketers. It's got to be the same for umpires.
It has to be under severe scrutiny. But having said that, they get a lot more help than they used to.
Yep.
And, to make sure that the outcome is the right outcome. So they do get support.
He'll be standing at square leg wanting to dig a hole. I mean, that's the nature of the beast. Hamza, southern end, bowls here. Labuschagne in the short sleeve jumper, works it beyond Joel Wilson at square leg, gets a couple. Labuschagne has to come back quickly for the second, but does so. Up to 57. Australia 4 for 219.
Fascinating 40 minutes of cricket.
Yeah.
That has just been amazing.
Do you know who'll be loving this? Marnus will be like, a lot going on. This is fun, exciting. Every ball, something happening. He was in good spirits when Bharat and I caught up with him this morning before playing our coverage.
Okay.
Said he played like a spud for much of yesterday. So when he finished after his innings, what do you reckon Marnus went and did? Went and had a net.
Really?
It reminds me of that scene in the Simpsons many years ago about the all-you-can-eat seafood restaurant. And, Homer being disappointed at it being shut as Hamza goes round the wicket and bowls to Labuschagne, who defends into the onside where there'll be a single. Again behind the square leg umpire, just gets one. Labuschagne to 58. And the story goes that, what did you do after the restaurant shut? Well, we searched for 3 hours for another all-you-can-eat seafood restaurant. And what did you do when you couldn't find one of them? We went fishing. Does this sound like a man who's had all he can eat? Marnus had not had all he could eat yesterday. Straight back in the nets here at the G, the indoor nets, to have another net after he'd finished batting for 120 relatively gritty deliveries.
Love it.
He said he locked in yesterday. He dug in. He realised that he was no chance of scoring fluently, and he just wanted to get to the close. And now he can reap the rewards on a nicer day. It's Marsh facing Hamza round the wicket, leg stump line again. Past the square leg umpire for the third time in the set. Marsh up to 8, 4 for 221 the score.
Beautiful day for cricket, isn't it? This feels... It's a shame it wasn't like this yesterday. Sun beating down, probably would have got another 10,000 people, and Gerard's very confident that this crowd will build up throughout today.
Day 2's a nice day at Melbourne. Boxing Day, there is pressure, a lot of family commitments, and it still draws so well. A ritual and so on. Hamza bowls here. Labuschagne defends under his eyes after going back and riding the bounce. 1 ball left in the over. But day 2, 27th of December, not an awful lot going on for most people. Granted, it is a work day, I believe, today. Drift down to the G at your pleasure.
The game's in a fascinating position. Australia had a good day yesterday, 187 for 3 in difficult batting conditions. 4 for 221, new ball round the corner. Had they got Marsh, 5 for 221. New ball taken. Carey under pressure.
Comes to the finish. To Labuschagne again on the pads, aiming for the stump throw out to mid-wicket where there won't be a single. 4 for 221. Labuschagne 58. Marsh on 8 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
First session on day 2 at the G for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. And yes, as I said, lots of feedback here for Joel Wilson on 0433 98 11 16 for Tyre Power, your trusted local. One here that probably captures most of it from Damien. Why does Joel still have a job? I think the reason, Smithy, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, he does pretty well on those ICC annual roundups, doesn't he?
Well, he was in the Big Four that did the World Cup final.
Hassan Ali from the members' end away from us. Bowls here to Mitchell Marsh on leg stump again. They're trying to attack the stumps of Marsh and Labuschagne here, no run.
So he was the 4th umpire in the World Cup final. So he was highly respected there. He's lucky in a way that he comes from the Caribbean because the West Indies aren't playing in too many finals at the moment. So he's always a candidate, whereas people like Rod Tucker, Paul Rifle, Paul Wilson are unlikely to be involved in finals because Australia generally always are.
Hassan Ali. Probing spell, bowls to Marsh, back foot, gets a chance to cut, never misses out. Mitchell Marsh loves it there. So many of his runs come behind point into double figures with a boundary for Azito all day, every day. He's 12, Australia, 4 for 225.
No point, no third man. They have an orthodox cover, so there's a real gap between a gully and a cover, I'd say, of about 30 metres, and that is just too big a gap to bowl that line to Mitchell Marsh, who was going to seize on that opportunity to find space.
Remember well that maiden Test 100 he made against England in 2017 at the Wacker. Felt like he was peppering that backward point fence all day long. Another message bolstering our point. Jacob in Brunswick saying day 2 is the best day. Sit wherever you want. Get to watch both teams bat. Hassan Ali bowls to Marsh, who lets it go outside the line of the off stump. Would have been pace taken off that one from Hassan as well. Big bag of tricks as a one-day bowler as well.
Sign of the times, isn't it, watching Harris Ralph play last night in BBL cricket? And he's such a good performer and could be out here.
Are you doing the Renegade Scorchers or the other?
Yeah.
I noted the collapse at the end for the
Two
Gades.
collapses.
7 for 5.
2 collapses. Renegades collapse chasing as well.
Hassan Ali up again and bowls to Marsh, who shimmies forward and works it behind square for 1, possibly 2. He wants 2, but he falls over at the non-strikers end. They're happy with a single. 13 for Marsh, 4 for 226. 7 for 5 was Australia's collapse here against Pakistan in 1981 when Sarfaraz Ahmed took 7 for 1 in a spell, and Australia fell short chasing in the 4th innings. So relevant to the history of these nations. But yeah, the Renegades and the Scorchers, 13 runs in the end. Could have been more margin?
Could have been more, but then again, at one point, I thought the Renegades was short odds on to win it when Sean Marsh was playing so well with Joe Clark. And then Joe Clark who wasn't hitting it beautifully at all by any stretch, but was hanging in there, got out.
Hassan now to Labuschagne, who leaves alone outside the line of the off stump. What a T20 stay Marsh has been. When you consider it, he was player of the first IPL, wasn't he? He go back 15 years.
Incredible, and the fact, of course, he was going home to play against home.
Yep.
There's 42,000 people that have admired what Sean Marsh has done for West Australian cricket over a long period of time. All of a sudden, he was arch enemy number 1 because he was going to take it away from them. But in the end, the job got too much for him as well. He started to run out of support.
So finishing here is Hassan Ali from the members' end for Labuschagne into the onside, but there is a mid-wicket now. They've cut off that single opportunity for him. He's 58, Marsh 13, Australia, 4 for 226 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Our extended first session on day 2 for MEGT. Test what's possible with an apprentice or trainee from MEGT. Adam Collins with you, Ian Smith with me. And Aga Salmon had the golden arm yesterday. Got David Warner on the stroke of lunch with some very savvy cricket, insisting on that extra over before the long break. Nearly picked up Travis Head before the close last night. 1 for 5 from his 3 overs, and he'll be on just before the second new ball.
This is enticing stuff. So we'll look at the field set. Mitch Marsh is on strike. They've got a slip and a leg slip, and they've got a guy who's just jogging into position behind square, but he's certainly in a catching position. A deep mid-wicket and a deep long on. New ball round the corner.
Salmon to Marsh. First look at spin. Plays it back to the bowler in his follow-through off the front foot after getting well forward to blunt in the spin. Will he have a crack here, Marsh? Over mid-off. Against the spin, possibly. Loves it down the ground. Salmon bowls. Marsh dances before defending. No short leg. They get a single. Marsh to 13. Make that 14. Australia 4 for 227.
Like Salmon as a cricketer. He batted with quite a lot of guts and determination, and a losing effort in Perth. Bowled extremely well, went unrewarded, had catches dropped off his bowling, and can catch in the field. He's taken 4 catches in this series so far.
Salmon bowling from the southern end to Labuschagne. He's forward and getting a quickish shingle to point. Marsh called him through. Good batting, good pressure on the fielding team at 59 for the Queenslander, 4 for 228. You can tell from Shah Massoud that they really think Salmon's the kind of guy they can have in a long-term setup. He's not super young. He's 30, but making the most of the Test career that started in 2022. He bowls again. Marsh dances and does go straight. Marsh hammers it into the sight screen, into the sheets behind the sight screen. Make that either way. It's 6 runs for Australia. Marsh goes big against spin, as we thought he might. Up to 20, 4 for 234. Smithy.
I like the captaincy because he baited the hook here just prior to the new ball. Mitch Marsh knows exactly what's going on here. He's going to be copping the new ball very shortly, and everyone knows that Mitch Marsh was going to have a crack at Salmon. But Pakistanis did as well, and they've set a field to the fact that if he doesn't quite get it right, they could get him. It's intriguing. They didn't get the fish this time, but they'll bait the hook again.
Did go dead straight, didn't it? They've got a very straight long on. Will he go again? 2 left in the over. Change of angle. Round the wicket. Marsh goes back and cuts through point 4 more. To the long boundary, but it won't matter. Marsh played that beautifully. Salmon dragging back his length, changing the angle. He was camped on the back foot. Scores 10 runs in 2 balls to move to 24 Australia, 4 for 238.
There's a lot happened in the last half hour while Marsh has been there. Reviews, back-to-back reviews, big shots. He just is. He's value for money type cricketer, isn't he? And that's why Australia, it's good for Australian cricket, not just the team, but Australian cricket, that he cements himself at 6 and plays in this kind of fashion.
I'm such a popular member of this side over the years. Salmon bowls to Marsh to finish defensively. Back to the bowler. End of a busy over for Australia on the Home and Industry scoreboard for the smart Gardner. There's 1 over left until the second new ball there. 4 for 238.
The New Year, New Gear sale is now on at Golf Box. Spoil yourself with something new. Stock up on essentials and step out in style. Score big at the New Year, New Gear sale. Shop now at golfbox.com.au.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam Chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
I misread the scoreboard on the way there. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your Tyre experts. 3 overs left till the second newie. And we welcome in Bharat Sunderasen joining us, all of our experts for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories. Ian Smith's with us as well. Hello, Baz.
Morning.
Bharat, nice to see you so splendidly attired.
Bowling here over the wicket. Jamal's first crack on day 3. It's a full delivery pushed into the onside by Labuschagne. Into the 60s he goes, 4 for 239.
How would you describe that attire today?
Oh, got the sun shining at the top. And gone pretty... Oh, actually,
the checkered flag. The checkered flag as if you're expecting a finish at some stage.
Pretty much. Some mushrooms as well. Interesting looking mushrooms. That's good.
Say no more.
It must take a lot of work building your wardrobe, because you can't wear the same shirt twice in a test match, can you? Or indeed twice in the series, with the way you're being featured on television every week. Jamal with 2 slips to the gully, the deep point as well for Mitchell Marsh, and 2 out on the leg side. Bowls here, and he looks to cut and does cut. Wasn't in complete control, went just past gully, but it still reaches the rope. Mitchell Marsh up to 28. He's really motoring here. That 28 has included 4 fours and a 6. 4 for 243.
This is why it's going to be so tough to displace Mitchell Marsh from this number 6. This is what you want from your number 6. And not just in modern day test cricket, it's always been the case, right? Someone who can motor things along. Look, already the complexion of the game has changed.
Sorry, Baz. Smithy, what we were talking about last over, they've moved that deep point behind point. They know that's where Marsh is scoring heavily.
Now they want a third man as well, so they're very worried now that this is starting to get away from them too quickly. This is a real flurry that's starting to hurt them prior to this new ball.
28 from 26, Marsh. Jamal to the crease and bowls to the West Australian. It's Fuller and defended out to cover where there won't be a single. Mentioned before the return of Mitch Marsh to test ranks. We thought he was half a chance of playing in Edgbaston for about 20 minutes when he was marking his run up on the first morning there, but that was just a ruse to annoy the media, as we later learned. But he got that chance at Leeds, and to grasp it the way that he did last week, we were discussing how there are some similarities between what he's achieving and the mindset that Usman Khawaja had when he returned to the side 2 years ago.
Yeah, the fear of failure is gone, right? And he spoke about this as well in Leeds when he made that 100.
Jamal up again. Just the 1 slip now to Marsh. Short outside the leg stump. Tries to hook him over towards South Yarra. Doesn't make contact. Through to the gloves of Rizwan. As we say goodbye to Smithy, we'll hear from him again in the middle session. Good to have you with us as always.
And what's the first thing he said there when he spoke to us on SEN after making that 100? Pat Cummins had said, if you want to go hit the first ball for 6, do it. Bison ball, he was calling it.
Yes. Rattling off a runner-ball 100 against Mark Wood, bowling in a better part of 100 mile an hour. Very exciting cricket. Jamal bowls. Marsh hit on the pad. Shout again for leg before Joe Wilson. This time keeps the finger down. Marsh was across his stump straight away. Jamal goes up to get Rizwan's opinion. Will they review? They have got 3 in the bank. Shan Masood now involved in the conversation. Rizwan intimating down the leg side. I don't think they're going to do it. 2 seconds left on the clock. And there will be no referral.
Amir Jamal just seems one of those excitable characters. Every time he hits someone on the pad, you can see he runs down the pitch, immediately turns around towards not just the umpire but his captain. Not out. It looked like it was going down from the moment it hit Mitchell Marsh's pad.
Bit of movement. This ball, as we said, stayed pretty near the whole way through. 13 deliveries till they get access to a new one. You'd expect they take it straight away. Jamal to finish the first over for him for the morning. So Labuschagne knocks it on the head. No run out towards mid-off. End of the over on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the smart gardener. Australia 4 for 224. Labuschagne on 60 and Marsh up to 29.
Harris Scarf's Boxing Day sale is on now. Save 50% off all kettles, toasters and air fryers by Smith & Noble. Exclusions apply. Harris Scarf. Great brands, great prices.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
In Place Living, design and develop customised specialist disability accommodation, valuing inclusivity, innovation and compassion, because beautiful homes should support independence and choice for Australians with disability. To learn more, visit inplaceliving.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. An impromptu drinks break for the 2 Australian batters a change of gloves as well. Mentioned before when we were speaking to Marnus this morning on our pre-game coverage, he was in great form. Long, expansive, thoughtful answers. He was really impressive there, talking about his own game in 2023, kind of surrendering to the fact that he's made some bad decisions, not dwelling on them and trying to set things right here. A sign of maturity from him that he's not fixating on the past. Salmon round the wicket, southern end, bowls to Marsh, who dances and takes him down to long off, where there is now a man back. So 5 out, 2 on the offside, 3 on the leg side. Marsh is up to 28 or 29. They've changed the scoreboard since we went to the break. There's an inconsistent. I never like this. TV says 29. The scoreboard says 30. We'll go with the scoreboard. Marsh 30, 4 for 245.
Yeah, I think talk about this all the time, that cricketers, male cricketers, what fatherhood does to them, and it's definitely worked for Marnus Labuschagne.
Change of angle to Labuschagne. Salmon through here, defends, so a much closer field when Labuschagne's in strike. Slip leg, slip, backward point cover, mid-off, mid-wicket, backward square leg, and 2 back at long on and deep mid-wicket. Salmon in again, southern end. Labuschagne looks to drive through point and does so. Just checked his shot at the last minute to make sure he got the placement right. Out towards the city end. Deep cover, they'll add 3. Labuschagne 63, Australia 4 for 247.
And he seems to enjoy travelling with his family as well, even if it means the baby's still very young. Late nights, early wake-up calls. But it has mellowed him down. It's just calmed him down a little.
Salmon round the wicket to Mitchell Marsh, who goes back and places it to mid-wicket where there will not be a single. Yeah, we spoke to him after he made that 100. It was Adelaide last year, wasn't it? He said, well, look, I just don't have the time to be as fixated on the external stuff as I used to. I've got to get up with a baby. It all makes sense. Salmon round the wicket to Marsh, who's happy in defence. Goes back, quicker delivery, places it back to the bowler. 1 ball left in it. Rushing through the overs here, the spinner.
Him missing a training session before Boxing Day, imagine that.
Yeah.
I spoke about this yesterday. Took even Steve Smith by surprise. He was missing it.
Salmon to Marsh, 5 men back, last ball of the over. He goes back as well and knocks it down to long on for the easiest of singles. Moves to 30. The scoreboard's consistent with the TV now. Happy with that. 4 for 249 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener. Changing commentary, Gerard Whateley coming in for me for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
What happens when you turn up every dial on tomorrow's SUV? When the power of imagination merges technology and performance? When you take an SUV and give it a sleek, sporty design? A trim that takes it up a notch? And now with BlueLink connectivity with your compatible device. Hyundai Tucson N-Line, tomorrow's SUV, taken to the next level. BlueLink T's and C's apply. Visit hyundai.com.au or your local showroom today. Imagine that. Hyundai.
SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Australia 4 for 249. Labuschagne is 63. Marsh is a man in a hurry. He's on 30. And some cloud gathering again around the MCG. The new ball is 1 over away. Jamal is in from the members' end. 1 slip in place. Marsh lets a delivery pass outside the off stump. Bharat Sunderasen is in place. Joining him, Pete Lalor. In place living, creating homes for people to create memories. Hello to you, Pete.
Thank God for Mitchell Marsh. I don't mean to cast aspersions at Marnus Labuschagne, but he wasn't really doing much out there. The game's really come to life since Mitch has walked to the middle.
Only Joel Wilson hasn't figured out that we all love Mitch now. Trying to usher him out. Yes, there was a time when everyone wanted him, ushered him off the island, but that time has passed. Jamal bowls to him and Marsh drops it to leg side, which is wide open, and helps himself to a single. He's 31.
They do share one thing in common, Gerard. Mitchell Marsh and Joel Wilson. They do divide opinions in world cricket. He's got a sense of humour, Joel Wilson. Players out there are all giving him some stick. He's still able to laugh it off. Can't be easy being him and on days like this. It's like you're playing fastest finger first. Who goes to the DRS first?
We almost got a hat trick of referrals. Has that happened before, Bharat? You'd know.
I think it did in Bangladesh. Dharmasena was the umpire.
Right.
All 3 were reversed.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. stats. And thanks for mate internet and mobile. Australia go to 250 in the 80th over of the innings. Labuschagne's on 63. He's forward defending for no run.
Give him his due, though, Marnus Labuschagne. He survived, and that was not easy batting yesterday. They were very difficult conditions, particularly where either side of the storm, the darkness bleeding into the storm. And a very agitated Steve Smith at the other end who just wanted to get to the dressing room, clearly scared of lightning. And then the other side of the storm, too, that was difficult, too.
Yeah. It was a really good couple of hours at the end. 1 wicket to fall today. Travis Head caught in the cordon from Salman, who is a good slipper. Afridi got the wickets. Labuschagne's leaving outside the off stump. So Pakistan have just been counting down towards the new ball for a few overs now. And Marsh has made them pay for that along the way. 31 from 35 balls.
The medium paces have always profited in state cricket at the MCG, Gerard. I think it's... But just 10 Ks more, and these guys are really dangerous.
Yeah, it's been so interesting the morning, the balls that haven't carried to Rizwan as well as the balls that have flown through. So Chris Rogers had sort of told us it's the pitch that goes all four ways, up and down and side to side, and this has the characteristics of that. Labuschagne edges and he's caught it first slip. Labuschagne is out in the last over of the old ball. Amir Jamal has struck. Abdullah Shafiq hangs on. Labuschagne goes for 63. And Australia lose their 5th wicket, 5 for 250.
This is Amir Jamal at his best. He can bowl a lot of rubbish deliveries. When he gets it right, just 3 innings into his test career, he's bowled some special deliveries, and this was quite a ball. Pitch on off. Left Marnus Labuschagne, a well-set Marnus Labuschagne, so late. Squared him up. And a good sharp catch. There's that skid of the surface, isn't it, Gerard? It just rushes these Australian batters. A good hand from Marnus Labuschagne, but once again, no big score.
No big score. 1 century for the year, isn't it? 2023. He's got 1 innings left to correct that. It hasn't been the best of years for Marnus Labuschagne, and very disappointed there. 5-second delay before he took his first step away from the crease. In classic Marnus Inzamam Haq fashion. We've got ourselves rock and roll Australia here for under 300 quite easily. 5 for 250.
Strikes me as a fast-moving day.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to see Australia's quicks on this pitch for every reason that you just articulated. All right, but up and down, side to side, there's so much there. I think Australia have done really well to be where they are.
It is very deceptive, this scorecard. And Gerard, you're so right. And the nets this morning, and so all the Australian fast bowlers warming up, and they have that twinkle in their eye. And not just the fast bowlers, even Mitchell Marsh was in there before he had a bit of a hit. And they know if they get on a roll, it's an under pressure Pakistan batting lineup who you don't know what way they want to play as well. The captain's going one way, the others want to stick to the traditional way. This could move very, very quickly, this test match.
Amir Jamal celebrating his 2nd wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. There's 1 ball left with the old Kookaburra, so that's sort of bonus territory, picking up Marnus with that. Let's see if they can knock the tail over. 3 slips in place. Alex Carey at the crease, deep point, pushed back. Jamal from the members' end around the wicket, the Australian keeper who turns him away to mid-wicket and goes with the stroke for his first run. So productive stuff. A number of the Australians have tipped and run off their first ball and got their account underway. End of the over, 5 for 251 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
In this new era of ChatGPT and AI, the tradies of Melbourne have spoken. Us blokes want the real robot.
Robots got it.
Carpentry, fencing, engineering projects and DIY. Robot building supplies can help you get the job done.
Robots got it.
The original robot since 1946. Find us in Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. Robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Australia 5 for 251. Labuschagne removed for 63. And Abdullah Shafiqi, he did have that moment, Bharat. He took the catch and he just held it close to his face to cherish the catch, trying to atone for yesterday. It's sort of a telling replay for Titanium Caravans built tough.
It went into his hands, but he didn't look very convincing still, did he, Gerard? Till it was really safe in his hands. I almost thought he was going to kiss the ball.
Yes. That's right. Some kiss the turf. Djokovic kissed the grass at Wimbledon. He was just about to kiss that old ball, which has now been replaced. Fourth umpire runs it out. And Kookaburra is in hand, and Shaheen Shah Afridi is going to be given it at the worn end of the ground.
Well, this is going to be fun because things happen fast with both these batters. In fact, Alex Carey has a better strike rate in Test cricket than Mitchell Marsh. Probably not over the last 12 months, 2 years, but historically he does. And he's a crisp batter. He looks to play shots. Fair chance of getting caught in the slips, I'd say, in these conditions. Let's wait and see.
The cordon is Abdullah Shafiq. Baba Azam has moved to third, and that'll be Salman under the sweater at second slip. It's largely where the catches have been taken. In fact, exclusively where the catches have been taken. Afridi with the new ball bowls and Carey defends. So Baba at first slip off the spinner. Salman was fed the catch by Qadir at second slip. Rizwan, the keeper, to the feathered ball from Smith. Salman at second slip. Sharp catch today to hauling head. And Shafiq hangs on to the straightforward edge from Labuschagne.
And just compare that to last week. Barely any catches that went to slip. Not too many edges for both teams. It's more about hitting the stumps, targeting the body.
Alex Carey tapping away. Eyes of Afridi, who's coming in and at him. And Carey is struck just above the pad. It rolls harmlessly away the leg and allows Mitch Marsh to call him through.
We were on together. On air together, Gerard, last year when Alex Carey brought up that 100. Ian Smith was on as well, and I remember your call very vividly. He said he can call himself an Australian wicketkeeper now. It's an interesting 12 months for him from that point on, right? And we keep going back to Lords, and he just seemed to be on top of his game. Had a brilliant World Test Championship final, started the Ashes really well. And yeah, just looked a little unsure. With his batting, his keeping's gone better and better though, as this little series has moved on.
It'll be such a story to tell in hindsight when he's clear of everything and he can let us in. There's a catching mid-wicket in plays with Marsh on strike. Afridi bowls to him as way outside the off-stump and is rightly called a wide. There's been an untidy aspects of Pakistan's bowling, the wides yesterday, which gave up so many runs. He struck me as we interviewed him in Perth. He struck me as a man who totally understands ramification now. So I have no doubt he pulled his punch on the run out, and he said it straight to you, and then under questioning he backed right off it because he understands the ramifications of doing it, and he understands the ramifications of admitting that that's where he is. Marsh off his pads, turns to backward square, no run. Good piece of fielding done by Bharat.
Absolutely. That word he used, I took the decision, and that's what got the alarm bells going in my head. And then he backed off immediately, and he has an affable way of doing it as well, right? He smiles through good times and bad times. He talks a lot about setbacks and how he's overcome them throughout his life, and he's reached a point in his life where they don't keep him down for too long.
Afridi bowls to Marsh, who leaves outside the off stump.
But I was there in Lucknow, Gerard, the day before he was left out of the side. And I remember it was an optional training session. He had a long session with Andy Flower, one of many he would have in the course of that World Cup. At one point, I did get this doubt that I didn't want to leave him out because he walked out, he just sat on the S key, staring into the distance. He had that lost look to him, which I had never seen in him before. And it was proven to be right. He was dropped and didn't get another chance in that World Cup.
Marsh readies himself for Freddie bowls, and Marsh leaves. Big decisive step down the pitch.
It must be difficult for him ever since he moved on from Aussie rules and went back to Adelaide to play cricket. He's always been a hero. He's the most liked guy there. I mean, Travis Head is more popular, but everybody likes Alex Carey. Nobody ever has a bad word to say about him.
He's the nice guy,
Yeah.
isn't he? And I'll take this up next over. It's just an interesting sort of part of his personality, I think.
Everyone wants him to succeed, so you're always rooting for him. Marsh faces up, and again he leaves the new ball, which is a bit wide from a Freddie, and over, which was largely unthreatening. 5 for 253 at the end of it on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
Delays continue on the Westgate Freeway heading city-bound from before Millers Road through to the top of the bridge, as there are only 2 lanes getting through at the moment thanks to annual maintenance works. Delays also for Eastlink heading Frankston-bound from around Thompson's Road as you head towards the Mornington Peninsula Freeway interchange. The Kogan.com Unboxing Day sale is now on, and Kogan.com are tearing up the prices so you can tear into boxes. Don't miss out. Kogan.com. Click and awesome. And the Heat take on the Thunder in the BBL here at Live tonight on SEN.
Australia's leading run scorer, Marnus Labuschagne, with 63 for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it. And the king bowler of the match, Janny King, the king of commercial cleaning franchises available. Amir Jamal has 2 for 54, and 1 each to Afridi, Hassan and Salman.
He's getting his hooves cleaned. Getting the. Warner was saying that the soft surfaces really bother Jamal. He's not used to that. In Pakistan, essentially you're bowling on concrete, aren't you? Rock hard pitches. The give there is throwing him off a little bit. And Warner says it actually throws him off too, because he can't predict where the ball's going to land. It's like landing all over the place because Jamal's feet are landing all over the place.
He has been replaced actually at the members' end by Mir Hazma, who's been handed the new ball. So Hamza to Carey. Carey's forward and driving, but straight to Shan Masood at mid-off. Your observations on Carey, Pete?
I recall running into the players after the Perth Test last year across the road of that pub there near the Canfield ground, and I hadn't seen them for some time because they'd been locked down and locked up, and there was all this stuff in the press like, you know, is the Australian team on the nose with the Australian public and all that sort of rubbish. And Carey was fascinated by this and asking questions and saying, why don't people like us? And what can we do to be liked more?
Third slip out to a short cover. Carey squared up. Ball squirts away on the bump to gully.
I thought, gee, that's a really curious position to take as an elite sports star. I mean, you really do need to block that noise out. And I'm saying, you know, as I said, I don't think that people dislike you. The noisy minority certainly do. But the majority is silent, and they show their affection for the team by showing up to the ground and watching it on television and listening on the radio. But it was a curious insight into Alex Carey and the way he operates.
Carey readies himself and plays the ball to point. Thought about the run. He and Marsh stared at each other and decided not.
He's just a nice guy. He wants to be liked. He wants to get on with people. You know, there's none of what my mother would call SH1T in him. He's not Brad Haddon, is he? No. Nor will he ever be. So to be caught in that situation at Lord's, probably the wrong guy. They're probably the wrong guy to be caught in the eye of that storm. And I think England knew that. That's why they went so hard.
Hamza bowls. Carey misses it down the leg side. And I just thought, so in the subconscious, it lives in the subconscious, and then it comes out. The next cheeky run out, he makes the decision not to do it. And then there's a lot of time done rationalising it and psychoanalysing it, but in his subconscious, that's what he chose not to do. And he could admit it, and then he had to look to cover it. And the way it was spoken about and reported, everybody went for the other side of it. It didn't infect his game, but it actually did, and he said as much. Carey cuts beautifully up over the field. It pitches down under the Ponsford stands. Almost backspin on it as it arrives. Marsh will call him back for 3. His first attacking flourish. His 4. It's 5 for 256.
Good shot. Dynamic cricketer. I love the way he bats. Yeah, and you're right too. He is now the best keeper without doubt in Australia. He's really improved his keeping. He's elevated his craft. The issue is that Carey did nothing wrong. Even if you think that was wrong what happened to Johnny Bairstow, it's not Carey's fault. Carey has instinctively thrown that ball before Bairstow has left his crease. If you want to put it on anybody, it's on Pat Cummins.
That's an undiagnosed aspect of it, I think. Marsh beaten, lovely ball from Hamza. Pitched it up, saw it move. End of the over. 5 for 256 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the smart gardener. That is going to bring the drinks break. So a day that started at a 3 for 187 has seen head fall, caught Salman bowled a 3 for 17, and Labuschagne caught Shafiq bowled Jamar for 63. Australia has progressed to 5 for 256 with Marsh on 31 and Carey on 4. Drinks on the field for Bundaberg and Damien.
Harris Scarf's Boxing Day sale is on now. Save 60% off all robot vacuums. Exclusions apply. Harris Scarf. Great brands, great prices.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The demo event is on now at Berwick BMW. Enjoy savings equal to the GST on selected models, along with a 5-year warranty. Seize the moment. Visit Berwick BMW today. Offer must end December 31st. T's and C's apply. LMCT 8953.
Get a Nissan Navara Dual Cab SL 4x4 Auto from $49,990 drive away, plus up to $2,000 of Nissan genuine accessories. See nissan.com.au for T's and C's.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
2 all-chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac, and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
The Road Tech Marine post-Christmas sale is now on. Save big on caravan, boating and four-wheel drive accessories. Visit roadtechmarine.com.au for details.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The New Year, New Gear sale is now on at Golfbox. Spoil yourself with something new. Stock up on essentials and step out in style. Score big at the New Year, New Gear sale. Shop now at golfbox.com.au.
Pushes off from the top of his mark. He's in and bowls to Head, who edges and he's caught at second slip. With a head of steam, he bowls to Labuschagne, who turns into leg for his 50th run and more. Away past mid-on, and Marnus Labuschagne can bask in a second Boxing Day Test half-century. Labuschagne edges and he's caught at first slip. Labuschagne is out in the last over of the old ball. Amir Jamal has struck. Australia 5 for 256 at the drinks break. Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. This is an elongated session as we make up the time from yesterday, so 2.5 hours from a 10 o'clock start. Australia has moved from 187 to 256, and Pakistan has picked up 2 wickets along the way. SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Gerard Whateley, Pete Lalor and Bharat Sunderasen with you, with Alex Carey on 4 and Mitch Marsh on 31. Bharat, what did you think of the first hour and a quarter?
Still a lot of this pitch. It's doing a lot. Anas looked a lot more settled than he did yesterday, but good on Pakistan. Keeping at it, getting a couple of wickets, but like he's done since his return to Test cricket, Mitchell Marsh. He's taken the game away ever since he's walked out to bat. And we were talking about this off air, Gerard. He just seems a better number 6 than Cam Green. Cam Green has all the talent in the world and a bright future ahead of himself, but I can easily see Mitchell Marsh not moving from number 6. And no wonder, Pete, when you and I asked him about opening the batting in Perth, he was so dismissive of both of us. He didn't even let me finish my question. He said, nah, mate, nah, I'm not going to open.
Wow, yeah.
Pakistan have settled for 3 slips. A gully point is pushed out. There's a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg. A Freedy after the drinks break to Carey way down the leg side and down for 4 byes. Too many of those from Pakistan yesterday. And that's Singh committed today.
Conditions like these where they'll find run scoring very difficult, you'd imagine, even with so many freebies. Poor Mohammad Rizwan. I think the byes count has really gone against him. That could easily have been called a wide again.
Yeah. Probably got wider once it was past Carey, which might have saved the bowler, but it doesn't do Mohammad Rizwan any favours because he had no play at that whatsoever.
It's the 40th run Australia have accrued through extras.
Yeah.
It's a lot of runs when in a difficult scoring situation like this.
Freedy looking for a better line than that. Bowls, Carey drives, he's edged it, and Rizwan's taken a very fine catch, leaping away to his right. Carey's gone for 4. Rizwan's taken the best catch of the innings, and Afridi's got 2. Australia is 6 for 260.
Pretty loose shot from Alex Carey. Big gap between bat and pad, and it's an outstanding catch from Mohammad Rizwan. Very low to his right. He felt like the ball kept moving away from him. Just got in his webbing just before it hit the ground. A bit of a nothing shot from Alex Carey. It was a foolish ball. Just pushed at it away from his body, got the inside edge.
Well, we were expecting him to be caught in the slips, but he's managed to get an inside edge on that, which just tells you what a good catch it was from the keeper and how wide of his body it was. It was a poor shot to play, attempting a big drive against the new ball. Didn't have to do much.
Inside edge, it's probably as good a catch as there's been this summer for Maccas. Clean bowl your taste buds with the Chicken Big Mac. It moves so far from its initial trajectory, and Rizwan on the full low-down dive to the inside edge hauls it in.
Even with that shot, there's just this lack of confidence with his batting. I saw a bit of his Shield innings in Adelaide a few weeks ago when he made 80 odd in a run chase for South Australia. Felt like his rhythm had come back, but looking at his batting from last week and here, he's trying to force the issue, which is very unlike how Alex Carey builds his innings. Pretty batter to watch. Selectors have made it very clear that he is their number 1, but so Josh Inglis will be looking at these performances and wondering, are we closer to replacing him than we were even 12 months ago?
We're in a really curious phase now. Afridi in, bowls to Mitch Starc, who reaches away from the body, plays the ball to cover, and he too gets a single from his first ball. It's been a pattern throughout the innings, 6 for 261. Before we leave the green conversation, so what happens in Adelaide with the opening position? You would have both been it. Dave Warner tipped his hand yesterday, although Buck thinks he nominated Cameron Bancroft not that long ago. Now he's moved to Marcus Harris. So he feels like he's putting his chips all around the table at the moment. But what did you think of Warner's forthrightness in nominating Harris as his successor? Marsh has the strike. He's forward, defending the ball wide of mid-off and going with the stroke. Throw comes in, but Starc, big strides down the pitch, completes the single. Marsh is 32.
Well, he's been the incumbent for so long. He's basically been a team mascot on the last half dozen tours, hasn't he? So they've developed some affection for him and his work rate. And you'd expect an opener to say, no, only openers can open. It's a very difficult job. There'll be a bit of that in it. But I want to see Cameron Green playing in Adelaide.
Yep. Opening the batting.
I want them to get funky. I don't know if he's going to open the batting, but
I can't see him at 3 or 4. I mean, unless they push Marnus to open Green at 3. Steve Smith's not going to give up number 4. He was not happy giving up number 3 in the World Cup.
Stark faces up, Afridi bowls. Stark defends the ball to middle.
if we know these selectors and this group, if we know McDonald, and we know Dodemaide, and we know Bailey, they're an essentially conservative group. I think that they will take the conservative option. I don't think they've shown no signs of getting funky really with anything that they've done in cricket.
Few decisions in the World Cup. I thought that sticking to Marnus towards the end, leaving out Marcus Stoinis, and I don't know whether you can call it funky though.
Pretty bowls. Stark drives, slewed off the outside edge away to point. End of the over. 6 for 262 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the Smart Gardener.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Crowell's Electrical and Solar Man. Leaping from roof to roof, he's keeping the residents of homes across Australia safe from rising energy costs with solar power systems from Crowell's Electrical and Solar. Sourcing energy direct from the sun, he's helping everyday Australians save thousands of dollars every year. Lower the cost of living with Crowell's Electrical and Solar Man. Visit CROWLZ electrical.com. REC 22623.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. 6 for 262. Marsh is 32 and Rich Stark's just arrived at the crease on 1. Hamza has the ball at the members' end. A new ball, which has seen Pakistan already pick up Alex Carey.
I can backtrack to one thing about Alex Carey. I will be looking forward to this Test documentary.
Marsh on the move, wrapped on the pads. They're asking and they are denied on this occasion.
Walking at the bowler there, I think it struck him on the full, didn't it?
Yeah.
It will be fascinating to see the footage from within the players' dressing rooms around that Lord's incident, and posted as well. It will give us a bit more insight into how people were reacting. So they had those cameras there for the Ashes. Yeah. Surprisingly, they didn't send cameras to the World Cup.
That's a big surprise.
The test is the test rather than the one-dayers.
Oh, right. Is that it?
Concept. It's a red ball game. Marsh is 32. He flicked the ball going past the pads.
There's no B-side.
The clue's in the title.
and whether there's... So that was a...
have you done this one, the new test?
I have, yeah.
Good. I like a bit of Whateley in my test.
The build-up to it is what Australia identified. So it wasn't an impulse moment from Carey to do it. It was a trapdoor that had been opened up by the batter. Australia saw it and capitalised.
Yeah, Pat Cummins had talked to him about it.
Yeah. Marsh is driving past Stark at the non-strikers. Didn't get all of it, so he'll have to settle for a single.
Probably could have looked after him a bit better, Pat Cummins, too, I think.
I wondered
about
that.
I think he dropped him, he said, oh, well, he did it. Oh, no, you told him to do it, mate, and you stuck, and it was your decision not to reverse what he did, nor should he.
So I wonder what there is of that doesn't just hold Carey as the lone shooter, as it were.
Have you been controversial in your comments on it, Gerard?
I just think that's a point worth making. So Carey's been lumped with it, but that's not really it. It was a team strategy and decision. That they saw the opportunity and took. Stark for defending. He won't beat mid off.
No, I'm just picturing Alex Carey as a lone shooter in a Netflix documentary. Gerard.
Just 4 runs for Carey today. Marsh 33 from 44s. Just held it all in check with the new ball taken. Pakistan will have an eye toward restricting Australia from 300, which Marsh holds the key to a surge from the tail. Stark is beaten on the outside edge. It's in the shape away.
Where do you guys sit with, just to finish on Alex Carey? Is he has he cemented his side in this test team yet?
Yes,
selectors.
he has. Yeah.
He has cemented it, but I don't think there is any doubt at all about him, especially with where he is in terms of age and all these other guys kind of catching up.
I don't. I feel like he'll be the keeper next summer against India.
Last ball of Hamza's over. Stark inside edge on the big drive away to mid-wicket, no run. 6 for 263 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the smart gardener. Adam Collins is coming in for Bundaberg Gingibi.
The McFlurry game has changed at Macca's with the Tim Tam Chocolate McFlurry. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. If you need a new set of tyres, don't put it off. That's why Tyre Power is giving you more ways to pay for your tyres, including Zip Pay. T's and C's apply. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Adam Collins in. Chris Rogers is joining me. It's going to be Shaheen Shah Afridi, who's picked up a couple of wickets this morning. 2 of the 3 to fall. Score moving from 3 for 187 to 6 for 263 across 90 minutes in an extended first session on day 2. An hour to go in it. Afridi from the southern end. Bowls here. Mitchell Marsh driving out through gully in the end. He was trying to place it through point, outside part of the blade. 4 more for Marsh. Loves it through there. Again, wasn't in complete control, but sufficient at this stage with the field spread a fraction more. He's 37, 6 for 265. Hello, Buck.
Hello, Colo. How are you?
Couldn't be better. Day 2 at the G. Sun shining enough. Not a blisteringly hot day. Plenty of people in. Game moving at a decent pace. Can't ask for much more.
On the charge too, isn't he?
Marsh on the charge. 37 for him now with the boundary. Shaheen to Marsh, leaving alone a better delivery. Felt with Shaheen that, first ball with the secondary was well wide, all over the place. Just needed a pat on the bum. Now, come on, here we go. Got a job to do here. Took an extra moment at the top of his mark and got into his work again and moving Alex Carey in his previous over.
Just forget he's 23, don't you?
Yeah. Shaheen now into his 26th over. He's been a busy boy, mostly from the Shane Warne stand in. 2 slips in the gully, arrives to Marsh, who drives out towards mid-off. No run. Interesting conversation that Gerard and Pete were having about Alex Carey before. Just quickly plotted up the numbers when he was dismissed then. So since the Bairstow stumping incident, 9 test innings, averaging just under 17 at a strike rate of 43. You want to go back. So between when he fell in the pool at Karachi, which was a real turning point for him in his test career, and the stumping, he averaged 46 at a strike rate of 61. So correlation, causation, whatever you want, it's trended down. Shaheen bowls here. Marsh swing and a miss. Tried to go the booming drive. He throws his head back thinking, well, 1, could have hit it for 4, and 2, could have nicked off. Neither happened.
I think if he's edging that, it's probably bouncing twice to the boundary. How hard he swung. But there's a big gap out in the covers. He's got a deep backward point and a mid-off who's quite close because he's the only one really, on the one on the offside. So he probably didn't need to swing that hard. If he just punched it, it's probably butt. We're talking about which mark. So he's going to play the way he wants to play.
2 slips the gully. Shaheen bowls. Marsh shimmies forward before shouldering arms, trying to meet it as it pitches if he can, but thinks better of it. 5th stump line moving away. Just on your take on where Carey's at the moment, what you've seen of him across the course of the summer, albeit brief sample size, but before that in England?
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? Because there's some good wicket keepers around who would be putting pressure on him. I saw him in a Shield game for South Australia against Victoria. He got 80 in the second innings. He was the best batter.
Shaheen to finish the over. Marsh leading lane. We'll pick this up after the break on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the Smart Garden app. Australia 6 for 267, and that's with Stark on 1 and Marsh on 37.
Reports of a crash coming through for the Hume Freeway. That's northbound just after the entry from the Ring Road. Delays pushing back onto the Ring Road, back past Sydney Road. Also very heavy citybound approaching the scene on the Hume Freeway. And the Westgate struggling thanks to those roadworks on the bridge heading citybound. Use Footscray Road. Springvale Homemaker Centre's Boxing Day sales are on now. Save big at Australia's largest home and lifestyle destination. Visit springvalehomemakercentre.com.au. And the Heat take on the Thunder in the BBL here at Live Tonight on SEN.
SEN Test Cricket for Mate Internet and Mobile. Alex Carey averaging his 17 since the best day stumping, and Chris Rogers giving his thoughts on what he's seen of him this year as Mir Hamza sets off again, bowling to Stark on 1. Away from us, 3 slips. Stark plays with a straight blade down the ground. Lovely shot, 4 runs. An off drive that'll reach the rope before the fielder can get there. Stark, he's enjoyed success against Pakistan on this ground before with the bat. Moves Australia to 6 for 271. He's 5.
A lovely shot. Just full on swinging, but Stark could just take a step forward, lean on it, punched it out of the middle of the bat. But Carey made 81 in the second innings of that when they were chasing about 250 and nearly got them there. And actually, it was his shot just before lunch where he tried to hit over mid-off and was dismissed. And then
Mir Hamza to the crease and bowls, and Stark short ball takes it on over the keeper's head or over short fine leg at least. 4 more back-to-back boundaries for Australia and Mitchell Stark. He's up to 9, 6 for 275.
This is poor bowling. You bowl a half volley, you get driven for 4, and then you run in, try to bowl a bounce. I mean, just on this pitch, new ball, just see if you can hit a length.
2,000 test runs for Mitch Stark in Test cricket. Flashes up on our screen here at the MCG for Titanium Caravans built tough. Mitchell Stark, career numbers averaging just on 22, 10 half centuries in 84 test matches. More than helpful down the list for Australia over a long stretch of time.
Yeah, number 8 position is always quite crucial because you can get bowlers who are a little bit tired.
Can he get it right to Stark here? Left arm over, does. Beats him outside the line of the off stump.
The bowl, isn't it, on that length? But back to Carey, he played really well and he nearly won them the game. But the conversation we had was get him driving, he can be loose. You know, that's his, it can be a strength, but it can be his downfall as well. And you know, we've just seen that as well. So maybe there's an element of how he can address that, whether he needs to tighten up, just maybe or be a little bit more selective about, you know, which ball he's driving, because he's pushed at that one, hasn't he? That one is dismissed and it wasn't quite there.
Up again, Hamza to Stark, and he plays and misses the second time, and Stark, you could hear through the stump mic, groans in frustration. That was 5th stump line. He tried to lace it through the gap, well, not much of a gap at cover, so a high-risk shot. Nice movement from Hamza. Warner was complimentary of Hamza last night, wasn't he, saying that he was comfortably best bowler on show, got the ball swinging around, and it was a different element. Yet to get a wicket in the innings. But interesting that Warner would have those observations, having faced him throughout the first session.
Particularly when he should have nipped off to Afridi on 2.
Hamza again, bowls to Stark, who edges, and it carries to second slip. Salman gets a 3rd catch in the innings. Hamza gets in the book. And after 2 boundaries earlier in the over, Hamza's got it right. Beat Stark twice in a row. And induces the edge. Australia lose a 4th wicket in the session. They're 7 for 275. Stark gone for 9, Bucky.
Yeah, and good bowling in the end, wasn't it? It was just, he bowled 3 balls on the length, 2 player misses, and basically that was a 3rd strike, you're out, wasn't it? So another good catch by Salman. Second slip, I think. They want all the edges to either go to the keeper or second slip, don't they?
Yes, his 5th catch of the series so far, Solomon. So 2 boundaries for Stark, a short stay, replaced by the captain, Patrick Cummins. And Pakistan are winning the session so far. Australia started well, lots of boundaries in the first half an hour. Their scoring rate's been fine, but all eyes will now turn to Mitchell Marsh batting with Cummins and subsequently Lyon and Hazelwood. Will he try and shift gears here with still a fair bit of time until lunch? It's not till 12:30, so the better part of 3/4 of an hour.
It just shows too, if you put the ball in the right area here, it's a big cheer goes up for Pat Cummins. But if you put the ball in the right area here, you're going to get opportunities. And what do you think? Pakistan going to make above 180 or below?
Well, that's the question, because this pitch is giving plenty to the quick strike. That first new ball was, I mean, you can still see the writing on it after 88.
Yeah.
So if Australia can keep the ball in good nick on this nicely grassed MCG surface, as it is these days, your home ground, of course, in Shield cricket.
It's going to be hard to score. That's the other thing, because the ball, I think that the Australian lines will be tighter, more straight at the batters, bringing the stumps more in play, and it'll just be hard to score square.
Yeah, my sense last night, if Australia had a bowled yesterday, they might have bowled Pakistan out in 66 overs. Hamza to Cummins here. 2 slips the gully. The captain's first ball's full and straight and dug out towards cover, and that will complete a successful over for Pakistan. On the Holman Industry scoreboard, Australia 7 for 275. Marsh back on strike on 37. Cummins yet to score.
Hi, it's Shelley Craft. For locally made gift ideas that shine like green and gold, check out Australian Made's top Aussie products. The go-to resource to find the very best Aussie-made goodies. From handcrafted homewares and accessories to innovative Aussie inventions, you'll find a top Aussie product for every occasion. Each one carries the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo, so you can be sure it's genuinely Aussie. Hop to australianmade.com.au/top Aussie and support local while you shop.
Stark, upon reaching 2,000 runs, joined Shane Warne, Mitchell Johnson as the only Australian cricketers with 2,000 runs and 300 wickets. A pretty good club, that. Warne, Johnson, Stark. That's thanks to Nick Savage. All our numbers for mate internet and mobile. Zafridi goes again. Wickets tumbling at the G, outside the line of the off stump, and Marsh lets it go.
How many runs did Gillespie end up with?
Gillespie hasn't quite got there. Is he finishing with a bang? Made a half century here against Pakistan in 2004, batting with Damien Martin, getting into 100. No one will ever forget the 201 not out, of course.
Not least because I think he signs his name with 201 as well.
I suppose you would, right?
Yeah.
Going out on that forever. 5-4 fields for Afridi round the wicket, bowling to Marsh, and he plays him down the ground, past mid-on, straight at him for 4. Marsh went back and set himself there, maybe expecting something short, but he did adjust in time. Into the 40s with a boundary. Marsh 41, Australia 7 for 277. Make that 279 as the ball ticks over slowly. We could see some fun here. Marsh might just load up.
Yeah, I think he's going to be very aggressive here. I mean, the field spread, but there's still opportunities because Freddie's trying to cover both sides here. He's got 4 on the leg and 5 on the off, and 3 of those on the off are in the cordon.
So Marsh sets himself with those 2 men back on the leg side, mid-on, up. Shaheen Afridi bowls and leaving alone outside the off stump.
Obviously doesn't like the around the wicket line. Afridi came around for 1 ball there, and then
funny yesterday, wasn't it, how Afridi, there seemed to be no rhyme or reason when he changed. It just seemed like mid-over he would go for 1 or 2 balls and go back again.
I wonder if it's worth bringing one of these leg side fielders across, and even if you put him down to the 3rd man and just slid it across Marsh, trying to get an edge.
So again, here comes Afridi, back over the wicket to Marsh, who shimmies forward, lets it hit him on the body. Evasive action, so I suspect that'll be 4-leg buys. It will be, so signalled by Michael Goff. Trying to flick the helmet on the way through. He ducked after coming forward. That happened to him last week when he tried to pull Afridi, but thought better of it. If it's hit the helmet, they'll call for the Australian medical staff. Trying to catch a replay here for Titanium Caravans built tough. We'll get the side on here on the big screen, and
the glancing blow,
yeah, that's hit weird. So the protocol these days is he'll need to go through a concussion test. I don't think they have to replace the helmet. There was a time there where that was part of it, but Nick Jones and the Australian medical staff will be out there in a minute. Might just take a break while that's taking place in the middle. On the Holman Industry scoreboard, brief delay. Australia, after the 4-leg buys, are up to 7 for 283. Marsh 41, Cummins yet to score.
McCafe. It's the place where rich iced lattes and cool iced mochas go to chill out. Drive through for a barista-made ice-cold coffee at McCafe today.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
2 all-chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac, and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
This is our summer and our country racing for the whole family at beautiful locations all over Victoria. From Boxing Day to Australia Day long weekend, there's free Kelly Sports, supervised kids activities and free merch packs too, with food, fashion, free entertainment and great hospitality options. From umbrella to marquee packages, connect with our horses and our people. Take in the atmosphere and all the up-close action of our racing. Country racing. Book now at country.racing.com.
SEN Test cricket for Jazz Halal Financial Solutions is going through the formal concussion test with Marsh, but he looks fine. He led straight back on. He never went down to his knees. A reminder that our apparel partner on SEN Test cricket is Ringers Western, whether it's in the paddock or the pub. Ringers Western has the kit to keep Chris Rogers cool this summer. Our play of the day so far, I'm going to go with Mohammad Rizwan. That brilliant catch to get rid of Alex Carey, diving the wrong way, off balance and dragged it in. Play of the day, thanks to Bing Lee. About 41 minutes away from the lunch break for Camplify. It pays to share. We'll have the quiz again, Bucky. You're the carryover champ, I think, so you'll be up again against our lucky caller. They can win a stack of prizes.
What's the category today?
I think I'm going to go with Pakistan at Melbourne. Pakistan at Melbourne will be the lunchtime quiz, thanks to Camplify. How are you going to go on that? I might have given one away there, the Dizzy 50. That could have been a good question. Anyway, not to worry. Back and set again. Marsh, 41. Afridi to him here over the wicket. Marsh leaves alone a rising delivery into the gloves of Mohammad Rizwan. I was hoping that Carey would stay in a fraction longer. We could talk about the bat he was using, the new Ridgeback Kookaburra. They've re-released it. Glenn Maxwell and Ricky Ponting did a promotion for them yesterday, wearing the retro Ridgeback T-shirts. Right. Did you use one of them, Bucky, when you were a Kookaburra player?
No, I didn't use that one. Oh my lord.
Bubble?
No.
Not a bubble either?
Definitely not the Beast.
Not the Beast.
Not the Ghost.
There's the Blaze these days, isn't it? Maxi uses that. Afridi bowls here, and Mitch Marsh is beaten outside the line of the off stump. It completes the over on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the smart gardener. Australia 7 for 283, Marsh 41, Cummins yet to score.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's Best Super Fund for 2024. Judged on strong performance, value for money and a focus on members. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit moneymag.com.au for awards criteria. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Damien Fleming jumping into the expert chair. Chris Rogers sticks with us as well. Good morning, Flemo.
Yeah, morning, everyone. Enjoying what's happened so far. There's been more runs. Wickets have been lost. Mitchell Marsh, very aggressive.
And ticking over. Cummins yet to score. Hamza to him here. The new man leaves it alone.
And hopefully the tail can hang around a little bit for Mitchell Marsh. I'm still very excited to see the way the Australians bowl on this pitch. There's still enough assistance, isn't there? Sideways, a little bit of inconsistent bounce.
I mean, 300 might prove to be quite a decent score here. It certainly was against England a couple of years ago.
Yeah, well, I think you were saying the pre-match, the first innings totals at the G haven't been very high, have they, in the last 3 or 4 years?
All sub 200. Hamza bowls here and opening up the blade ever so slightly as Cummins out to backward point, no run though, soft hands.
And they seem obsessed by bowling the 2 left-handers together and 2 right-handers. They haven't broken it up much at all, have they? I thought Jamal should have stayed on once he got that wicket because he bowls so much quicker than everyone else.
Might have himself a bit of a test career, Jamal. He would have been thought of as, on the depth chart 6th or 7th on there a couple of weeks ago, but circumstances have...
And he's grown in confidence too.
Hamza up, bowling here. Dug out through square leg, Cummins off the mark with at least 2. He's timed it pretty well from the bottom of the bat. They'll get a third as well. Collected about 4 metres inside the rope. at the city end. 7 for 286 to score. Cummins 3 of those.
I think too, Flem, now that you have 2 right-hand bats in there, it's worth having someone who's swinging the ball away from them rather than these 2. I mean, even like that, that's a good ball. Found an edge, but it was an inside edge, and it's
slow.
Gone through square leg for 2.
And the ball that Jamal knocked Marnus over, that's a good chance to knock over right-arm tailenders. Off stump, 137 Ks, going towards the slips.
Humms is halfway through his set. Bowling across. Mitch Marsh over the wicket. Plays at 1 and misses. Defensively, didn't load up for the drive there. It can't be far away, though, given what we've seen from Marsh this morning. Although he has slowed down a little bit. He was to 20 in a hurry, and now he's 41 from 57.
Just the second new ball can slow things as well, isn't it? That balance of being very watchful, but when you get the chance to play your shots, go hard. And that's with the rebirth, Mitchell Marsh, that's generally what he's done, hasn't he? He's just backing himself, fearless batting.
Won't forget that day at Leeds, Flem. We were privileged to be there.
Amazing.
For it, weren't we? 100 upon his return. Marsh facing Hamza, pushing out towards mid-off. No run. The other thing in Pakistan's favour this morning is they're taking their catches.
Yep.
Behind the wicket.
Does help.
Shafiq, Salman, and Rizwan, who we mentioned before.
Took a beauty.
Hasn't really been the case across the series so far. Greg Baum's piece last night, he referred to the fact that catching in Australia is so different to catching in Asia, and when the balls just come through that much quicker, a bit of adjustment time required. Might be something in that. Might return to it after the break. Harms's last ball here delivers to Marsh and beats him again with a real good one. That pitched off stump line, had to defend at it, and through to the gloves of Rizwan. So Harms are bowling nicely. 7 for 286 on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the smart gardener. Marsh still on 41, Cummins on 3.
For over half a century, there's one name that Aussie gardeners have come to trust. Holman offer a range of quality watering equipment with an affordable price tag. For the past 55 years, this family-owned business has been helping gardeners save time, money and water. And now, with Holman Smart Watering products, you can water from anywhere, anytime, all from your smartphone. So, protect your garden from the heat this summer with the name you trust. Holman, for the smart gardener.
Our coverage here at the G for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Text in from John Donohoe, who's a member of our SEN cricket team, doing a great job on the big match. Bucky was a Kookaburra sword man. He also thinks you used the Midas. There you go. You don't remember what bat you used, but Donna's does.
The Midas, yeah, I did.
Bucky with the Midas touch.
Was there even a Kookaburra sword?
Over the wicket. Bowling to Cummins from the southern end, defending out to the offside, no run. Just going to let that go through to the keeper. Another little stat here from Nick Savage, does a great job for News Corp keeping all the numbers for them. There have been 43 extras in this innings, Flem, breaking the all-time record for a test innings at the MCG. 43
in the record, like ever.
The Mate Internet and Mobile, those stats. There would have been a lot more.
What's the breakdown?
Yeah, I'll bring it up on my screen as we go. Work through those as Hassan Ali bowls here to the captain, Cummins, and beats him as well. The second new ball, they've really got it moving. So the extras, 16 buys, 4 lots of 4, 15 leg buys, 10 wides and a couple of no balls. So back in the day when no balls were more of a thing, and they were more of a thing.
10 wides is a lot.
Yeah. A set of 5 in there, wasn't there?
Oh, okay.
Which inflates that. But still, you're right, 10 wides does.
Even 5's a lot.
Yeah, in a test.
In test.
Always.
Talking about bats, when did Kookaburra come into the market with cricket bats?
Who slips the gully? Hassan Ali bowls and Cummins defends. Squared up out to
Dean Jones was the big first signing.
Because he moved from county to Cooker, didn't he?
I'm not sure, but he wasn't it?
Yeah. There was a time when they had most of the Australian side, kind of Bucky's era, wasn't it? And just before that, where
there was still a heap with Grey Nick.
Grey Nick as well.
Yeah. And then Steve Smith moved over to, what was the other one? Chris Gale was using that.
New Balance. Here's Hassan Ali bowling to Cummins, also using a New Balance, leaving it through to the keeper.
It's the company that folded.
Yeah, Kookaburra. But there was more variety. Yeah, but Kookaburra come in, didn't it? When I debuted for Victoria, I had a Kookaburra bat. Remember what it was. So they were definitely in, by the late 1980s. But I don't remember them when I was watching as a kid, Kookaburra cricket bats.
Sunali to finish the over. He beats Patrick Cummins. Sorry, my apologies. One ball left in it. But that's another Jaffa that's on the line of the middle stump, drawing Cummins forward, watching the replay here. Just has to play at that. There's no chance to shoulder arms at a ball.
And if Dean Jones is your big signing, it's got to be no earlier than mid-1980s, isn't it?
Kookaburra used to talk about how many bats they would sell the day after a Dino 100. Big part of their marketing strategy. The reason this came up is that they've done a promotional activity yesterday with Glenn Maxwell and Ricky Ponting with the new Ridgebacks.
But there was one in the Scorchers game as well.
Last ball of the over, and he beats him again for the third time in the over. That is super stuff from Hassan Ali. 7 for 286 remains the score. Cummins 3, Marsh 41 on the Holman Industry scoreboard for the Smart Gardener. Gerard Whateley jumping in for me.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Pakistan enjoying a good passage of play here. If they can get through Marsh and Cummins, it's only Lyon and Hazelwood to come. They'll be mindful of that. Can they bowl Australia out before lunch? Half an hour away from the long break.
The sun's out, Colo.
Yeah. It's barely a cloud in the sky, It's really cleared up in the last 90 minutes. It was raining when we got here this morning. Hamza bowling to Marsh, who tries to drive expansively. Out to Point. Great field position. He's gone. Point set 2/3 of the way to the boundary. I don't reckon that was a catching position in theory.
He can't believe. Have a look at him.
Complete shock.
He is shocked himself.
The catch is taken. Mitch Marsh is gone for 41. They cannot believe their luck. Marsh, who threw his hands at that one, Bucky. Mir Hamza gets a second wicket with this second new ball. And they do get a look at both Josh Hazelwood and Nathan Lyon, or at least one of them initially, before we drift towards lunch. There you go. Against the flow of play.
Cannot believe it.
He did speak about it earlier, though. How hard he was going at the ball.
Yeah.
I think talked about even having a third man for that kind of slashing edge. But, I mean, that's the way he's playing. I think he feels that every time he's defending, he's finding it quite difficult. So he's throwing his hands hard at it. Hopefully it's going to land in space, but he's happened to find the one deep fielder out on the offside. I mean, he couldn't have picked him out any better.
It was Jamal who it was. I was waiting to see what television went with Flem. We're a long way from deep point in our commentary position. But, boy, as a response, it's one of those where he's like, he could not fathom that a ball has reached
how I
him
got a catch
at that fielding position.
And it's actually not a bad catch.
Yeah.
He had to jump and, take it above his head. But I think he just felt like I'd be there to stop the boundary. So he was in disbelief. Showing the replays now.
An unconventional candidate for our catch of the summer for Maccas as well.
Who was dropped in the first test? Was it? Did Jamal drop that one kind of above his head?
Yeah, that fine leg. He came in too far off the road.
Yeah. So same fielder.
Yep, same fielder. So they reset. Nathan Lyon is going through his normal routine, getting into a crouch, taking guard. Nice open stance for him. 6-3 field, 2 slips in the gully.
He wants to pull.
Hamza bowls to Lyon. It's full to begin. He defends out into the offside, and everybody appreciates that from the man who took his 500th Test wicket at Perth last week. Nathan Lyon with the bat. Averages 12 and a half. His 124th Test match, highest score of 47 at Cape Town in 2018.
Well, it was funny enough, Mitchell Stark had got to 2,000 runs over 300 Test wickets, showing what a handy all-round player he is. Shane Warne got over 3,000 runs, 700 Test wickets. Starkey can join him in that club of 3,000 and over 300 wickets with the same highest test score.
Of course. Here is Hamza bowling to Lyon. He's happy to leave alone on length.
That's a bit bizarre, isn't it? Both of them, their highest test score would be 99.
And Warney, of course, out for 99 for a ball that, had he been playing now, would have been retrospectively called a no.
No ball.
Daniel Vittori.
But with the Warne personality, you know, what a low percentage shot that was. He could have just worked that into the offside. But he would have been thinking 6. I want to bring it up with a 6.
You're good on the highlights.
Yeah.
So last ball, my apologies, not the last ball, in again here, bowling to Nathan Lyon in the corridor. The corridor you like, Flam. Lyon had to come forward,
but even the left-handed angle did help in the dismissal of Mitchell Marsh. He was trying to hit it over cover for 4. But because of the angle, Bucky, you talked about how he's probably trying to overhit the ball so it wasn't controlled. You know, that's the reason it found itself, you know, a deep point for a good catch to Jamal.
So last ball of the over.
Tell you what, you want to cash in here when you've got a 2 for. Get a couple of tail enders, end up with 4 for 60. Happy days.
Good shout. Gets to the crease over the wicket and Lyon leaves it go. So 5 wickets at 99. Another ball to come. Twice I thought the over was complete. What's going on here? Still 1 ball to go from Hamza.
It'll eventually happen. Just be patient, Colin.
So Lyon, whose stay was a brief one last week. Made 5. He was out to Jamal. One of Jamal's 6 in the first innings. All our numbers for mate internet and mobile. If he goes short, Lyon will want the hook. We know that much. Hamza is full instead, and Lyon leaves it go for a 3rd time. Now it's the end of the over. Lyon yet to score. Cummins on 3. 5 wickets in the session. Australia 8 for 286. Gerard Whateley to take us through to lunch after the break.
The Westgate Freeway is struggling citybound thanks to those roadworks on the bridge. 3 of the 5 lanes are closed off. You're better off on Footscray Road to head into the CBD. And we're seeing delays on the Mornington Peninsula Freeway thanks to roadworks southbound approaching Eastlink. Bursting to box some bargains? Need DFO? Shop your favourite brands at up to 70% off at DFO, Essendon, Moorabbin, South Wharf and Uni Hill. See dfo.com.au. And the Heat take on the Thunder in the BBL here at Live tonight on SEN.
The game is afoot. 5 wickets, 99 runs in the 2 and a bit hours of play so far. An elongated session to catch up for a bit of yesterday's lost time. 8 for 286. Head, Labuschagne, Carey, Stark and Marsh. The men dismissed. There's been some excellent Pakistan catching as they atone for the 2 fumbled chances yesterday. Still feel like 286 is a good number on the board. There's a lot happening in this pitch. Hassan Ali is in from the southern end. He's bowling to Pat Cummins, who drives up in the air over the infield. It pitches at extra cover and stops. They'll come back for 2 and won't go on the throw. Cummins to 5. Australia 8 for 288. Damien Fleming, Chris Rogers. Hello.
Hello, Gerard.
Hello, Gerard.
Yes, Pat, that's the way to play. Got to score 2. He played missed at 2 or 3 from Hassan Ali in the previous over. I think provide a vertical bat, hit hard.
Points just dropped back here for that similar kind of skied shot.
2 in the deep on the leg side as well. Cummins, that was jammed in at the pads. It squirts away off the padding into the cordon. They asked behind. Hassan Ali was never really interested. Not out. It's doing what you said, Buck. It's going all 4 ways. There's clearly up and down, and there's side to side, which is going to make for some pretty thrilling cricket, I suspect.
Yeah, Hazelwood and Cummins, I think if they get the ball in the right areas, they're going to be really tough. And clearly Stark at his pace.
Hassan bowls. Bouncer right over the top of Cummins. Yesterday that was called a wide, not today.
Stark's probably not going to be hitting the seam quite as much as those other 2. And yeah, it could be tricky. I wouldn't be looking forward to it, that's for sure.
The weird thing is there's just a little bit of cracking.
Yeah.
You know, on day one where it's rained all day, there's been no sun on the pitch. Just the little cracks. I don't remember seeing them on this pitch in the last few years.
Hassan over the wicket at Cummins, who turns him away through backwards square. He'll be able to pick up 2 as Mir Hamza gets around in the deep to field. Pull shot effective for the captain. He's 7, 8 for 290.
Yeah, it was interesting because we spoke a little bit about this yesterday, Flem, that the pitch had started a lot harder than usual. So there was that potential. It was like, well, what's it going to do on day 4 and day 5? Is it going to be, because it started dry, is it going to be really dry and then the cracks are going to come in?
Hassan again. Cummins has a big swing and a miss across the line.
You're trying to get a fly slip in here too, I think. I'd probably take that cover out. I'm not sure. He's just going to...
The catch and cover, yeah.
Yeah. Put him down at a pretty fine fly slip if he's going to swing that hard.
Last ball of Hassan's over. Delivers, and Cummins trying to fiddle at a ball that he made no contact with. 8 for 290 on the Holman Industries scoreboard for the smart gardener.
Springvale Homemaker Centre's Boxing Day sales are on now. Save big at Australia's largest home and lifestyle destination. Visit springvalehomemakercentre.com.au.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Australia 8 for 290. Cummins is 7. Lyon is yet to score. Struck routinely during the morning session, and they are now going to Amir Jamal to see if he can finish things off. They got the wickets of Smith yesterday and Labuschagne today. Passed over the old ball, which was a valuable wicket. They're going deep square of the pitch. Lyon has the strike. Front leg kicked out. Turns off his hip. Takes the single to the deep square. Trickling past the umpire. Nathan Lyon off the mark. 8 for 291. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your tyre experts.
It's a shame that. I wanted to see Lyon facing Jamal, who does bowl more bounces than the rest of the Pakistan attack. And we know Gaza, he's not going to duck under him. He's going to take him on.
Hassan Ali down at fine leg, so he's signing autographs. He'll want to have his wits about him when the time comes. The deep square and the deep points. Cummins has been prepared to swing at most things. This is down the leg side, though. No chance.
I reckon that's the one. If he thinks about it, if he could just pick that one up, that's probably going to end up in the second tier, isn't it? Yeah. He's probably thinking, protect the stumps and any width, I'm going to throw my hands up.
Whereas Jamal's just got to try and replicate the Smith and the Marnus ball. I think the tail enders will nick those as well.
2 slips in place. Mid-on has been pushed back. A free out of the infield. Cummins defends back down the pitch.
The sun's out, so we should get a fair bit of cricket in today, hopefully high quality. And just when the sun gets on the pitch, it does just look like it dries it out straight away. You can just see the patches of green grass.
It's good weather for the rest of the test from here. Amir Jamal pushes off from the members' end. He's bowling right arm over the wicket. So Cummins, who's beaten. That's a lovely
That's tough for the tail ender, isn't it? That is the avenue of apprehension. And Paddy just getting leg side as well.
There's just not enough width to throw the kitchen sink at, is
No.
It's in a bit too tight, so then he's just trying to kind of fend it down between second slip and gully.
Can't get another catch at deep point, can we?
Jamal picked up Marsh in that position. He's got ball in hand. He's got it up to 136.8 in bowls, and Cummins couldn't quite get out of the way.
Oh, that's got him.
It was a bouncer that followed him. In shape to have a swing at it. He got all tied up and is struck. First down to his haunches, now back up. And medical staff will come out. The umpire's coming down to just check on his welfare as well.
And that's the danger of getting leg side of the ball. He had no room to move. That's hit him on the shoulder, bowling shoulder, with good force.
Right collarbone.
Yeah. There is a bit of bone round there as well, but it looked like it just got him a bit below there in the fleshy a bit. It could have been quite dangerous for Cummins.
That would have stung.
Yeah, he just had nowhere to go, did he? He was trying to sway, and he'd swayed as far as he could go. And the ball kept following him.
What do you do as a bowler here, Flem?
Geez, I'm tempted to bowl another one.
Yeah, I think you have to follow it up, don't you?
Gasps from the crowd watching the replay. Jamal digs it in, but he's got no direction about it. It's right down the leg side and away for 4 more byes. And in that is an encapsulation of some of Pakistan's work. A threatening moment followed by just throw it away. 8 for 295 at the end of the over for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions.
That's one day, that's not just one day.
Mum, can you be more specific?
Boxing Day.
Of course, we knew what you meant.
I think Nana will box you, Dad.
It's not that kind of boxing.
It's a Bingley Boxing Day sale.
Everything in boxes and not in boxes.
Huge deals on fridges, ovens, washers and dryers, TVs and tech, coffee machines and more.
The whole box and dice.
The Bingley Boxing Day sale.
And it's not just Boxing Day.
It's on now.
Bingley, better living every day.
Extras up to 47 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your tyre experts, and 20 of those have been buys.
How do they raise their
all been
bat?
wild ones down the leg side.
How do the extras raise their bat?
Oh, I know. Lions on strike. Hassan begins a new over. Lion runs to the backward point. Cummins takes off. Here's the throw. It misses. Imam Ul-Haq at the 45-degree angle on the stumps. He couldn't find them. Cummins might have beat him home anyway. That was decisively called and run.
It's amazing how much Jamal's last ball, the bouncer, just missed the mark. You know, he just bowled a real good one to Cummins. He only needed to replicate that, and then the actual line difference between each ball must have been at least 1.5 meters, 2 metres. That's a big miss.
Hassan Ali in from the worn end. He's over the wicket to Cummins. It's wide outside the off stump and bounces again before it reaches the keeper.
It's even then a little bit more inconsistent, as you were saying, Gerard. So there's enough natural variation as a bowler. I don't think you'll need to overcomplicate it too much than just try and bowl a big percentage of stock balls.
That should have been called a wide, having a look at the replay. That was so far. That was nearly off the pitch. Hassan to Cummins, who fends at a ball outside the off stump. He misses. The most extras in a test match innings is 76, conceded by India against Pakistan in the third test in 2007. This is 47. It's going to be the second highest score behind Marnus Labuschagne for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it.
Gee, I mean, even taking 30 away there, you know, then Australia, mid-200s.
To Cummins at him. He defends the ball to mid-on, who is set deep, but Afridi gets on the move and up. A bit of the ring craft in it is poor, but I will say is Pakistan's catching today has been excellent. Player of the day for Drinkwise. They've been, after what we saw yesterday, the 2 chances dropped, whether they went to work with their slip drills, they have caught much, much better today. Cummins tries to play the uppercut down to a vacant third. He misses. So head went to Salmon. Sharp catch at second slip. Shafiq held the regulation chance from Labuschagne. Rizwan's a screamer. The best catch of the summer so far for Maccas. Salmon catches Stark in the cordon. He's got good hands, Salmon. He's taken 3 of those. And then Jamal at backward point.
Yeah, on what we've seen so far in the series, you'd think at least one of them would have went down.
Yeah. Cummins, he struck again. Just couldn't get out of the way. Put the elbow up with the bat. It flies away to second slip on the bump. So he's wearing the bruises, Pat Cummins. He survives. It's 8 for 296 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your tyre experts.
Get a Nissan Navara Dual Cab SL 4x4 Auto from $49,990 drive away. Plus up to $2,000 of Nissan genuine accessories. See nissan.com.au for T's and C's.
Yes, your app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Love Brick Lane beer? Vote for Brick Lane's One Love Pale Ale in the Gab's Hottest 100, Australia's biggest craft beer countdown. Vote now at gabshottest100.com/au.
Tyre Power scoreboard, your tyre experts, 8 for 296. Pat Cummins wore the previous on the glove. Top hand, so he's worn one near the collarbone and one on the glove. The captain injured here, Flem. Nathan Lyons on strike. He's on 2. Jamal bowls to him. Pitched up. Did a bit. Misses the inside edge. Through to the keeper.
So that's good bowling. I wouldn't get bored by that. You know, that's so close to an inside edge. See Nathan Lyon just indicating to Pat Cummins that how much that jagged in. Definitely could have taken off stump as well. But I'm waiting for the bouncer to Gaz, though, to Nathan Lyon. He's going to take it on. There's only one man out down there at fine leg.
Haven't got the deep square out anymore. Now, onto the pads of Lyon. He couldn't get it away. It forced him to wicket, no run.
He could do it to Nathan Lyon because he's going to take it on. You don't need 2 back to Pat Cummins. I'd have a leg slip to Pat Cummins. I think he does need to look at his technique, Pat Cummins batting-wise, because, you know, he looks so awkward against the short ball. And when you're bowling to someone out, you just don't, well, he's not going to hurt me. You know, where's he going to score? He keeps his hands up so it can come off the glove. You know, he might have to look at just moving across the crease a little bit.
Jamal sets in and bowls to Lyon, who plays from the stumps out to point above a fields, no run.
That's an elegant shot. Beautiful shot there from Nathan Lyon.
He'd be disappointed to get nothing for that.
So what have we got, 10 minutes till lunch?
Yeah, the fall of a wicket would see us prolong an already long session. So we've got 4 more to get through the 300 threshold, which I think will serve them well. 2 slips in place. Jamar to line, bouncer. Oh, dear, he's done it again. Wow. That's a wide and 4 past the keeper. So 5 to the total.
That's a 50 up.
50 up for extras. 300 up for Australia. And some head-shaking stuff from Pakistan.
How do you miss by that much? That's almost bounced on the other pitch.
Yeah, that's some terrible bowling.
And after the last ball that went for 4 wides, Jamal did look at the big screen, so I was assuming he's looking at his action. You know, does he fall away when he bowls the bouncer? Do you stand up a bit taller? Do you release at 12 o'clock? That's shocking.
Jamal looks for something better. He bowls, pitched up outside the off-stump. Lyon has a swish on the drive and misses. 52 extras,
Yeah.
15 wides and 20 buys.
Still wondering how you acknowledge that. Maybe the umpire helps you out or something.
This stands for Mate Internet and Mobile. It's just the finer edge to Pakistan's cricket is missing for whatever enthusiasm and dedication, commitment there is to it. They have been undermined in a couple of different ways. Jamal pitches up, line drive, straight to mid-off. Sharma through fields, no run. The umpires have been a bit generous too. The 20 buys against the 15 wides. You could easily have had probably 8 of those buys flip over into the wides.
Yeah. The wicket keepers, they hate that.
Yeah.
They know how many buys they concede.
Jamal, one to come in the over, 2 for 60, his figures. He bowls to Lyon. He defends straight back down the pitch. Tyre Power scoreboard, your tyre experts. Australia 8 for 301.
The NX250 has been crafted to excite your senses with outstanding power and an intuitive driving experience. The beautifully appointed cockpit brings the driver and the vehicle closer than ever, while the smart technology is completely effortless. And now, your chance to own yours is here. Until the end of 2023 or while stocks last, amazing opportunities exist on your demonstrator NX250. T's and C's apply. Speak to Lexus of Brighton to learn more. Expect perfection. Experience amazing. LMCT 9897.
5 wickets, 114 runs in this session as the Tyre Power scoreboard, your tyre experts, has rattled along in all sorts of different ways. So Fox Cricket, Fleming, have gone with the highlights package of the 52 extras, collection of buys, leg buys, no balls and wides. Pat Cummins on strike, bounced, pulls away to deep square, gets himself off strike.
That's better, Paddy.
Yeah.
Let's play the pull shot, puts it back on the bowl. Yeah, I wonder how many wides extras this session. It seems like there's been a lot, hasn't there?
Yes. Yeah. Well,
in this session in particular. Because that's a lot of runs on what I wouldn't say is a great batting pitch.
The extras were 28 out, not out overnight. So 24 in the 2.5 hours. Line forward, defender, inside edge, and pad involved. No run.
Gee, that helps the score.
It does. So there have been 8 buys and 6 wides. Various assortments. So this is where it gets a bit nasty for Mohammad Rizwan, who I think has kept really well. He's conceded 20 buys in this innings, the most by a touring test wicketkeeper on Australian soil since in 111 years. That's from Nick Savage on X.
Yeah, thanks, Nick.
That's on the bowlers, not the keeper. Lyon tucks the ball to backward square and runs through for a single. 303 on the board for Australia.
Well, that's how they used to measure great keepers, wasn't it? On the percentage of dismissals per test match, but also how many buys per test match. But I agree, a lot of them, I think the umpires looked after the bowler, not the wicket keeper. And obviously now we've got better stats where, opportunities created from the bowler, how many drop catches by the wicket keeper.
Hassan bowls. Cummins backed away to swing, and he swung lustily down the ground over mid-on for 4. Pat Cummins stares at the blade. He'll be hoping for a nice red cherry from that stroke. Cummins is 12. It's 8 for 307.
This is good from Pat. A little bit of T20 batting. He's noted for his hitting in some of the T20 leagues going around. He didn't take a big backlift either. It's just a punch.
Hassan on the follow-up. Cummins drives. He's clipped the ball off the inside portion of the bat. It's slewed to backwards square and a single taken. It's 13. The skipper, 8 for 308. These two know a thing or two about a decent partnership, don't they, Flem? Brings to mind Edgbaston.
Yeah, one of the greats.
It was a lofted drive from Cummins that sort of set the tone that they were going to keep up the chase.
Well, it was Stokes bowling route 1 extra over, and Cummins sensed this was the moment.
Lyon chases a wide one that he doesn't quite catch up with outside the off stump. End of the over. 8 for 308. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your tyre experts.
What's up, thrifters? Get set to save 50% on clothing at Savers on New Year's Eve. That's tomorrow at Savers. Some restrictions apply.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
When it comes to getting runs on the board, nobody beats MEGT. So if your business is looking to sign up an apprentice or trainee for 2024, call the experts on 13MEGT or visit MEGT.com.au.
8 for 308, Australia. This will be the last over before lunch unless a wicket falls. Play can be extended at 9 for Mate Internet and Mobile in the playing conditions. Pat Cummins has the strike. He's on 13. Jamal is bowling to him. Pitched up, clipped up into the deep to deep backward square. It hangs for a long time and the catch is taken.
They're catching them.
Much better catching from Pakistan in this opening session of play. And that's a very fine outfield catch under the Ponsford stand. Cummins falls for 13. Jamal gets his third. Australia is 9 for 308.
That was actually a big hit from Cummins. That's a long boundary out there, and he was only a few metres away from clearing it. But Pakistan again in good catching form on day 2. That's a diving outfield catch. Very, very... Oh, yeah, straight in, no problems whatsoever. And when he was falling, he didn't want to actually let the ball or land on his elbows where the ball can fall out. So good technique. Wicket down, so we get to watch Big Josh back before lunch.
So kudos to Mir Hamza, who positioned himself under the high ball and a couple of steps in from the rope. Takes that fine outfield catch. Cummins goes into the book. Caught Hamza, bowled Jamal for 13 from 30 balls.
Yeah, Hamza, that was good because he's a left-hander, so he was running towards his non-dominant side as well. Plenty of time to cover the ground. So Jamal picking up his third wicket. When he's bowled full, he's been reasonably accurate. Some of his bounces have gone for 4 wides. I wouldn't be mucking around here. I'd be just running in and trying to target the stumps with Nathan Lyon and Josh Hazlewood.
Player of the day for Mir Hamza for Drinkwise. He's taken a couple of wickets and now the outfield catch. Josh Hazlewood, last man in. Test number 65. Averages 11 and change. Jamal around the wicket, straight at the stumps. Hazlewood keeps it out. Looks it away going. Nothing in behind it other than the bat.
No, there is 3 stumps to aim at for Jamal.
So it's a bit of target practice.
So he's just backing purely his eye and his bat. Here, Hazlewood, there's no footwork.
No. Jamal 3 for 60. Bowls to Hazlewood's rising delivery. Hazlewood sparred over it through the Rizwan.
He's sniffing this 4th wicket, isn't he, Jamal? After 6 wickets in Perth, he's had a good start to his Test career.
Be the king bowler of the match from Channing King, the king of commercial cleaning franchises available.
So can he get the ball on the stumps?
Yep. Has he got a Yorker? Hazlewood readies himself. Jamar bowls to him. He went for the Yorker edge, caught it first slip. Hazlewood just has a glance to see if it's carried to Shafiq. He has no hesitation in claiming the catch. The 2 umpires are going to come together. We'll go through the sometimes tricky process on the low catch.
This would be remarkable if he's taken this. Their catching today has been superb.
It'll be referred upstairs.
Yep.
And all eyes to the screens to figure this out.
Hazlewood's definitely not sure.
TV umpire to director. We've got an umpire review for a fair catch. Check the feet placement, and it's a fair delivery. If you can look at your best shot, please.
Get your best shot. So just the best judgment on the available footage with the soft call no longer prevalent. Outside
close to either
flies. Abdullah Shafiq low down.
Okay, let's have a look at
First angle from behind is obscured by his boot. Hands outstretched underneath. That ball has hit the ground. And you can get the fingers wrapped around it. It's in the front of the fingers, but the bottom of the ball is touching the ground.
Ball on the ground.
So it hits his palms and shoots out.
Look at the other angle.
Side on should show that too.
He's got the fingers on the side of it, but he doesn't have them wrapped around the bottom of the ball.
Yeah.
I'm ready with my decision for the big screen.
So that is not out.
He's still not in good catching form.
No, he has a bite of that, doesn't he?
That hit his hand and
ground.
bounced out.
And
Yeah. If he
taking
just
that clean,
grasped the
it's
ball,
in.
that's clean.
Yeah. Doesn't look the most natural slipper, does he, Abdullah Shafiq? Hazelwood survives. He's yet to score. He's driving through cover. He's on the board now. It rushes across the turf, being heartily pursued, and it'll be overhauled right at the end on the slide dive from Sajid Kano. He mucked it up at the last. And much to the delight of the local crowd, it goes for 4.
You just can't bowl there to Josh Hazelwood. That was David Gower-like. Through cover point. Right out of the middle of the bat too.
Slide in, it's the substitute, Sam Arab. But it all tangled up underneath him as he and the ball went into the Toblerone. 9 for 312. Hazelwood is 4 up. Jamal, last ball of the over. Hazelwood turns it away to leg, but straight to Imam Al-Haq at mid-wicket. No run. 9 for 312. All our stats and facts of a mate internet and mobile. This is the session that knows no end.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Play officially extended at 9 down, 9 for 312. Line is 3. Hazelwood is 4. Hassan Ali is bowling from the Warner end of the grounds. Line knocks it away to backward square. Takes a single with a 2 set in the deep. 9 for 313.
All right, Josh, you just played a beautiful square drive. Not sure you'll get a lot in his... We go about Hassan Ali coming around the wicket again, Gerard. Takes out the LBW, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's target practice, isn't it? The base of the stumps, but
they haven't tried that yet.
No, there's a few other ways to get Josh than that. Hassan Ali tries his luck around the wicket, bowls. Hazelwood struck on the pads. On the second set.
It's hard to get big Josh LBW too because he gives himself room on the leg side.
Yeah, not getting in behind it. It's an action-packed opening session of play that has propelled the game forward. Hassan Ali bowls. Hazelwood fends the ball. Cover calls for the sharp single, and he will get home. He judged it well. It was tip and run to get off strike. Amir Jamal got to it 3 pitches away, but Hazelwood had been decisive.
Yeah, there really shouldn't be a run there if cover's on. But the great thing about Josh is he hit it and called yes straight away. So they got there comfortably.
9 for 314, Tyre Power scoreboard. Toyo 25% off.
Might be time for a big shot from Nathan Lyon.
Give it a whack. Hassan bowls to him. Lyon top edges the hook shot straight over the top of the keeper and down to the rope for 4. That'll do. Lyon to 8, 9 for 318.
Pretty casual there from Gaz too, wasn't he? Just saw it go straight over Rizwan's head. 4 runs right off the bat. Another hook pull boundary for him. Well, they're going to have a catcher right behind Rizwan, are they?
The backstop. Abdullah Shafiq has been banished from the cordon. That's been coming. He's sent down under the sight screen.
Well, that's a pretty amazing position. We see that when batsmen are ramping a lot.
Is that the right position?
I don't think it is.
No. So finally, it's sort of suggesting that...
That's a one in the century catch if he takes it.
Shafiq probably should be on the leg side. Bouncer. Line goes after it. Down to fine leg. Caught. Great catch again.
What is going on?
Mir Hamza, second terrific outfield catch.
But once again, that's to his non-dominant side. That's a brilliant catch. And he didn't have as much time to think about that one. And maybe that's what's helped. But Nathan Lyon, not surprisingly, getting out hooking. He loves playing that shot. And the Aussies are all out for 318. And very much looking forward to seeing the Australians bowl on this pitch that's still offering movement in the air off the seam. The bouncers certainly can get through. Australian fast bowlers quicker and bouncier. So it's going to be a real testing time for the Pakistan top order when they get out there.
7 wickets for Pakistan in that session. The last of them, Lyon caught Hamza, bowled Hassan. So I'll give you the bowling figures shortly. But from Pakistan's perspective, they couldn't have done any more in that opening session of play. From 3 for 187 to mop Australia up. They couldn't keep them under the 300 threshold, but to finish them off in the 2 hours and 40 minutes is pretty good work.
Yeah, and if they didn't bowl so many wides, it would be under 300. So, no, good effort. They always had the opportunity of that second new ball in this session, but they got a couple of wickets before that got the Australians middle order and lower order out there, and they've got to take some confidence out of that. Once again, there was periods yesterday you thought Australia were just going to bat Pakistan out of this test match. It's still a good score on a pitch that's favouring the bowlers, 318, but for Pakistan it's not as daunting a total as it could have been, and certainly what they were chasing in the first test match in Perth. So it's set up. One batter has to score big, and it's always on Babar Azam as the one most likely. But can we have some contributions from some of the top order there for Pakistan, and then all of a sudden, you can get yourself around that mark. But as we've sort of been talking about, the Australians, if they'd won the toss, were going to bowl. Now they're going to get this opportunity, and for me, the pitch, hasn't had that much cricket on it. It hasn't had a lot of sun baking it, so it's going to be very good for our quicks, especially that hard new Kookaburra ball.
Damien Fleming with his thoughts. It is the lunch break now on day 2 for Camplify. It pays to share. Let me give you the call of the card. Australia was sent into bat after Pakistan won the toss. Warner caught Babar, bowled Salman for 38. It was 1 for 90. Usman Khawaja caught Salman, bowled Hassan for 42, 2 for 108. Smith caught Rizwan, bowled Jamal for 26, 3 for 154. Play resumed today at 3 for 187. Head caught Salman, bowled Afridi for 17, 4 for 204. Labuschagne caught Shafiq, bowled Jamal for 63, 5 for 250. Carey caught Rizwan, bowled Afridi for 4, 6 for 260. Stark caught Salman, bowled Hamza for 9, 7 for 275. Marsh caught Jamal, bowled Hamza for 41, 8 for 286. Cummins caught Hamza, bowled Jamal for 13, 9 for 308. And Lyon caught Hamza, bowled Hassan for 8, all out 318. Hazelwood was not out on 5. Australia batted for 96.5 overs. The bowling figures: Shaheen Shah Afridi, 27 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 85. Mir Hamza, 22 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 51. Hassan Ali, 23.5 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 61. Amir Jamal, 19 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 64. And Agal Salman, 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22. 52. Extras was the second highest contributor, 52 runs, 20 byes, 15 wides, 15 leg byes and 2 no balls. The call of the card, Australia have posted 318 as we reach the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket.
I'm just going to go to the bar. Do you want another one?
What, now? No, something's going to happen here, mate. He's peppering his off stump.
Oh, won't be long this time. Oh, come on. Hurry up. So many people. Oh, no, what happened? Was that a wicket?
Spending more time queuing for drinks than watching the game? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Our next segment is brought to us by Red Rooster's Shared Burger Pack. Enjoy 2 delicious Ripper Rolls, 2 Reds Burgers, 2 large chips, 12 golden nuggets, and 2 sauces. I'll be back.
George.
The Rooster's calling. The Shared Burger Pack from Red Rooster. Get them now and get them everywhere. See website for details.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Now presenting the King of Clean, Jenny King.
For 30 years, Jenny King has offered comprehensive, tailored cleaning services for commercial offices, retail, healthcare, education spaces and more.
Jenny King, the King of Clean.
Visit jennyking.com.au.
Harvey Norman clearance on now. Stores open until 7 tonight. Get 60 months interest-free, no deposit finance from Latitude Financial and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. That's a bonus $100 gift card for every $1,000 you spend on interest-free purchases. Shop with 60 months interest-free. No deposit, no interest with 60 monthly repayments and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Harvey Norman clearance. Stores open until 7 tonight. T's and C's, fees, charges and product exclusions apply. Participating Latitude credit cards only. New customers must be approved. Minimum financed amount $1,000. Trading hours may vary.
Work ute ransacked overnight. Locks before, stores left ajar. All your tools gone out of sight. Good thing you're with IMAR. The ones that aren't just by your side, but always have your back. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. IMAR covers all you need. And tradies, yep, they all agree. They're the tradies, mate. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
What's better than winning the match? Winning the series. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. Judged on strong performance, value for money and a focus on members. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit moneymag.com.au for awards criteria. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
In this new era of ChatGPT and AI, the tradies of Melbourne have spoken. Us blokes want the real robot.
Robots got it.
Carpentry, fencing, engineering projects and DIY. Robot building supplies can help you get the job done.
Robots got it.
The original robot since 1946. Find us in Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. Robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
This is our summer and our country racing for the whole family at beautiful locations all over Victoria. From Boxing Day to Australia Day long weekend, there's free Kelly Sports, supervised kids activities and free merch packs too, with food, fashion, free entertainment and great hospitality options. From umbrella to marquee packages, connect with our horses and our people. Take in the atmosphere and all the up-close action of our racing. Country racing. Book now at country.racing.com.
At Mitre 10 Trade, we're all about great rates for our trade mates. Just download the Mitre 10 Trade app today and you can score discounts on non-account trade purchases at Mitre 10 stores right across Australia. That's why the trade trusts Mitre 10. T's and C's apply.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger. And a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Henley Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. And Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
Bowles, Carey drives. He's edged it, and Rizwan's taken a very fine catch, leaping away to his right. Hassan Bowles, Cummins backed away to swing, and he swung lustily down the ground over mid-on for 4. And Cummins has the strike. He's on 13. Jamal is bowling to him, pitched up, clipped up into the deep to deep backward square. It hangs for a long time. The catch is taken.
They're catching him.
Bouncer. Line goes after it. Down to fine leg. Caught. Great catch again.
What is going on?
Mir Hamza, second terrific outfield catch.
The lunch break. Camplify is Australia's leading RV and caravan sharing community. List your van and start earning now. It was an extended session and it offered plenty. Australia lost all 7 wickets, added 131 runs, all out 318. And Mir Hamza, who hadn't taken a catch previously in his Test career, hung on to 2 beauties in the outfield to finish Australia's innings. 318 is a good number, though, for Australia in the way this pitch has played. It's the lunch break for Camplify. It pays to share. Chris Rogers is in place, part of our Red Energy expert team. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy, redenergy.com.au. Couldn't have crammed much more into 2 hours and 40 minutes of cricket, Buck.
Well, 7 wickets and over 100 runs. I mean, that's always exciting, isn't it? And you'd expect, if that was the case, that Pakistan would be going, yeah, we're on top here. But I think the way that day one played out, and even the pace at which Australia scored and the things that were happening, they're well in front of this game. And 318 is probably worth closer to 400. The MCG, the outfield is always, a bit slower. It's a bit bigger. So your runs, I think, are a bit more valuable here at times. And yeah, we know, looking at this pitch, that Pakistan are going to have their work cut out for them. And the one thing that they're probably a little bit disappointed with is, apart from some of the fielding and some of the bowling yesterday, was the second highest scorer for Australia were extras at 51. So they probably let themselves down a little bit there. But overall, that they've kept Australia to 3 runs and over and managed to bowl them out.
20 byes and 15 wides in the half century for extras. The catching today, first class in the quarter. Do you know, all 10 wickets fell to catches and they all fell behind square. 7 keeper cordon, 1 backward point, 1 backward square and 1 fine leg.
Yeah, a couple of ways to look at that. They're creating chances. They could be bowling at the stumps a bit more, but albeit they had an LB, 2 LBs given, I think, that were overturned throughout that innings. But yeah, it was pretty special today from Pakistan. They would have copped some criticism. There would have been some words spoken, and I guess after day one, particularly with that simple catch that Shafiq put down off Warner when Warner was on 2 right at the beginning of the innings. But they were fantastic. Could not fault their fielding today.
Marnus Labuschagne top scores with 63, and Mitch Marsh was the most productive batter in terms of being able to seize momentum. So 41 from 60 balls. He was better than a runner ball through his first 25, 6 fours and a 6. The Australian batting wrap for Red Energy switched to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy.
Yeah, I think that tells a story in itself, Jared. You see, a number of the players, all of the top 6 have faced over 30 balls. So, But the problem is then no one went on with it, and that would suggest that this pitch always has a ball that has your name on it. You know, there's one ball that's going to misbehave, and as good as you are, you might edge it. So that probably suggests that, you know, we sit up here and we watch it and think, oh, it's not too bad, but I reckon it's even harder than it looks.
And this is, so you'd forecast this for us, as there's this pitch can move four ways, and that's the diabolical batting scenario, up and down and side to side, and we saw plenty of evidence of that.
Yeah, I mean, there were some balls that were bouncing twice before they got to the keeper, and other ones where the keeper's having to jump up to catch it as it rears past the batter. But yeah, it makes it difficult then, particularly with the cross-bat shots, and we saw that a little bit early on. But yeah, you're never quite sure the height of the ball, and that makes it tough, and even affects your timing, I think. So yeah, it is difficult, but the good thing is it makes for a good contest. You know, I think that's the thing. It gives the bowler a reward if you keep putting the ball in the same spot enough. So I suspect with Australia and the way that they bowl, that, you know, they're going to be right on this and be testing the Pakistani top order just about every ball.
The player of the day contenders, thanks to Bingley. So Marsh belted it around the place for a while. The wickets today were taken. Afridi took 2, Jamal took 2, Hamza took 2, and Hassan took 1. And Hamza took those 2 catches. So 2 wickets and 2 catches for Mir Hamza.
Yeah, I think, you know, that catch he took there, that last one down in off Nathan Lyon, that wasn't a great catch, because the ball was not really above his head. It was to the side. He had to kind of angle his body and catch it kind of with his fingers up. But that would have been really hard to even just to see out of the stand with the background. So yeah, I probably would go for Mir Hamza. I think he, you know, even the fact that he hasn't taken a lot of wickets, but that spell he bowled with the second new ball was excellent.
The current crowd is 39,440. When the first ball of the day was sent down, there was 12,385. I feel like it's self-evident, but I'll sort of make the point that at this time of year, each day's play just starts too early. And it was well worthy of that crowd too, by lunch, all that had happened. So the vast, or more than half, missed the Labuschagne half century and Marsh's happy hitting at the start, and they saw the flurry of wickets from there. So there is a different way, but it's not been entertained beyond my mind, it seems. What do you reckon happens next?
I just think that the Australian bowlers are going to be absolutely ruthless, and you'll see the Pakistani batters fending and defending a lot, and the ball will be going past the outside edge, and the scoring rate, unless the ball's flying down to third man, I think the scoring rate's going to be quite low as well, and it's going to be a really, really tough grind for Pakistan. You kind of hope for their sake that you know, that the pitch beds down a little bit, and there's a chance in the fourth innings that, you know, it's at its best. But I think Fleming even said he saw some cracks in the pitch just off the screen, and that doesn't bode well for them either in that last innings.
No, with bright sunshine staring down now at the G. All right, Buck, you've got to go and get yourself into your mindset. You're the carryover champion for the quiz, so go and do your prep. If you'd like to get yourself in the zone. Australia all out for 318. Pakistan after lunch will start their innings. Each day on SEN Test Cricket across this summer, we are giving away a $100 Liquorland voucher to recognise someone who lives and breathes local cricket. Sean Grappetta from the Altona Roosters Cricket Club is our winner today. Sean, great to have you on SEN Test Cricket.
Thanks for having me, Gerard.
Congratulations. Tell us about the Altona Roosters.
Mate, an awesome club, very inclusive. We've got 5 different divisions, a couple of women's divisions as well, and some juniors also. So, fantastic club, really great club. Since I've been there, felt very included and, yeah, having heaps of fun.
How far back do you go with the club, Sean? When did you start with Altona?
Well, I started this year, Gerard. So
You're a newbie.
I'm a newbie. Yeah, I've been playing. I've been coaching local footy over the last couple of years for the Glen Waverley Rovers. May as well give them a plug as well.
Nice.
And thought, you know what, I'm loving team sport, so I'm going to play cricket this year. And found the Roosters. Amazing.
How long had you been out of cricket, Sean? Had it been part of your sporting life and then lapsed?
It's been part of my sporting life, as in I watch it a lot on the couch.
Yeah.
But, I probably haven't played since I was about 13, and I'm now 50. So, yeah, been a while.
Where do you fit in? What grade are you playing?
Playing 4th division, as you can tell from, under 13s to now playing at 50 years old. But, yeah, playing in 4th divisions, bowling, first, second change and doing okay.
How's the body going? How many overs would you typically bowl in a day?
Well, we're 35 overs, so 35 over games. So I'm punching out the 7 overs that I'm required. I'm probably finding training a little bit more taxing on the right arm and the right shoulder than anything else, but loving it all the same.
How many wickets have you taken this summer?
I have taken 5 in 3 games, so I'm pretty proud of that.
Nice. Okay, so who at the club? Who's the core of the club that you've found that keeps it all running and keeps it afloat?
There's a gentleman by the name of Con. There's a couple of core blokes. There's Con, there's Jack, there's our captain, Jimmy. Those blokes have been really, really welcoming and really, promote the club and push the club hard. And then we've got some local boys, Hayden, Heath, and Chris, who are sort of salt of the earth type blokes. So, yeah, like I say, just really amazing club.
What's the tea spread like there, Sean?
Sorry, say that again, Jerry.
What's the spread like at tea?
Oh, it's not bad, mate. Yeah, it's pretty good. Got the chicken schnitzels going, the whole shebang-a-bang. So it's pretty nice.
Nice. Is the club having success at various grades this season?
First and seconds are doing pretty well, so they're in the mix. And I've got to say the fourths, we've won a couple of games now, so we're sort of floating outside the 4, I believe. We need to probably string a couple of wins together to secure a bit of finals action. But yeah, the first and seconds, maybe even the thirds are doing well. So all over.
Great stuff. Why did you choose the Roosters, incidentally, Sean?
It was actually a friend of mine that got me into it. A local guy in the area who I know, who I've only been in Altona for 2 or 3 years, hence playing footy out in Glen Waverley, coaching footy out in Glen Waverley, and then playing cricket out in Altona. So I've only been there for a couple of years. Met a wonderful man by the name of Imran, and he said we need some players to come down, and I signed up, and from the minute I got there, felt very included and very welcomed.
That's awesome, Sean. I love the idea of returning to cricket a little later on, as you and I are a similar vintage. It's inspiring. It's great to talk to you, Sean, and hear about the Altona Roosters. Well done.
Thanks, Gerard. Good on you, mate. Great calling.
Visit your local Liquorland for a winning selection of drinks. Choose to drink wise. For your chance to win a $100 Liquorland voucher, enter at iCanWin.com.au. This is the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Camplify. It pays to share. Australia all out for 318. Righto, the quiz. The carryover champion is Chris Rogers. 1300-736-736 to take him on. Carey Young style. But could run his way through the whole test and play for the car and the whole showcase by the end of it. There's a line to be had right now. 1300-736-736 to challenge back. SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz. Halal home loans and investments with Hijaz.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
In Essendon, a truck has gone into the rail bridge on Mount Alexander Road and crews are directing northbound traffic between Buckley Street and Shamrock Street. As a result, tram services also affected. Elsewhere, a burst water main in Mount Waverley, Ferntree Gully Road inbound after Howleys Road, very slow there. Sexyland's Boxing Day sale, get up to 70% off in-store or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland, something real sexy for everyone. And the Heat take on the Thunder in the BBL here at Live tonight on SEN.
Are you ready to take your golf game to the next level? Look no further than the House of Golf, your one-stop shop for all things golf. They're dedicated to being the champions of your game. Visit them in-store or online at thehouseofgolf.com.au.
Visit Nunawading Jeep and save at their end-of-year clearance sale. Save on all new vehicles in stock and enjoy a 5-year free service campaign on any new vehicle purchased and delivered in December. Visit Nunawading Jeep at 432 Whitehorse Road, Nunawading. LMCT 11598.
My signature style is laid back, try to be elevated when I can, but without trying too hard.
Nice shirts.
My signature style is monochrome and no colour whatsoever.
Relaxed, casual, with RM boots.
With the Tobin Brothers Funerals Memory Maker app, you can add your signature style to your coffin or casket. Download it for free today or visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Robot Building Supplies is a family-run business and understands the value of being home with the family.
Robots got it.
That's why they have supplies to help you build a man cave, a kid's game room, a tool shed.
Robots got it.
Helping build family time and man caves since 1946.
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
For over 40 years, the Pleasure Chest has been delivering pleasure. And now it can deliver it to your door. So, jump onto pleasurechest.com.au. Curious? Shop our exciting range online. Express delivery. Fast can be good. The Pleasure Chest, your adult boutique. When the mood takes you, head to pleasurechest.com.au.
Harvey Norman clearance on now. Stores open until 7 tonight. Get 60 months interest-free, no deposit finance from Latitude Financial and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. That's a bonus $100 gift card for every $1,000 you spend on interest-free purchases. Shop with 60 months interest-free. No deposit, no interest with 60 monthly repayments and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Harvey Norman clearance. Stores open until 7 tonight. T's and C's, fees, charges and product exclusions apply. Participating Latitude credit cards only. New customers must be approved. Minimum financed amount $1,000. Trading hours may vary.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer with Aiken Partners. I know how challenging separation and divorce can be because I've been there myself. And I've assisted people for over 10 years with property, parenting and intervention order matters. Each step can feel overwhelming, but I'm here to help. At Aiken Partners, we also help with employment law and workplace issues. Plus, we have a large wills and estates team assisting with probate, drafting wills and contesting estates. Search aitken.com.au/SEN to book your free initial consultation. That's AITKEN.
Brick Lane's natural draft needs no score review. It's super refreshing and the perfect beer for footy. Find it in your local Dan Murphy's.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Affordable super from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Henley Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. And halal home loans and investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
That music can only mean one thing. It's a lunch break quiz for Camplify. Camplify is Australia's leading RV and caravan sharing community. List your van and start earning now. Adam Collins and Bharat Sunderasen, wear your Tony Barber and Glen Ridge or something like that. How are you, Baz?
I'm doing well.
Ready for this?
Yes, let's do it.
Got a carryover champ. First time we've done it this way. Chris
Never
Rogers,
happened before.
You won 3-0 yesterday comprehensively. Are you ready to do this again?
Yeah, I thought I brought up this idea of the carryover champion, didn't I? I think I'm regretting it now, so...
We need to get you a belt if you win today.
We'll see. I'm under pressure.
Here's how it's going to work. You're up against Adam from St Kilda, who's our lucky caller. You there, Adam?
Yes, I am. Thanks, Horse.
Outstanding. Your buzzer is simply your name, Adam, and Bucky's will be Buck, as is the custom. The prize, not far from you, Adam, not far away from where you are, a family pass to Albert Park Mini Golf. You been there before, Buck?
I have. I've played with my son there a couple of times, so that'd be a nice treat. Do I get that?
You might take the prize. We're a bit fast and loose with the rules on this front. We'll see how we go. Right, the theme today is Australia versus Pakistan test matches at the MCG. So not just Boxing Day as we did yesterday, but these contests more widely. All right, both ready to go. Fastest finger first and all the rest of it. Okay, it was going to be all about Pakistan today, but I'm going to start with an Australian off the top. We spoke about the 1973 test match at the G yesterday, but which rapid Australian made their debut that week and took none for 100?
Oh, I forgot Adam. What was it, Watkins? The leg spin bowler.
It wasn't Watkins. That was at Sydney the following week. Who made his debut at Melbourne in 73? Jeff Thompson. Ding, ding. Bucks up 1-0. I like that you both jumped in very quickly.
Yeah, that's good.
And I like that Watkins got a mention, Daz.
Yeah,
He's someone who's got his own story. We'll probably tell next week at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Bharat, question 2.
Yeah, question 2. Look, it's a test match between Australia and Pakistan in January 1990. They didn't play a test match on Boxing Day. It was an ODI. And what happened in this test match was Alan Border's team won despite 11-wicket match from which superstar quit. Pakistani superstar quit.
Was it Akram?
1-1, Adam. You pulled level. He took 6 for 62, Waz, in the first innings, then 5 for 98.
Very good left-arm pace bowler.
He was a very good left-arm pace bowler. You're not wrong. Question number 3. In 2004, Pakistan had a very good day on Boxing Day with the bat. Which superstar accumulator made a century for the visitors that day?
Was it Izam Haq?
It was not Inzamam al-Haq. Let's just make sure we stick with the discipline of our buzzer.
Yeah, the
Bucky,
buzzer.
Can you put your buzzer, Bucky, please?
Buck.
Thank you. Your turn.
Superstar. Who am I missing?
Accumulator.
Who am I missing here?
3.
Saeed Anwar.
No. Mohammed Yusuf. Shane Warne back over his head for 4 to bring up the 100, 111, I think it was. And
Chris Rogers preferred him as Yusuf Yohana, clearly.
So we are 1-1, heading with 1-1 with 2 to play. That's where
Adam,
you always want to be.
Just remember the buzzer. All right. Here we go. One for those who were listening yesterday. In that same test in 2004, another Pakistani speedster picked up a 5-wicket bag. Oh, wow.
Bucky.
All right.
Oh, no. Have I jumped in a little bit too early here? I'd say Waqar Yunus.
All right, I'll
you get to
finish
finish
the question.
you finish the clue for Adam. Yeah.
Which Pakistani speedster picked up a 5-wicket bag and roughed up Justin Langer?
Oh.
Was it Adam? Was it Imran Khan still playing then?
I'm afraid he wasn't. Imran.
Buck.
Imran was fairly well retired by 2004, I'm afraid. Shoaib Akhtar took 5 for 109 out here after bouncing the hell out of Justin Langer.
2-1.
And you're up 2-1 going into the 5th.
Oh, no, it's 1-all. He already got it wrong.
Yeah, you got it wrong.
Yeah, don't fall for it. Defending champion, shootout. Come on, Adam.
This is a big moment. This is a big moment in the quiz. Can you knock off the carryover champ? The last time Pakistan were here at the MCG in 2016, in a rain-reduced match, the opener for Pakistan made 205 not out in an innings spanning 4 days. Who was it? Oh, gosh. Adam, which Pakistani made 205 last time? Bucky's got no idea.
He was here 4 years ago as well.
My wheels are spinning in my head.
Wheels are spinning. Who was here last time? He played against Australia in 2022. He only retired recently.
Very recently.
Made his debut against Australia in 2010. Buck, you played against him. Are we really... Buck?
Oh. Yunus Khan.
Oh, it's over to you. And
Adam,
I don't know how I'm going to play
now.
this.
Come on,
Adam, the floor is yours.
What was it, Khan? Surname Khan?
No, it wasn't. I don't know how to resolve this. I don't know how to resolve this. You know what? I'm not going to resolve it. It's 1-1. I think you've done enough to knock off the champ. Bucky was the... Bucky,
thanks to your assistance.
look, it's an absolute pleasure. Azarali made 205. Bucky, you were here. You were commentating on it.
Somerset, yes, I should have got that one as well, shouldn't I?
An old teammate of yours and a bloke you played against at international level. Well, that's quiz done. The king is dead, long live the king. It'll probably be Simon Katich tomorrow. It has been the lunch break for Camplify at Pace to Share. And you, Adam from St Kilda, have won the family pass to Albert Park Mini Golf. You're going to enjoy that. It's down the road.
Yeah, thanks. I can go with my nephews and nieces. I'm in St Kilda, so I'm playing about 4 kilometres away.
This could not have worked out any better. Thank you for calling.
Beautiful.
Thank you for participating. And a winning draw for you. Bucky, you've been a great champion, but you're gone now. SEN Test Cricket, the Host Plus and Henley Homes, build with confidence. Simon Katich will be with me to begin the middle session with Pakistan responding to Australia's 318.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
The McFlurry game has changed at Macca's with the Tim Tam Chocolate McFlurry. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
The Boxing Day sales event is on now at Mercedes-Benz Waverley. For 4 days only, unwrap the ultimate luxury with certified pre-owned and executive-driven vehicles from just $49,800 drive away. Over 200 to choose from. The Boxing Day sales event is on now at Mercedes-Benz Waverley and is not to be missed. 769 Springvale Road, an easy 8 minutes from Chadstone.
On my way.
Licence 578.
Crikey! Save $100 over 5 months on selected Mate Unlimited Internet plans. Use promo code SAVE20 at checkout. Say goodbye to high bills, make the switch to Mate. But wait, there's more. Bundle internet with a Mate mobile plan on Australia's trusted network and snag a further $10 off per month. That's a total bundle saving of $150 over 5 months. No worries, no hassle. Just pure value with Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online. Terms and conditions apply.
On the WhatsApp group, planning your next trip away with mates can get quite spirited.
Time for another golf trip.
How about fishing? Fresh seafood? Bike trails? Whiskey tour?
Boys, let's do it all with Spirit of Tasmania.
Yep, tick. Thumbs up.
Boom, let's do it.
Pack more into your journey with Spirit of Tasmania. Golf, fishing, fresh seafood, whiskey tours, bike trails. Make your next trip away with mates a spirited one.
Book it.
spiritoftasmania.com.au.
Roast chicken, maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services, definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Love Brick Lane beer? Vote for Brick Lane's One Love Pale Ale in the Gab's Hottest 100, Australia's biggest craft beer countdown. Vote now at gabshottest100.com/au.
2 all-chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
This is our summer and our country racing for the whole family at beautiful locations all over Victoria. From Boxing Day to Australia Day long weekend, there's free Kelly Sports, supervised kids activities and free merch packs too, with food, fashion, free entertainment and great hospitality options. From umbrella to marquee packages, connect with our horses and our people. Take in the atmosphere and all the up-close action of our racing. Country racing. Book now at country.racing.com.
Harvey Norman clearance on now. Stores open until 7 tonight. Get 60 months interest-free, no deposit finance from Latitude Financial and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. That's a bonus $100 gift card for every $1,000 you spend on interest-free purchases. Shop with 60 months interest-free. No deposit, no interest with 60 monthly repayments and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Harvey Norman clearance. Stores open until 7 tonight. T's and C's, fees, charges and product exclusions apply. Participating Latitude credit cards only. New customers must be approved. Minimum financed amount $1,000. Trading hours may vary.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? a whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Henley Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. And Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The second session for Work Locker Karen Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work.
Back at G on SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus and for Henley Homes build with confidence. We have the extended first session, the shorter middle stanza today, an hour and 50 minutes after we moved into red time, if you like, with Australia's final wicket falling a little bit after the scheduled lunch break. But they were all out for 318. They lost 7 for 131 across 31 overs this morning. Top scoring for Australia was Marnus Labuschagne with 63, the only man to reach 50. And now it's their turn to go to work with the ball. Mitchell Starc at the top of his mark. He's wearing, what would you call them sleeves underneath his shirt, which we saw a lot in the World Cup, but now of the white variety. Didn't see them in Perth last week. 3 slips and a gully, standing behind Abdullah Shafiq, nearly ready to go. Adam Collins with you and Simon Katich with me. Good afternoon, Kat.
Good afternoon, Colo, all our listeners. This is going to be really interesting here. This wicket is quickened up. There's been plenty of movement today, particularly with that second new ball. So is this test match going to go into fast forward? I've got a funny feeling it might.
Yeah, it did feel like this morning that runs flowing, wickets tumbling, but when Australia got their chance, they should enjoy this surface. We heard from the curator yesterday saying that it's a much harder pitch, which should suit the Australians. Only 24 degrees outside here at the G. Our weather update for Rainbird, leaders in irrigation for over 90 years. Starc being held, I'm not sure why.
Their time, it's still got a minute to go.
Still, yes,
just
right.
Get into it.
Yes, the clock's just struck 1:20. And we know how fussy they are about making sure it goes all the way around. Nearly good to go, says umpire Joel Wilson. Starc beneath us at the northern end. The crowd are going to clap him in. The short leg also there next to Shafiq. Starc bowls and Shafiq plays with a skewed blade out towards wideish mid-on, where Pat Cummins does the fielding. 1 for 1 after 1 ball. Abdullah Shafiq playing his 16th test match, made 42 in the first innings last week. 4 test centuries, including a double against Sri Lanka. And the test before this one for Pakistan earlier in the year. And there with Imam Al-Haq, who has a couple of test centuries against Australia last year in Rawalpindi, a test we were doing on SEN, Simon. But averages just 19 in this country.
Yeah, it's a different ball game to Rawalpindi. That wicket was like a concrete highway. And he cashed in. He played well in Perth. He gutsed it out, but then it was a disappointing dismissal getting out the way. He did Nathan Lyon, stumped.
Same field for Imam. 3 slips of gully and a short leg. Starc bowls over the wicket. Imam square drive straight away. Nicely played. A checked shot out towards the rope. The new ball should have the legs to reach the boundary. No, it won't. Excellent. Labuschagne so quick out there. They still get through a 3. Pakistan 1 for 4 after 2 balls. Last week they were happy to absorb all the pressure and let the overs tick by, but having a bit of purpose right away here.
Yeah, it was a beautiful square drive. Didn't try and overhit it. Just punched it just in front of point. Ran away nicely. And already their intent's been shown. Mind you, against Mitchell Starc, they're going to be scoring opportunities because he pitches the ball up, he tries to swing it back into the right-hander, try and nick the left-hander off. So if both of these two are proactive with their footwork, there's no reason why they can't tick the scoreboard over.
Starc arrives and bowls, and leaving alone is Shafiq through to the gloves of Alex Carey for the first time. And look, with Imam, he faced 199 balls for his 62 last week, but he's a very good white ball player. Like, he's got that club in the bag. He averages 48 in one-day cricket with 9 centuries. So he has the ability to bat at a higher tempo.
Oh, he certainly has. I just think those conditions in Perth are so foreign to the Pakistan batsmen because they're just so used to playing on wickets that don't bounce as much, don't have as much pace in them. And once they see grass on the wicket, that can play mind games too, and then the cracks as well. And that definitely is something that looked like it spooked the Pakistan batsmen.
An excellent 2023 Stark, 34 wickets. Bowling here to Shafiq. He plays with a straight blade down the pitch, and Stark collects it in his follow-through. So Stark 34 at 29 this year. A couple of fourfers and a fifer in England, and having started the calendar year with that broken hand, which he picked up here at the MCG, fought back really well in England and reinforced his status in this Australian attack.
Oh, definitely. And I think that's the evolution of players. He did have a tough period a while ago, a few years ago back, and he changed his load up. But I think the big thing for him now is that three-quarter seam delivery that nips across the right-hander.
Stark over the wicket to Shafiq. It's in the block hole, dug out from the leg stump line, out to mid-wicket. Gets himself one wide of Pat Cummins, done for 5 after 5 balls.
Because as a left armour, all the right-handed batsmen know that they're setting up for that in-swinger. He attacks the stumps, and that's one of his biggest strengths. But now he's got that ability to nick guys off on the fact that they feel like they're trying to play at the ball, but this ball just goes across them on off stump or just outside, and he's getting a lot more nicks from that delivery in his arsenal because they're worried about the ball swinging back.
A couple of absolute beauties last week, Stark, including the one that knocked off Sarfaraz and pretty much had him dropped. Stark to finish his first over to Imam Al-Haq on the leg stump line, thinks about playing at it but gets out the way. Through to the gloves of Carey, none for 5 at the end of the first over on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Now, middle session brought to you by Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Simon Katich with me, our experts for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories. Our Australian quicks for Red Energy, switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy, redenergy.com.au. Looks like Josh Hazlewood will take the new ball. But there was that debate for a couple of years there about should Cummins be opening, but since becoming captain, he's been very comfortable at first charge.
Yeah, it's something he's probably done for such a long time now, and I guess as skipper, he's trying to get the best out of all of his troops, and sometimes he's probably put himself down the pecking order, but he's certainly capable enough. He's the best bowler in this lineup. There's no doubt about that. And I think we'll see him crank it up once Bubba Azam comes to the crease. He did it in Perth, and he has a good habit of targeting the best player from the opposition. But saying that, this young man at the crease, Shafiq, he's had a great start to his Test career and looks a very good player.
Hazlewood Southern end, first ball to Shafiq. He beats the bat as he did so many times last week at Perth, picking up from where he left off. 3 for 13 in the second dig there, but it was the first innings, Cat, wasn't it, where Hazlewood was at his metronomic best.
Yeah, and this is a great example. Josh Hazlewood on the money first ball. Abdullah Shafiq didn't really want to commit on the front foot, so he sort of just half-stepped. And the ball's in the channel, just sparted it. Gets away with a play and miss, but he's going to have to be a lot more decisive with his footwork here if he's to survive Hazlewood.
Wobble seam as well straight away. Hazlewood again. Shafiq leaves alone outside the off stump. All our replays for Titanium Caravans built tough. That wobble seam delivery has become such a huge weapon for Hazlewood, but other taller fast bowlers around the world, Cole Jamieson, Ollie Robinson, it's almost become their stock ball, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing how the game can evolve with different tricks, I guess, and learning from probably some of the guys in England. I reckon that's something that Jimmy Anderson and Broad worked on for a while there and mastered in English conditions, and then now with more grass on the wickets around the world.
It has changed the game, the grass. Hazlewood bowls to Shafiq. He gets on the front foot defensively in front of point where Nathan Lyon fields.
Oh, I think we've always had grass in Australia on our wickets, particularly at the Gabba and places like that. But I think there's been certain venues, and this one in particular, it's been heavier, thicker grass. And even Adelaide, probably with the pink ball test as well, was probably the catalyst in terms of preserving that pink ball. And now a number of the test wickets around Australia have got a thicker coverage of grass than they probably did in the past.
That suited Hazlewood so well. Takes his wickets at 22 against Pakistan. Up to the crease here, bowling to Shafiq, in behind it. Middle stump line defending down the pitch. Hasn't really had a big game at the G though, Hazlewood. His 7th test here, averaging 40, never taken a forfeit. So he'd love to set that straight here on on a beautiful afternoon, not a cloud in the sky at the G.
Yeah, it's funny that, because there's certainly venues that you play at that you have a better record than others, but sometimes the wicket suits the type of player, and I just wonder whether, because of Josh Hazlewood's height and his natural length, it's just a fraction shorter, whereas the MCG is always about trying to hit the stumps.
Hazlewood up against Shafiq, defending from the off-stump line, so already just finding a shoebox to land it in Hazlewood.
Yeah, and that's what he's so good at, and that's what Shafiq's got to be prepared to get a really good stride in here so he doesn't nick off. He wants to make sure he covers the line. Hazlewood will know that, so the ball that nips back then will become his weapon if he's dragging Shafiq across the crease like he has so far this over. But I think from Shafiq's perspective, that's actually going to present him a better line to score off straight back down past mid-on.
Last ball of his first over. All dots so far. Hazlewood bowls, Shafiq defends again, exactly as you say, Simon Katich. None for 5 after 2 overs on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Shafiq is 2, Imam is 3.
The IKEA sale is now on with up to 50% off hundreds of products. And IKEA family members save an extra 10% on sale items. Shop now.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Brick Lane's natural draft needs no score review. It's super refreshing and the perfect beer for footy. Find it in your local Dan Murphy's.
SEN Test Cricket, the Host Plus and for Henley Homes built with confidence. All your correspondence thanks to Tyre Power. The tyre experts. One that's tickled Simon between overs. The stack away from us, bowls to Imam, and he beats him on the outside edge. That's gone away from him. Full enough that Imam was wanting to drive, but just enough movement, that natural angle that he gets.
It's a beautiful outswinger from Mitch Starc. Good pace, good late swing. Imam saw the length and thought, I want a piece of this through cover, but it swung late on him. And in the end, he played down the wrong line, but that's a beautiful bit of bowling from Mitch Starc. Could easily have been the first wicket to fall straight through to Carey or the slips.
Quintessential Starc ball to a left-hander, isn't it? So many times he's nicked off players doing just that over the years. Up with 3 slips of gully. Bowls to Imam, back of a length, leaves it 3. So 0-4-3-3, 98-11-16 for Tyre Power. Read it out, Kat, go on.
Shafiq don't like it. Rock the Casbah, very good.
That's from Carey in WA. That works. That works. So Starc, who had to wait his turn for a Boxing Day test, made his debut in 2011. Took him 5 years to play at the MCG. He often found himself rested or rotated out of the 11 when they were protecting his body. That precious resource, 6'5", 150 clicks. And made sure he was absolutely bang on before they played him week in, week out. Starc up to Imam, the left-hander, defends from the off-stump line down to mid-off, no run. When he did get the chance, it was against Pakistan, and he won the test with the ball after setting it up with the bat.
Well, I remember the first time I saw Starc, he was at Pratton Park he plays for Western Suburbs West in Sydney, grade competition. And he was 17, so it must have been about 2007, I think. Does that add up?
Yeah.
And he was probably bowling about 120k little swingers. There was not much of him, and I look at him now, and he's a big, strong lad, bowling 150k's an hour, and he's always had a bit of mongrel in him, Starkey.
Starc bowls, Imam defends again to mid-off, wideish mid-off where Labuschagne is positioned. Yes, the airspeed difference. He's already bowling quicker than anything we saw from Pakistan.
And it just goes to show he was only at that mark then. He's only a kid, but with work and put the time and effort into his body and doing the work, he's become an amazing test bowler and amazing all-format bowler for Australia. And left armers at this pace with this swing, it just presents so many different challenges, not just to the left-hand batsman, but to the right-handers as well. And it just makes this Australian attack so well-rounded.
Starc delivers. Imam hit on the pad. It spills out towards leg gully. They'll get through for a leg bye. The first extra of the innings after 52 of them in Australia's first innings. Leg bye now signalled by Joel Wilson. None for 6. 1 ball left in. Starc's second over. Have a look at that. That's the 4th most ever for Pakistan they've conceded in a test innings, but most of those have been where they've been like 20 no balls, back when no balls were a much bigger part of the game. You barely see them these days. It takes some doing. Felt sorry for poor old Rizwan. A lot of those 4 byes, outrageous they weren't called.
He had no chance, some of those. It was a very good catch to get rid of Alex Carey.
So Stark to finish. Bowls here and Shafiq leaves well wide of the off stump. 3 overs gone in Pakistan's reply to Australia's 318. They're none for 6. That's on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Racing right across Tasmania, right across summer. It's big races in fantastic places during the Ladbroke Summer Racing Festival. From the Devonport, Hobart and Launceston Cups to country venues like Burnie, King Island and Carrick, there's something for everyone across all 3 codes of Tasmanian racing. It's on, and there's no better time to enjoy racing in the Apple Isle. Make sure you're trackside in Tassie this summer. Visit goracingtasmania.com.au.
Middle session for Work Locker, Karen Downs and Pakenham. Our coverage for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Some shots on our screen between overs of some little kids in the cricket. Maybe their first day at the G. Perfect conditions for it, getting down after Christmas. Hazelwood bowling here to Imam, the left-hander, shoulders, arms. The ball flies over his off-stump. 3 slips the gully and the short leg.
And that ball then was a great example of what I mentioned in Hazelwood's first over, and maybe why he hasn't had as much success here at the MCG. It's a good length, just outside off stump, but because of his trajectory and his height, it bounces over the stumps. And MCG traditionally has been a wicket for bowlers to really attack the stumps and get as many balls as possible, hitting them around middle and off. Not so much leg stump, because obviously you can get picked off through the leg side a little bit too straight, but more middle and off.
Hazelwood up and bowls, and Imam again is able to leave it a little bit wider of the off stump, not quite right from Hazelwood. And we're so blessed watching this generation of Australian quicks. It's natural that you start thinking about who's next, right? Because there are so many bowlers around the country who
there is
in another era would have played a lot of Test cricket. Michael Nisa, the obvious one. Joe Richardson when his body's right, although I do note that he was brought back for the last Shield game with that run and took a 5 for straight away.
Yeah.
I suppose with the left armour, that's almost a specialist position in an attack these days, isn't it? Every Test side wants one. Hazelwood delivers here. Imam defends. Indeed, South Africa played 2 left armers last night.
Yeah, Marco Jansen and Andre Berger's come in, who's been very promising for a while over there, but has had, I think he had some back injury a while ago and he was out. But it was either back or knee from memory. But around the traps in Australia, there's some good young quicks floating around. Obviously, Scotty Boland's sitting on the bench at the moment. He's grabbed his chance whenever he's played.
Hazelwood from the southern end. Bowls to Imam now. It's full and left alone. 5th stump line or thereabouts. Through to the gloves of Alex Carey. Thinking of those left armers there was a bit of a production line of guys who are coming through. Spencer Johnson nearly made the Ashes squad.
Yeah, I was going to say he's the one that's probably... He's obviously been in and around that white ball setup, but with the Ashes, and obviously I think he played a game for South Australia at the end of last year, and I think got 7th.
Played a couple, and he dominated.
Yeah. So, and he's quick, and makes it look quite effortless too. So if he can stay on the park, there'll be opportunities down the track.
Hazelwood up, close to the stumps, bowls to Imam. First short ball, sways out the way, as he's very good at. Imam picks it early through to Carey again. There's from your old state. Joel Paris had a fabulous Shield season. Hasn't been as prominent in the last few years, but he has played for Australia in white ball cricket. Takes his first class wickets at 20.
Yeah, no, his record in 4-day cricket in the last few years has been outstanding for WA.
Incredible attack, isn't it? Lance Morris leading the show over there when available. He'll be part of the conversation as well. From a limited overs perspective, Jason Behrendorff, who you were doing the T20s where he bowled so well the other week for Australia. Hazelwood to finish his over, and he makes Imam play defensively to backward point. Mitch Marsh does the fielding. End of the over on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Pakistan stay at none for 6. Shafiq's 2. Imam's 3. And our coverage is for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions.
Bursting to box some bargains? Need DFO. Shop your favourite brands at up to 70% off at DFO Essendon, Moorabbin, South Wharf and Uni Hill. See dfo.com.au.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Collins with you, Simon Katich with me for In-Place Living, creating homes for people to create memories. Mitchell Stark away from us here to Shafiq on 2, and he drives him behind point out towards the Old Bay 13. There'll be a couple on offer. It might even reach the rope, and it does. So really good timing. It was well wide there to be hit. Shafiq registers the first boundary of Pakistan's reply there for Azito all day, every day. He's 6th. The visitors done for 10.
Yeah, width to work with there. And you like the look of that, Shafiq. It was full, angled across. What he did really well there was just make sure the full face of the bat caught the ball, and it just pace of the ball just raced away behind point for 4. Nicely played.
Pakistan fans involved as well, fair enough. I'd love to see some runs from Shafiq, who was so good against Australia over there last year. Short leg's gone. Stark bowls, Shafiq beaten. That's the channel for the left armour across him.
And that's exactly the ball I'm talking about earlier that's made Stark a lot more dangerous now, because Shafiq's setting up for the in-swinger. So he doesn't want to commit with that front foot and get too far across for fear of it swinging back, getting pinned in front. So he just goes straight down the line of probably middle and off. And that ball was probably just outside off stump. Just a little bit of a spar at it because it just kept heading towards the slips. So it's amazing what it does to a batsman's mind when they know that he's got the option of running the ball both ways.
The slips have been busy today for Pakistan, at least. Stark bowling here and past the edge again at real pace. Shafiq was brought forward, tried to defend on the off-stump line, moved off the seam, and Carey took it above his eye line, fingers up.
And that's just highlights it once again. Shafiq's front foot's going straight down, probably middle stump line. Mitch Stark knows that, so he's just dangling it outside off stump, full. It won't surprise if Shafiq nicks one here or one goes into the slips or gully. He's staying leg side of the ball, worried about that LB.
On our screen, that was 141 kilometres an hour. Our screen for titanium caravans built tough. Stark bowls, Shafiq from the off-stump line. Square drives, checks it, plays it well for a couple. Nathan Lyon chasing after it again out towards where Bay 13 once was. None for 12. Got plenty of numbers floating around today for Mate Internet and Mobile, and I think you got a pretty good one from the first innings, Kat.
Yeah, someone asked about all 10 batsmen being caught, which happened in the Australian innings, and I've been told that it happens about once every 113 innings in Test cricket.
That's rare enough to make it known.
Yeah, it's quite rare, really.
Stark's got plenty of men waiting for themselves. Bowls here, bouncer. Quick. Shafiq sees it early, though. Gets the helmet out the way. Shafiq, double 100 in Colombo, 400s in 15 tests to get his career going. Got a start last week. Can be a stylish player, especially behind point.
Yeah, he technically looks very good, and I think we saw a little bit of it in Perth, glimpses. He will be attacking against spin. We saw him be attacking against spin in Pakistan. These conditions are slightly different with the extra bounce.
Stark up to complete his third over, and he beats the bat with a beauty. Abdullah Shafiq had to play at that one. It just missed the edge indeed. Cummins is going to consult Stark just to make sure it didn't kiss it on the way through. Smith thinks it did. They won't review. Overs complete at none for 12 on the Macca scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Shafiq on 8, Imam on 3.
Our next segment is brought to us by Red Rooster's Shared Burger Pack. Enjoy 2 delicious Ripper Rolls, 2 Reds Burgers, 2 large chips, 12 golden nuggets, and 2 sauces. I'll be back.
George.
The rooster's calling. A shared burger pack from Red Rooster. Get them now and get them everywhere. See website for details.
Here at the G for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions, Bharat Sunderasen jumping in for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories. Afternoon, Baz.
Afternoon, guys.
Bit of interest there from Will Smith, especially watching the replay back of the last ball there. Ever so close to the outside edge. Hazelwood yet to concede a run. Bowls to Imam from the southern end. We'll concede one here. Through backward point it goes off the front foot. Imam gets himself a boundary, just trickling in to the sponge. So our boundaries for Azito all day, every day. Imam 7, run for 16.
Good intent shown here. He probably didn't quite get it where he wanted to, but he got enough of the outside part of the bat where it went behind point. He would have been looking to try and get that through the cover region, but in the end, it was pretty well played from Imam.
Very different to the Imam we saw in Perth. Maybe he's the first one to buy into the Shan Masood philosophy of looking to score. Australia won't complain. He's driving at everything at the moment.
And Shan backed that in after the loss of Perth. Hazelwood delivers and Shan trying to defend his Imam, but he's hit on the pad instead. Umpire Goff keeps the finger down. Leg before shout. How's that? Get amongst it with Tinny's craft beer available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. There won't be a review. The clock counts down, but Cummins wants nothing of it.
Yeah, just talking about that intent, I think on these sorts of wickets where there is some good sideways movement and we've seen, swing through the air yesterday when it was overcast, and even this ball here is probably just pitched outside leg, but in terms of that intent, I think you need to be like that, and you have to be, because you get yourself into better positions when you're looking to score.
Hazelwood to Imam, plays late, it's the Pleve. Hits the bottom of the bat. Mitchell Marsh diving away in the gully to parry it down and keeps it to one. Otherwise, it would have been another boundary. Imam 8 none for 17.
No, they did not run.
Oh, they didn't run.
Yeah,
My apologies.
Very unhappy with Abdullah Shafiq. Yeah.
Let's see it back on our screen. So it was a miss. A false shot.
Easy run.
And they should have gotten through for one. Yeah, seeing it again for Titanium Caravans built tough. He was ball watching.
Only thing I can think of was because Mitch Marsh dived, he was obscured and the ball had gone behind, and he might have thought it just went behind him, but a fair way away.
Hazelwood again, good over this. Imam defends. It does feel a different ball game with Australia bowling those.
Extra pace, just the fact that they can land ball after ball the same spot. I was watching Josh Hazelwood in a warm-up this morning in the nets, how he starts off from just rolling his arm over from a solitary position or a stationary position and then moves further and further back. The ball keeps landing on the same spot even then, regardless of whether he's running in or just standing and rolling his arm over.
Warner, Smith, Kawaja and Marsh. McCordon head at short leg. Hazelwood bowls. Imam sways out the way of a short one.
It's funny you say that, because one of my first memories of young Josh Hazelwood when he started for New South Wales, we played a Shield game in Adelaide. And Mark Cosgrove was batting, and he had the surfboard under his jumper because he was a bit worried about the pace, and he was shuffling right across, and I was at slip at the time, so I saw it, ran up the youngster and said, we had a leg gully in at the time. I said, mate, I reckon he can hit his leg stump here. He's going that far over. About 2 balls later, hit the bang top of leg stump, and it was just like, this kid's got something about him, because he just had that ability to do exactly what was required.
Hazelwood finishes here, bowls to Imam from the southern end, and he beats him. He might have just pulled that at the last moment. Might be being charitable there. Either way, it's the end of the over. None for 16. Shafiq 8, Imam on 7. That's on the Macca's scoreboard cricket. I'm loving it, and our coverage for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions.
Bevmarks, the Sleep Professionals Boxing Day sale, has 50% off all mattresses and 20% off all furniture. No exceptions. Available at all Bevmark stores and online.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's how we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
Crowd have gone wild at the MCG on our Titanium Caravan screen built tough. 2 youngsters, look, a couple of 16-year-olds having a bit of a kiss and a cuddle, flashed up on the screen, and they've immediately covered their face. They're obviously not meant to be having a kiss and a cuddle up there in the back of the Ponsford stand, and the whole crowd have risen as one to them. As Stark starts a new over, 3 slips the gully, leaving alone is Shafiq away from them. And one of their mates, I assume it's one of their mates, has run over and given it big in front of the camera.
He's saying it wasn't his girlfriend, fellow?
I don't know. It didn't look that way, did it?
No, it didn't.
It was
straight away.
Face. It was, I'm in a lot of trouble here. Here he is. We're seeing it a second time. Arm around the neck. No kissing, just cuddling. And they've realised, oh no. And now the young fella is walking down the stairs with a jumper over his face, receiving another standing ovation from the crowd. Always equal to it, the MCG audience. Keep an eye on him. Stark up again. Shafiq bowls defending out to mid-on. Quite a relatable experience, that. Maybe not being flashed on the screen at the MCG, though, Kat.
Oh, he's left the building.
He's straight out the door. He's gone straight down the race.
Where'd the young girl go, though?
I don't know where she's gone. Ever fallen in love with someone you shouldn't have fallen in love with? The old Buzzcock song comes to mind there. I mean, it looked quite innocent watching it a second time. Arm around her.
Didn't think anything untoward.
She was kind of resting in his lap. It did look quite sweet until it wasn't. Until it wasn't. Or at least so we think. Stark again. Bowls here. Shafiq is beaten. On that line, on that angle, Stark is doing just about everything right here, Kat, other than finding the edge.
Yeah, he's bowled beautifully in this spell. Beating the outside edge of the bat. Good pace. Beautiful length. Saying that, though, Shafiq, on that occasion, just held his hands nicely. Could have followed that slightly wider line and sparred at it, but he did well to just hold the line and play inside of it.
I've got some bad news for our young lovers. I had the binoculars up there. The TV cameras are running up there at the moment. They're trying to find them. Stark up at 140 clicks. Bowls again to Shafiq. Middle stump line leaves alone. Better batting. He's copying the "You Are a Legend." Yep.
I don't know. It looked really innocent, to be honest.
It can only be exactly what it looks like, right, Kat?
Well, as I said to you, when you mentioned Colo, you said, unless it's not his girlfriend.
It looks very much like she's got a boyfriend at home watching the cricket or vice versa or something of that variety. And one of them's getting a very stern SMS or WhatsApp in about 2 minutes when that vision goes around the world on social media. Here's Stark to Shafiq again, off stump line, leaves it. Every fumble left in the over.
Learned one thing this week is it takes a bit of courage to take a stand and to do it in public. And if you are with someone else's girlfriend, take her to the MCG or vice versa.
You could think there's some anonymity here, Kat, as a rule, blending in with 39,440 other people in the crowd today.
Not today, though.
They also chose like the quietest, as you would, away from everyone else with the camera put guys. Maybe that's the
the lesson learned. Get in amongst the throng.
All dots from Stark so far in the over. Bowls here to Shafiq. It's 2 full and 2 wide. He lets it go again. Well played, Shafiq. He's 8. Maiden complete. Imam 7. None for 16. Pakistan on the Macca scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Changing commentary after the break. Gerard Whateley in for me for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
The gifts keep coming at Mercedes-Benz Berwick's Boxing Day sales event on now. For 4 days only, certified pre-owned and executive-driven vehicles from $49,800 drive away, over 200 to choose from. Unwrap the ultimate luxury at Mercedes-Benz Berwick, Australia's most awarded Mercedes-Benz retailer. Boxing Day sales event on now, just 24 minutes from the Burnley Tunnel. Licence 578.
All sorts of fun and games at the MCG in the afternoon of day 2. SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Pakistan none for 16. In reply to Australia's 318. These would typically economical. Stark past the edge repeatedly. Imam Ul-Haq is on strike. Hazelwood bowls to him and it's let pass through to Carey. Simon Carrot, Katich, Bharat, Sunderasen. Hello.
Hello, Jared.
Good afternoon, Jared.
Fun and games indeed. These things don't happen in India. You can't hide away in India. As you know, Simon.
Mind you, sometimes those crowds there, Bharat, there's not many spaces like that. You're not in the open too often.
Yeah, exactly.
Full house.
You get away with it.
In the white ball games.
What have you made of the early exchanges? This is the 8th over. 3 slips and a gully still in place. And Al-Haq turns from his pads, or he tried to at least. It trickles away adjacent to Alex Carey, and they take a leg by. None for 17.
Yeah, I think both teams will be happy with the start. I think Australia have beaten the bat nicely, bowled a good full length and got some swing. I think both Pakistan batsmen have handled it nicely and looking like they're trying to score as much as possible when the opportunity presents, but it's been a good even battle.
Shafiq is 8th from the 23 balls that he's faced. He's on strike. Hazlewood is right arm over the wicket from the Warner end of the MCG. And Shafiq is leaning forward and defending to mid-off.
They've shown better attitude, haven't they, the Pakistani openers? It felt like even though they battled for a long time with each other in Perth, they allowed Australia to bowl at them. Here, even if Imam has been beaten a couple of times, Simon, he's looking to go at the ball.
Well, I think the other thing too, the difference between Perth and this wicket is Perth had extra pace in it. This is probably just fractionally slow. It's never been as quick as Perth, but
Hazlewood to Shafiq. It's in on his pads and it rolls away past the square leg umpire. Maybe 1 to the total. And there was a little bit of back, so 1 to the batter as well.
And it's easy to forget, there was quite a bit of movement in Perth last week, even right from day one. So, and then obviously once the cracks opened up, there was even more. But we saw movement here today. It's quickened up. And so far, openers have handled it pretty well.
Pleasant 24 degrees in Melbourne. Not a cloud in the sky over the MCG. Breeze is up. Hazlewood and Imam, who's leaving the rising delivery outside the off-stump.
But the difference with this Australian attack and the Pakistan attack is that this attack will keep coming and coming and coming. And that's to be able to wear them down and get a big score. You don't see too many opposition batsmen come here in these conditions, particularly against this attack in recent times, as we've seen from a lot of those first innings scores. I think you mentioned earlier today, Gerard, a lot of them below 200. So for Australia to get bowled out for 318 suggests that it's going to be a good battle for Pakistan to get up there.
Has the strike. Oh, he's wrapped on the pads, not offering. Hazlewood liked it a lot. The cordon is up. Now they'll come to meet. Carey, Lyon in from points. Cummins up to Hazlewood. Imam Al-Haq has not offered a shot. Hazlewood says it's not going on to hit the woodwork. It's the end of the over, so we'll do our studies during the break. The Macca's scoreboard cricket, I'm loving it. None for 18.
McCafe is the place for iced coffee. The place where rich iced lattes, cool long blacks and deluxe iced coffees are just chilling. Whatever flavour you're feeling, drive through for an ice cold coffee at McCafe today. Available at participating restaurants.
The New Year, New Gear sale is now on at Golf Box. Spoil yourself with something new. Stock up on essentials and step out in style. Score big at the New Year, New Gear sale. Shop now at golfbox.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Pat Cummins has brought himself on from the members' end. Watching replays of the previous for Titanium Caravans built tough. So the angle across the left-hander, it pitches and straightens. It's high up on the back leg and it would have had to do a lot to claim the bail. Cummins starts his spell. Shafiq gets full. It's sliced away forward of point. Lions in pursuit. They will get 1. None for 19.
Just how good was Pat Cummins in Perth? And his spells to Babar Azam, especially the second innings. That's world-class Indian. There's elite. It was unbelievable.
Even that shot then from Shafiq, I think he got caught a little bit unaware that Pat Cummins might actually pitch the ball up, because he sort of tentatively hit it inside out through, or sliced it through point. Whereas I think most batsmen know that Pat Cummins is that back of a length to hit the top of the stumps, and he got a bit caught short then.
Cummins to Imam, who tried to drive the short leggers into inside edge pad. Diving forward was head under the helmet. safely landed. Just round out our work from the previous is the Hazelwood ball was just missing the off-bail height
And that's the challenge for Josh Hazelwood, because he gets so much bounce. It's hard for him to get a length that's hitting the top of the stumps, because it ends up being quite a full length which players can drive.
Three slips gully and the short leg. Cummins right arm over Bowles. Imam is defending the ball down the offside.
You spoke about a young Josh Hazelwood earlier, Sam, and I'll never forget when he made his Test debut at the Gabba against India in 2014. Later on in that series, when Virat Kohli took over as Test captain, he captained in Sydney. And one thing he said in that press conference, India lost the series. He said, if we can start finding fast bowlers who can come through the ranks and look as ready for Test cricket as Josh Hazelwood is, then we'll start winning overseas. And that's exactly what they started doing from that point on.
Imam al-Haq is on 7. Cummins bowls to him, bouncer, swayed down on him.
Yeah, and a big part of that, I mean, Virat Kohli deserves a lot of credit for where India got to with that Test team, and particularly winning here in Australian conditions. And a lot of it was on the back of that pace battery, because they historically never really had that. And knowing their physio, Patrick Faha, who worked for them for a number of years, 5 or 6 years, who've been involved with us, New South Wales cricket for a long time, the time and effort that they put into making sure that these quicks were like Shami and Bumrah and Siraj of recent times, the physical work that got put into it.
Cummins into his flow. Imam leaves outside the off stump.
Was a big reason why they were able to have that sort of period of success. They always had great spinners and fantastic batsmen, but it was, I think, the addition of having 3 or 4, and even, there was others on the sidelines that were bowling sort of around that 140k mark that they probably hadn't had that depth in previous teams.
Going to come in Cummins' first over. It's in and at Imam, who's beaten past the outside edge. Pitched and moved. None for 19, Pakistan on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
The Hyundai 2023 SUV sale event is on now. Enjoy a brilliant $2,000 factory bonus on selected Santa Fe and Palisade, plus a great $1,500 factory bonus on the Tucson SUV. Experience our most innovative SUVs, packed with smart sense safety, advanced technology and intuitive design. Hurry, limited time only. Offer on select stock and not applicable on every model. T's and C's apply. Visit your local showroom today. Imagine that. Hyundai.
SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Pakistan none for 19. Shafiq is 10. Imam is 7. This second session on day 2 is for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work. Josh Hazelwood to continue. 4 overs, none for 5. Shafiq has the strike at the start of it. 3 slips and a gully in place. Hazelwood bowls and Shafiq is forward, defending a little hollow, but safely enough. And Sunderasen joined by Chris Rogers. Hello, dear Buck.
Hello, Gerard. Hello, Bharat.
Yep, afternoon. Question for you, Buck. Have you sat with Steve Smith while he's driving in the car?
No, I drove at one time when it was the two of us, I remember, but I don't think it was the other way around. Why were we?
I got told off by my wife this morning. It was interesting. He almost rammed into us when she came to drop me earlier today.
Hazelwood to Shafiq, who's playing with a dead bat, bit late on the bump to Marshall Gully.
You're implying?
What's that?
You're implying?
No, it actually happened. She came here to drop me, and we were turning right on Jollymont Street, and there was a car in front of us. I don't think you're allowed to take a U-turn there. This car just took a wild U-turn. And my wife, who's now well-versed with Australian cuss words, let it rip. And then I leaned over, I said, oh, it's Steve Smith who's driving. And she said, I don't care. And she let it rip again.
Shafiq stands upright, in on the pads, turned away. We can't beat head at the wicket, no run.
Yeah, and later on, just before we interviewed Manas for SEN, I asked him if he was in the car. He's like, oh yeah, I was. Yeah, I saw that. He's a shocking driver, Steve. He's a shocking driver. So, not how I thought my morning would pan out, but yeah. My wife is still pretty angry with Steve Smith.
Stands at second slip. Warner to his left, Kawaja to his right. Russian tightly packed cordon of Galley. Shafiq faces up to Hazelwood. He's blocking the ball down the offside.
You just think that someone who's so particular about everything, Gerard, with bat in hand, would do the same in a car as well. There we go.
Might be a bit distracted, I reckon, Bharat. Maybe thinking about his cover drive.
His dismissal from yesterday.
Hazelwood midway through his fifth over. He sent down 2 maidens. It's been hard to get away. Rather typically, Shafiq is defending the ball again to middle. Throughout the G today, if you're coming along during the test match, you can listen to our call on the stadium, SEN Stadium. No delays. Simply download the SEN app and follow the prompts on the app once at the stadium. And you've clicked on the SEN Stadium button. And you can correspond with us 0433 98 11 16. All sorts of issues. Cricket and unrelated as we while away these summer days together. Hazelwood to Shafiq, who goes after the wide one, inside edge, past the stumps. He'll be able to scramble a single. Unconvincing, to say the least. The only run from the over. It's none for 20 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam Chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
Looking for a halal super fund? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services. Keeping halal super affordable. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
Australia bowled out today for 318. Pakistan none for 20. Shafiq is 11. Imam is 7. SEN Test Cricket is for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Pat Cummins was threatening in his first over. He's in the attack from the members' end. He's bowling to Shafiq, who's driving wide of mid-off, and he'll get runs. Labuschagne quickly out of the blocks. It's a decent race, and he'll overhaul it with about 5 metres to spare. They come back for a third. Labuschagne got it off quickly, but shallow with the throw. And a well-run 3 for Pakistan. Shafiq is 14, and the total is 23.
Lovely shot. Just slightly over pitched. It wasn't really a half volley. Shafiq just took a nice stride forward and was able to just punch the ball through extra cover.
You like what you see of him? He had it beautifully last year in Pakistan and looks very organised with a loose shot there in the last over.
Yeah, that's the word I had in my mind too. It just looks organised and it looks pretty simple, doesn't it? He works on straight lines, bat's coming down the right path, and yeah, even that, you know, the bat and the hands followed the ball.
Left-hander Imam is on strike. He's wrapped on the pads, a ball that seems to lift on him. At the last moment as he was trying to defend, it falls away to the line.
Interesting. I think we suspected the pitch might do a little bit more, but maybe the heavy roller in between innings has just compacted the wicket for a while, and just as the day goes on, that might become less and less, and we'll see a bit more variable bounce.
Cummins trying to exploit what's there. He's in the mid-130s. Bowls to Imam, who leaves the ball that shakes back.
Interesting you bring up his speed though, Gerard. He saw that across the board in Perth, a quick pitch. Pat Cummins rarely hit 140, he was averaging in the mid-130s. There was some debate that if there's something wrong with the speed gun, Could it be just the last test of what's been a really hectic year for Pat Cummins and the rest of the bowling attack?
Captain reaches his mark. Past the umpire bowls, Imam drives inside portion of the bat out to mid-on. No run. Spread of wickets throughout the year. So Cummins, this is test number 11. He's taken 32. Hazelwood's below him, having taken 25 in 7 tests. Stark's in his 9th test with 34. And Nathan Lyon again leads all comers around the world. He's in his 10th test match, 43 wickets. So Lyon at an average of 23.5. Stark is averaging 28. Cummins is averaging 33. And Hazelwood is averaging the low 25s. Cummins has moved around the wicket as he bowls, and it's left alone by Imam. Pretty quick at the change of angle, late in the second over. Glance down on the landing zone as he moved through as well.
Nathan Lyon getting ready here. He's more likely going to bowl this next over.
Think about what Salman did with his handful of overs. It does whet the appetite. Imam faces up. He's wrapped on the pads. Cummins is up, pleading. He liked it. He's going to get shaken away by Joel Wilson. But when it's Joel Wilson, that's only half of the equation. Lyon to describe the heights, Carey about the line, and ultimately Cummins has to make the decision on his own bowling, and he is going to refer. Away we go for IMAR Insurance. Tradies trust IMAR for insurance. Call 13 IMAR.
I reckon this is as much hope as anything. There has to be a question mark about the height here. So he's caught on the crease, but still seen quite high above the knee roll. And it's might be just clipping.
You heard
umpire's call.
The word height do the rounds, didn't you? Sort of stumped Mike.
I did see a number that suggests Joel Wilson is wrong 37% of the time. So let's see. It's up above the knee roll on the crease.
On the hop as well.
It's going to be hard to get hit in. Umpire's call would be in play. It's going to be hard to get hit in.
Wickets.
Up over the top.
I don't think that is a great there's a high likelihood that that's going over. But anything above the knee roll, with the height of these bowlers, I think it's a pretty good indicator.
End the over, none for 25. Macca's scoreboard cricket, I'm loving it.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Cannon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Cannon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
2 all chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac, and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Session of play for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work. And that rousing applause is for Nathan Lyon, who's been tossed the ball at the worn end of the ground. 501 wickets to his name. He was on duty at points. The issue around the heights that Australia has misjudged on the previous delivery. And now he's been tossed the ball looking for this first Pakistan wicket. None for 23. Imam survived on 7. Shafiq is 14. Lyon's got long on back and a deep backward square. He starts over the wicket. Shafiq is leaning forward and defending. There's a short leg, a leg slip and a slip.
Just on that review, Gerard, I'm just going to say Pat Cummins, nice guy. Just wanted Joel Wilson to get his confidence back.
Paddy's numbers a bit. All right. Line to Shafiq, turns to the leg, safely enough away from Labuschagne. He'll take 2 out to mid-wickets. There's a scrambled work is done by Khawaja. 16 for Shafiq, none for 25.
I'd love to have heard that conversation, what happened there, because I think that they almost indicated that there was a good chance it was going to be high, but they still went with it. So it would have been interesting to see who made that decision.
Line to Shafiq, flight of delivery, defended down the line of the leg side. Do you have conventions or rules within the Victorian setup for these pitches here? Around how to judge whether to review or Line is patted away by Shafiq, playing back. Line really liked it. Michael Goff does not agree.
And this is where the last review might cost them. I'm not sure that that's coming back enough to hit off stump.
Line is an unerringly good judge of his own bowling. He's not going to go. Would you have rules here if you had the capacity to use DRS?
Yeah,
right back, top of the flap.
It's an interesting.
Back a long way. Given the stumps a scare.
That, yeah, I still don't think it's quite coming back enough.
I wonder what that does to the thinking of Shafiq regardless. Line to him, uses his feet and clips the ball away to long on. Cummins will do the fielding on a single take and none for 26.
I mean, I think they do have a process, don't they, the Australians?
Yes, it would have been umpire's call on the line, no shot. The outside of the off stump. Well, Shafiq's very lucky in that case. If that ball's making any contact with the stumps, it's totally anti-mercy for the batsman when you're not playing. Michael Goff would absolutely have been within his rights to give that out. Line around the wicket to the left-hander. Imam plays late, dabs the ball to backward points. Khawaja rounds up. They're going to come for a second. Khawaja didn't get it away quickly enough. He was napping on whether they would come for a second or not. It was aggressive running from Imam, and he's safely home for a second. None for 28. He's 9. Shafiq is 17. Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Boxing Day is bigger and better than ever at Chadstone, the fashion capital. Explore all the offers and real-time parking info at chadstone.com.au.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Visit Nunawading Jeep and save at their demonstrator vehicle sale. Save on all demonstrator vehicles in stock, with new vehicles also reduced to clear. You'll also enjoy 5-year free scheduled servicing on all new and demonstrator models. Visit Nunawading Jeep at 432 Whitehorse Road, Nunawading. LMCT 11598.
SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Pakistan, none for 28. The Pigeons down at the top of the mark of Pat Cummins. Yes, that's to shoo them away a little to get into his work. He's bowling to Abdullah Shafiq, who's wrapped on the pads playing forward. Cummins bails out of the appeal. The cordon kept going, and Labuschagne particularly enthusiastic when he's not at mid-off. Australia providing some good LBW shouts here.
Marnus is 50-50, he said. So he got that one right in the World Cup and he was buzzing about it for 2 weeks after that. But apparently when Nathan Lyon went up for his 500, Marnus said it was too high. Pat Cummins still went with his gut and it was proven right. So I don't know, trust level with Marnus keeps.
Cummins is threatening. He bowls. Shafiq leaves outside the off stump.
It's one of those ones you sit out of it, don't you?
Marnus can't help himself. Just has to be involved. I was missing the leg stump. Cummins had a good read on that. Height was okay. Just done a bit much off the seam.
We were just talking about Cameron Green and who comes in for David Warner and Adelaide. Gerard, I don't know whether you noticed right after when this inning started, Warner was off the field. Had Green at first slip and Marsh at gully. Maybe a glimpse into the future.
Bowls. Shafiq defends the ball to the offside. Thought about going, decided not to.
It looked odd to see Cam Green on the field and not at gully.
Yep. When they do both play in the 11, who will get rights at colour? It's Green, won't it?
I think so, but I guess Green can double up as a slipper as well.
I think Green will go to first slip.
I think we did see a glimpse into the future, Gerard. Warner intentionally staying off the field so that...
Cummins sets in, bowls, Shafiq off his pads, flicks it away, down to backward square. They have one, not this time, as Head covered the ground quickly. And one to a total which sits at 29.
It's really been exceptional batting. There's been a few balls that have, they've passed the outside edge. It hasn't been smooth sailing by any means, but they haven't been flustered at all. They've just kept trusting their method, kept playing straight, keep working when they get the chance. It's been high quality batting. They've got to do this for as long as possible and see if they can just knock a bit of the shine off this ball.
Cummins has hit 140 in his pace work. He's around the wicket. It's a bouncer. Imam got down underneath it and sees it pass through.
And they did it really well in Perth as well. And the captain, Shan Masood, who wants them to play positively, was very impressed with how the openers dealt with it. He's going to come and play a lot of shots. They are very unruffled as an opening pair, both of them. They seem very relaxed at the crease.
Added together for 36 overs in Perth at the top of the order. Cummins bowls. It's angled in. Imam plays it away. Bailing out of a run with Shafiq, and just as well he did. Picked up by Stark through the stumps down at the non-striker's end. So good theatrics, nothing to show for it. Australia doesn't have anything to show for its work so far. They've been repelled by the Pakistan openers. None for 29. Shafiq is 18. Imam is 9. Australia bowled out for 318. As we take the drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Breakdown on the Calder Freeway outbounds at the Tullamarine Freeway split. The middle lane closed off and the left lane also closed on the Tulla Freeway itself. Take it easy if you're heading past the scene. And the Westgate, a heavy run into the city thanks to roadworks on the bridge. Use Footscray Road. Bevmarks, the Sleep Professionals Boxing Day sale has 50% off all mattresses and 20% off all furniture. No exceptions. Available at all Bevmarks stores and online. And the Heat take on the Thunder in the BBL here at Live tonight on SEN.
The King Living Summer Sale is on now. Save up to 50% on selected Australian-designed indoor and outdoor furniture. Sale on now. Visit your nearest King Living showroom today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Ready for the road? You will be with a brand new Toyota Hilux. Stock is available now, so awaken your unbreakable with Australia's #1 selling vehicle. Check your local dealer as stock may vary. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Liberty Business Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers and game changers. So access smarter credit when you need it most. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
The New Year, New Gear sale is now on at Golfbox. Spoil yourself with something new. Stock up on essentials and step out in style. Score big at the New Year, New Gear sale. Shop now at golfbox.com.au.
Hello again, Sebastian Cant here. With my neck pain, the only relief I get is with my Spinal Ease pillow. I encourage you to give it a go. Search Spinal EZE.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Berwick GWM's Canon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Canon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Canon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Canon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
On 2. And he drives him behind point. Out towards the old Bay 13. Might even reach the rope. And it does. The crowd have gone wild at the MCG. Two youngsters, look, a couple of 16-year-olds having a bit of a kiss and a cuddle. Flashed up on the screen and they've immediately covered their face. They're obviously not meant to be having a kiss and a cuddle up there in the back of the Pottsford stand. Hazelwood yet to concede a run. Bowls to Imam from the southern end. We'll concede one here. Through backward point it goes off the front foot. Imam gets himself a boundary, just trickling in. It's the Bundaberg Ginger Beer Drinks Break, the great Australian brew. We're halfway through the second day. Pakistan have made their way to none for 29 after Australia were dismissed on the stroke of lunch for 318. They faced 13 overs. Abdullah Shafiq, 18 from 42. Imam Al-Haq, 9 from 36, a boundary apiece. Adam Collins jumping in. Chris Rogers and Damien Fleming with me, our experts, our coverage for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Flem, we'll start with you. Pretty good effort from Pakistan to get through that.
Yeah, great effort, isn't it? It just shows if you're backing your defence, don't try and take on deliveries that low percentage shots against a very fast, bouncy Australian attack. You can survive. The next challenge now is how they're going to score and build momentum against Australia.
Bit of a problem last week at Perth, wasn't it? Long on back, Lyon starts the fresh hour, bowling to Shafiq defensively, and to cover it goes.
And I like Nathan Lyon to Imam Al-Haq. I'm not sure where he's going to score against Nathan Lyon. And even that LB shout that Shafiq offered no shot, it turned.
So boxed in, 3 catches around Shafiq, facing line here, pushing straight at the man at short leg. Lovely piece in The Guardian this week where John Davison, who's been Lyon's sort of spin oracle over the years, and his view is that Lyon is just getting so much better with age that there's no reason to even think about the end of his journey, as we might with a milestone like the 500 last week. Lyon bowls and Shafiq defends. I mean, the longevity for someone who's treated his body well, seldom
looks fit,
looks super fit, and clearly has the desire to go around for at least 4 more years with an Ashes. Victory in England, tantalisingly close, not quite this time around. Lyon delivers. Shafiq edging to leg slip via the pad, not the bat. Warner liked it for a moment, but they bailed out of the appeal.
We've seen that before.
Yes, indeed. Get a second look at our screen. That was off.
But I think even just dismissals like that, he's found a way in Australian conditions to get wickets when it's not turning excessively, where overseas spinners have battled.
Lyon bowls, Shafiq defends.
I think that's the big thing. There's been a lot of stats being thrown around about the opposition spinners in Australian conditions, which just show what a legend really Nathan Lyon is. 243 wickets at 31 in Australia. Opposition spinners.
Lyon bowls last ball of the over. We'll come back to this. Ends up just in front of the man at short leg. End of the over, none for 29. A maiden there from Lyon. On the Macca's scoreboard cricket, I'm loving it.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
In Place Living. Design and develop customised specialist disability accommodation, valuing inclusivity, innovation and compassion. Because beautiful homes should support independence and choice for Australians with disability. To learn more, visit inplaceliving.com.au.
Chris Rogers also with me for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Flem behind us.
Yeah, just that stat, Nathan Lyon. This is for spinners comparison in tests at home. So at home, Nathan Lyon, 243 wickets at 31. The opposition spinners in those tests have 206 wickets and an average of 62.83. Double.
That's a great stat. Cummins bowls round the wicket. Imam driving to the man at mid-on, no run. All those stats are brought to you by Mate Internet and Mobile. So twice he scored. The other one I picked up during the week, his bowling average, Lyon this is, hasn't been this low since November 2012. Bolstering that point that he just continues to find a way to improve.
But that stats of, spinners in India, the opposition spinners get wickets over there, maybe at a higher rate. But that's double the average, the spinners in Australia,
and
first line.
And Lyon's competing with these 3 big blokes as well to get a trundle. In India, the spinners are set and forget all day, Ashwin and Jadeja. Seamers barely get a go. Cummins delivers to Imam Al-Haq, defends, quickish shingle to cover, takes on Labuschagne, gets through. Labuschagne hits the stump, but they're through on that occasion. It's bowled to go against the arm of the man who's so good in that spot. Chris Rogers had 4 direct hit run-outs in 2022, but they'll move the board over to number 30.
Yeah, just his ability to pick up the ball and get rid of it so quickly. That I think that catches batters by surprise. And then he hits more often than he doesn't, which is also quite rare.
Part of the line story, he's so well supported with fielders around the bat. Like, how often have catches gone down offline? It's Smith at slip, often Warner at leg slip. Underrated part of Warner's game. I know Gerard touched on the first slip question before we jumped on together. Cummins bowls to Shafiq and he pulls him past the square leg umpire. They'll get 2. Long boundary to the city end. They'll consider a third. They get through as well. Imam not the quickest, but he's able to walk that one. Shafiq advances to the 20s. He's 21, none for 33.
Nice shot there from Shafiq. That was a short ball. It wasn't a bouncer. He was very quick onto his back foot and a swivel and a little flick through the leg side. Great timing.
We did have a message in before on this question, actually, for tyre power. Your tyre experts, who replaces David Warner at first slip? We spent a lot of time discussing the opener question. But
yeah.
First slip and leg slip, they're 2 specialist positions which Australia depend upon. Warner's done it for a long time. Cummins up here, bowls round the wicket, hits him on the toe, but it's going down the leg side, possibly via the inside edge.
Yeah, out of the 3, if they go with specialist openers, Harris, Bancroft and Renshaw, where do all those field? Bancroft's the best fielder out of them, is that fair to say? Where will the others field?
Just trying to think where Renshaw.
I've seen him in the slips.
Slips for Queensland.
Renshaw fielded first slip for Australia.
Yeah, in India, wasn't it?
And indeed at Australia. His first test match, they popped him straight at the first slip at Adelaide.
Joe Burns tends to do second for Queensland.
Bancroft was typically the short leg when he played Test cricket. Here is Cummins bowling to Imam, who opens up the face of the blade and deflects it to gully.
Where do you field Marcus Harris for the Vicks, Bucky?
He tends to roam a little bit. He fields third slip a little bit, and then he'll try and get himself to mid-off and talk to the bowlers.
Yeah.
Work on the ball. But in this team, you've got Marnus there who thinks that's his best chance of getting a run out.
Maybe they will just jump over one spot. The Smith moves to first and Collage to second, and they keep it simple. Here is Cummins. So Imam hits him on the pad from round the wicket. Got to be close. Umpire Wilson says no. Cummins was convinced. They've used one review. That'll weigh heavily on the mind of the captain, you would think. That one went over the top. On this occasion, that won't be a factor. It's all about
at the G, it's just about the height, isn't it? It's so much easier when the umpire gives it out and the batsmen have to refer it.
So no referral. The clock ticks down to 0. End of the over, none for 33 on the Macca scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Back to this after the break.
McCafe. It's the place where rich iced lattes and cool iced mochas go to chill out. Drive through for a barista-made ice-cold coffee at McCafe today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Affordable super from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
If Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions, watching it on replay between overs, it was going over the top, so...
Geez, they've got a bowl full to hit the stumps, haven't they, these Australians?
Line again. Third over begins. Southern end bowls to Shafiq. Defends off the inside edge past Warner. Went away to his left. Looks like it might have carried based on Warner's body language. Would have been a ripper had he pulled it off.
I just think he's got a little technical issue, Shafiq. He gets his head on the offside of the ball, and from there you can't really control where that ball's going. You almost have to try and stay leg side of it to take leg slip out of the equation.
First camera angle was inconclusive. The second one we're seeing here, it did carry to Warner, you know. It was inside edge onto front pad on the flap.
That flew, that one.
He dived to the side rather than seeing if he could dive slightly forward.
So as we're talking about Warner at leg slip, one does go down, albeit a very tough one. 2 slips, line bowling, round the wicket to Imam, defending down the pitch. We did have Warner commenting on Marcus Harris last night. Chris Rogers, I know Warner's given a variety of comments about who might be his replacement, but he was effusive about Harris, and he actually raised his scoring rate as well, which is part of the ongoing chat around who comes the new opener. Lyon bowls, Imam dances, then defends, and said that he's got the scoring shots to keep pressure on the fielding team. Is that kind of how you see it as well? Out of the candidates, Renshaw, Bancroft and Harris, he might be the guy that ultimately goes at the highest strike rate?
Yeah, I think that's probably the way Australia are thinking. If they bring someone in who's going to be able to score.
Lyon bowls, Imam forward and caught it second slip. Labuschagne had to come forward, did it perfectly. Lyon gets himself in the book. Australia, they've bowled so well after lunch, they get their first wicket. Imam Al-Haq departs for 10, 1 for 34.
Well, it just seemed a little bit too easy, that, didn't it? He brought the second slip in, and that was after Imam had played the late cut through that area. So brought the second slip in and then just bowled a pretty good delivery, just pitching just outside off stump, turning away, and Imam was good enough just to find the edge straight to second slip, and he'd be very disappointed with that. I think he could have done a little bit more to defend that.
Yeah, Buck, it was just a stop ball. It is turning for Nathan Lyon, which is promising halfway through day 2. You'll think it'll only get more and more that way. So the outside edge found, Imam Al-Haq, he blunts the new ball, but, how does he start to accelerate the innings? And particularly against spin, I thought he was a wicket just waiting to happen against Nathan Lyon. There's no sweep shots. He's not going to come down, use his feet. He can't get any width to play the cut shot. So Nathan Lyon really just bowling a lot of stock balls, and that was proved good enough to get the wicket.
It's a sharp chance taken by Labuschagne, just on his left boot after coming forward. Our Macca's catch of the summer. Clean bowl your taste buds with the chicken Big Mac. And Australia celebrating their first wicket thanks to Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives. So Shah Massoud, the captain, walks in. Another left-hander. Lyon is going to enjoy this
good.
one.
Coming around the wicket straight away, which is interesting. Just got a wicket over. I would have thought that those stock balls, it's still going to be testing Massoud, who come out in Perth and played a couple of big shots, first and second delivery. He was talking up Bazball a bit pre-series.
Did after Perth as well. Lyon bowls, first ball, Shah Massoud, mid-on and mid-off a fraction back, giving him a single, but he defends to backward point, no run. They feel like they're almost catching positions for him. Mid-on and mid-off are back about 10 metres further than they ordinarily would be.
Well, he tried to hit him straight down the ground, didn't he? And he just used a lot of bottom hand in Perth and nearly got caught first or second delivery.
Last ball of Lyon, successful over. Shah Massoud cuts off the front foot down towards backward point. Travis Head does the fielding. Pakistan have lost their first wicket. They're 1 for 34. Abdul Shafiq 22. Shah Massoud yet to score on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
2 all-chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac, and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Cannon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Cannon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
Ian Smith jumping in for Damien, Fleming and Nathan Lyon receives the applause of the Shane Warne stand as he walks towards point. Australia's first wicket on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Pat Cummins away from us at the members' end. Bowls here to Shafiq, squares him up, spits through the cordon, 4 runs. 3 slips in a gully by Sex the third and Mitchell Marsh, who was diving away to his left, not to be our boundaries for Azito all day, every day. Only the third of the innings for Pakistan. Good afternoon, Smithy.
Yeah, good afternoon to you and to you, Buck, as well, and our listeners. And we talked about this in Perth a lot, this relentless nature of this Australian attack. And here again, we see it in evidence on an entirely different surface. But if there's anything there, they find it because they bowl the right areas. And it is such an examination of technique.
4th slip in after that. 4 slips in a gully. Cummins close to the stumps to Shafiq, who plays him defensively right mid off.
I think too that Nathan Lyon brings just such a balance to the attack, because the quicks hadn't got a wicket, and as opening batters, you probably I've done the hard yards here. I just have to keep doing the same thing and keep going. But then you get a high-class spinner who comes on and takes a wicket and breaks it up. If Australia didn't have that, then, you know, I'll just keep going. But the fact that Lyon can come on, get top-order wickets and break partnerships is priceless.
Cummins, lots of catches to Shafiq, leading edge nearly down to mid-on.
And one of the other issues too, Buck, is that because the scoring rate is kept to a minimum, you know, just over two and a bit runs and over, they're going to have to bat 150 overs to get to Australia's total. And that is such a hard thing to do, that you're always behind the 8 ball if you can't score quicker. And it's something that Shah Massoud said after the Perth Test match. We've got to look to be a little bit more aggressive and up our run rate, because if we bat time, we want to make profit out of that time. It's so hard.
Great stat just flashed up on television, which I'll pinch. Mate, internet and mobile. Cummins bowls here and leaving alone Shafiq outside the off stump. In terms of plays and misses since the start of 2022, Cummins 176, Stark 163, and in third spot Tim Southey 121. So, you know, just giving a reflection of just how often they're in that channels with him.
Simon Helmet has been appointed the high-performance coach of Pakistan, and when Pakistan played Victoria, it was almost the first thing he referenced. It was the fact that they batted for Australia overs, for 100 overs, and when they got to 100 overs, they were 150 odd runs behind what Australia were.
Cummins bowls, and from the outside part of the bat, once again a leading edge from Shafiq, but Cummins is equal to it, moving to his left no run.
And that's a huge number, isn't it? And if you, as you say, Smith, if you're scoring at that rate, it's just going to make it hard work. And then a lot of the time you're just standing there waiting to edge one.
I think it's quite admirable that Shah Massoud's trying to make the team play in a mode that's going to have more success at home as well. Like they've been stuck drawing test matches in Pakistan, or getting caught out on the final day like England did last year. Cummins bowls and driving wide of the man at cover. Towards cover point is Shafiq for a single. Compact shot, gets one for 39 to score, and that will complete the over as well. Shafiq up to 27, Shah Massoud yet to score. That's on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal? Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Now presenting the King of Clean, Jenny King.
For 30 years, Jenny King has offered fantastic commercial cleaning franchise opportunities, helping hundreds of Aussies become the king of their own careers.
Jenny King, the King of Clean.
Visit jennyking.com.au.
Half an hour away from the Bundaberg Ginger Beer tea break. Australia looking to press home the advantage. Nathan Lyon has 42 wickets at the MCG at just under 31. Bowls here to Shafiq, who drives him, not beyond cover though. Labuschagne does well, knocking it away to his right. Lyons 1-5 here. Buck was a test match you played against England in 2013. That was his 100th wicket in test cricket. To think what he's done since then, 400 in a subsequent decade. 402 and counting. Mate, internet and mobile, all those numbers. Lyon bowling with the long on to Shafiq, goes back and cuts and doesn't get a pass backward point. Got to be scoring from those balls. Some pressure on Lyon, can they?
I think that's been a pretty good 10 years of his life as well, wouldn't it? It would have been something to have enjoyed over that period. He's had his ups and downs, but it's been a wonderful career for him.
Lyon to Shafiq, pushes out to mid-off, no run. The thing that's lost in it, Smithy, is that a number of times Lyon nearly lost his spot. The test match here in 2016 against Pakistan, he woke up on the 5th day of that match, back page of the paper, he was going to get dropped for Sydney for Steve O'Keefe. Came out, contributed to bowling Australia victory, kept his spot by the skin of his teeth, and the rest is history. Bowls here, Shafiq plays him down the mid-on for one day style. He's up to 28, 1 for 40 to score.
You know, it was one of the great downsides to his cricketing career to break down in the Ashes. I mean, you know, he was going to be such an instrumental factor in that. He would have been the best spinner on show. And of course, he limped out of that series prematurely. So he's making up for lost time here. And he's going to make sure that he gets every single breath he can get out of his test cricket life.
Lyon round the wicket, 2 slips to Shah Massoud. Leg stump line though, tucked round the corner for runs. Could be 4 of them. Work to do for Mitchell Stark in the long sleeves. Collects it with about 2 metres to go before the rope beneath us. At fine leg. Moves to 1 for 42. Pakistan. Masood off the mark with a couple.
It's just first pick, really, for me, Nathan Lyon. His first pick because you know what you're going to get, and it's quality. Day after day.
Finishes his 4th over here. Masood again from leg stump, not quite right to the left-hander in this over. Gets 1 round the corner. So Shah Masood retains the strike. He's 3. Shafiq's 28. Pakistan 1 for 43 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
What's up, thrifters? Get set to save 50% on clothing at Savers on New Year's Eve. That's tomorrow at Savers. Some restrictions apply.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today. Book your AC service this month at Chadstone Toyota. Small passenger vehicles, only $295, including GST. And SUV 4x4 and commercial vehicles, $349, including GST. T's and C's apply. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Apparel partner on SEN Test Cricket is Ringers Western, whether it's in the paddock or the pub. Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. And Bucky, having played a lot with Nathan Lyon earlier in his career, he always came across as a pretty nervous character. Always kind of implicitly gave the vibe of a guy who was worried about his spot. But now, the confidence and control he has when at the bowling crease, it stands out the other way.
Yeah, I mean, he was charged with leading the team song. And with that too, you kind of give, before you do the song, you give a bit of a summary of who had played well throughout the game.
Cummins gets a crack at Shah Masood over the wicket for the first time, and he's played into the onside where Mitchell Stark fields.
And I've seen a couple of people do that unbelievably well. But Nath was almost, at times, he was almost too nervous to be able to do it. He didn't like speaking in front of people, as a lot of people want to do. And yeah, it was. You could see he was a nervous character, just over time. At Settlers, he's performed day in, day out, and just taken so much confidence from his performances.
Cummins rolling to Shah Masood, captain to captain, delivers here. Shah gets behind it, defends to extra cover, no run. I mean, it can't be easy, can it? Charged with the responsibility as still then, I wouldn't say a senior player in the side. And let's be realistic, he was dropped twice after getting the song in 2013, being asked to stand up and address the senior players.
Well, Mike Hussey was the player that handed it over to him, and he said it's a really difficult call because you need to know that you're handing it over to, one, a guy that's going to be there for a while, who deserves his place in the side, and so it's not going to chop and change, and two, a guy that merits it on character as well.
Cummins up close to the stumps, bowls to Shan, who plays him out towards mid-wicket. The speed's taken off the ball by the diving Labuschagne. They still get through for 1. Shah Masood is 4. It's 1 for 44.
But he was confident that in Nathan Lyon, he found that character. And you know what Huss is like. I mean, Huss is a very analytical person, and he thinks a lot before he makes decisions. That's why he's such a fine player. He weighed up options and took the best one. And he said Nathan Lyon for him just stood out when he really sat down at the end of the day and said, who can I hand this on to? A bloke with character, a bloke with respect, a bloke who'll die for Australia on the cricket field. He said, I had to come up with Nathan Lyon. There was just the man.
4th slip back for Shafiq. Cummins to him here, back of a length, rides the bounce down the gully, no run.
It's interesting, and if you know Michael Hussey for any period of time, you know his judgment's pretty good.
Goes down as one of the great calls, doesn't it, for the song, given Lyon's longevity?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a great shout.
I wonder if he suspected that Nathan Lyon could be around for that long.
He's out, at the moment at least, king bowler of the session for Janny King, the king of commercial cleaning franchises available. Lyon the 1 wicket to fall since lunch. Cummins delivers. Shafiq, short ball, ducks it through to Carey comfortably. Plenty of pace in this track, Smithy.
It looks organised, Shafiq. Yeah, there is good pace. I mean, it's a very, very good test pitch. I think it's going to produce a result. Might have to work a little bit harder than they did Perth, second time around, whoever. But I think it will, weather permitting, produce a result in this test match, which is great. He looks a really quite well-organised player, Abdullah Shafiq. That's a good deal better than he catches.
Well, they took a decent one today to get them going, in fairness. Cummins up to the crease, bowls to Shafiq, who wafts at one. Lucky gets it past Gully. Gets himself what will be a boundary too. But, yeah, not without risk. Aerial for a time. Shafiq up to 32 to complete the 19th over. Pakistan 1 for 48 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V ultra-power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
SEN Test Cricket, Adam Collins, Chris Rogers and Ian Smith with you on the call. Player of the day and our player of the match is brought to you thanks to Bing Lee, the Australian bowlers trying to get themselves in contention for that. Nathan Lyon, one of them with a wicket. Josh Hazlewood, another. 5 overs, 2 maidens, done for 6 so far, and he replaces Lyon at the Shane Warne stand end. Interesting sort of commentary around the series they had in England with the Quicks about the scoring rate that England went at and the change in Test cricket we've seen over the last couple of years from them. As Hazlewood delivers here to Shan Masood. 3 slips out in front of the square leg umpire for runs. There'll be 2. Travis Head collects and throws. They won't take on the arm. That moves them to 1 for 50. Milestone there for Pakistan. Abdul Shafiq has... my apologies, Shan Masood gets those runs, moves to 6. There was a bit... Nathan Lyon said, we weren't baz-balled at all. They're never baz-balled. But, I mean, you look at it objectively. Hazlewood went at 4.6 runs and over. Cummins went at 4.3 and well over 5 in that Old Trafford Test match. If that's not changing the game and changing the way Australia have to play, then I don't know what is. Baz-ball isn't, as far as my impression, about whacking sixes. It's about scoreboard pressure full stop. Hazlewood bowls and Shan Masood dabs into the offside. Quick single. Takes on Labuschagne, who doesn't choose to throw on that occasion. 1 for 51. The captain's up to 7. How did you read that, Smithy?
Brendan McCullum, of course, driven.
Yep.
They got him in for a reason. They wanted to do something different, and that's certainly the way Brendan McCullum tried to play cricket. I've always credited 3 blokes in the time I've been involved in cricket with changing cricket to a certain degree, that point where it might not change back. One, Shane Warne, of course, who just made spin bowling so much more fun again for everyone concerned, and kids in the backyard wanted to be Shane Warne, and that was a big change. Second one was Adam Gilchrist, who said that wicketkeepers must score runs. You just can't occupy the crease or just bat at 8 or 9 in a side.
Hazlewood to Shafiq, leaves alone.
There's no room for you in cricket anymore. Adam Gilchrist changed the wicket-keeping role for the better. And the other one was Brendan McCullum, who tried in 50-over cricket in particular to up the ante during those overs where everyone went to sleep or went and mowed the lawns. You know, those ones between 15 and 35 where people thought, they'll dot it around for a single, we're in 2 here, and try not to get out. And now's the time I can get out and do something else. And then I'll come back in around the 40-over mark and see the death overs, which are always a lot of fun. But Brendan McCullum said, no, that's not what I want to do when I play 50-over cricket.
Hazlewood passes umpire Goff, bowls to Shafiq, back of a length, punches as he does so well. Some pace taken off it at point by Lyon. There'll be space to turn for a third, I suspect, and they do. Moves Pakistan along to 1 for 54. Abdullah Shafiq has 35 of that tally so far.
So when he batted, he decided the first thing I'm thinking about is 6 or 4, a big number. When he's running in at me, I'm thinking 6 or 4. My worst option is a dot, of course, but I would need to get profit out of every ball. And when I'm captaining in the field, I'm trying to get someone out every ball. That's what I'm trying to do. I want my bowlers to try and attack and get someone. It might cost me runs, but it's going to be a lot more interesting to play. It's going to be a lot more interesting to watch. And at the end of the day, if we get it right, we're going to win a lot more than we lose. And that is what he's taken into Test cricket.
It gives them more paths to victory, I suppose, when it does go right. They put on 20 from 24 this pair. Shan Masood looking to score, does so again here. Soft hands through the backward point region for 2. Shan Masood up to 9. He's only been out there for 10 balls. 1 for 56, Pakistan.
And one of the first tests that Brendan McCullum was in charge of England, they were chasing against New Zealand. And Johnny Bairstow was not out. And apparently at tea, McCullum just basically said, we win, we lose. We win or we lose. The draw is off the table. And everyone in the dressing room stood up and thought, hello, this is not English cricket. This is going to be fun. We could lose and we're still popular.
It was a wild test match at the end of it. Hazelwood to finish the over, leaves alone Shah Massoud outside the off stump. I'll let you pick up that conversation with Gerard Whateley, who's coming in to replace me after the break. Pakistan 1 for 56 on the Macca's scoreboard. Cricket, I'm loving it. Shafiq 35, Shah Massoud on 9.
Millions of kilometres covered, thousands of servo coffees, tons of boats towed, plenty of that's not going anywheres, and countless grains of sand. Seriously, where does it keep coming from? A whole lot of work sites, trips with workmates, and getting roped into helping just about everyone move house. 50 years, 8 generations, only one Toyota Hilux. Hilux, an unbreakable connection since 1968. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
The Macca's scoreboard cricket, I'm loving it. Pakistan 1 for 56. Abdullah Shafiq is 35 and Shah Massoud is 9. Gerard Whateley joining Ian Smith in the 17-odd minutes till tea. Mitch Starc, 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 11. Has been handed the ball at the members' end. Supported by 3 slips and a gully. He's in and bowling to Shafiq, who's beaten past the outside edge, which was the familiar refrain in the early part of Stark's Worth. Smithy, hello.
Yeah, he's been much more accurate, hasn't he, since Perth? He's been a lot more threatening, a lot more possible wicket deliveries. He was so wayward at times in Perth, it was like quite weird to watch. And support of Mitchell Starc is the fact there's a yawning gap. Nathan Lyon is quite a long way behind point, and Labuschagne is quite narrow at mid-off, which means there's a yawning gap of about 45 metres, I'm estimating, in the cover area to say, hit me through there if you dare.
That's Shafiq's task, and he won't have a dash at this one. He lets it pass. Same line as the previous.
And in support of that, he's got 3 slips and a gully, and of course Alex Carey waiting, and he's still got the option to bowl relatively straight because he's given him 3 support players on the onside, a fine leg, a man in front of square, basically a mid-wicket, and Pat Cummins himself is at a wideish mid-on. So he's given him a couple of variations to work away on here, Mitchell Starc, and his accuracy is a good deal better, and he can trust him more, I think, this time around.
Pakistan's run rate is 2.8 in this innings. Shafiq faces up to Starc. He turns off his pads. It'll just do enough to beat the infield. He sneaks a run. His head covers from mid-wicket. 1 for 57. It's been stoic resistance.
Look, it's been good. We saw this in Perth. We saw that, and then of course Australia's relentless accuracy just wore them down. And then of course second time around they were spooked by the pitch surface, the cracks. In fact, the Australian batsmen had been wearing a few from their own bowlers. They thought, hello, this is not going to be a lot of fun, and in the end they capitulated. I don't, is there any other word for it? They did, and it was pitch pressure as much as anything else. They'll look at this pitch surface and say this is a little bit easier. And it's a lot easier on the eye from a batting point of view.
Shah Massoud is 9 from 11 balls. Starc is over the wicket to him, and Massoud is driving stylishly out through cover, laid the bat into the ball. He'll run it out under the Ponsford stand. Labuschagne slides, the hook slide, and he prevents a 3rd run in doing so. Good piece of fielding. Massoud is at 11. Pakistan 1 for 59.
Quite an important innings this for Shah Massoud. One thing you want to do as a captain is to justify your place in the side amongst your fellow players, those ones that you're asking to do things for you. And so therefore he needs scores on a regular basis to justify the fact that he should be at number 3 for Pakistan and be a long-term captain. So here's a golden opportunity on a beautiful Melbourne afternoon to weather the storm and get some profit.
His career has been on again, off again through 31 test matches leading up to this. Starc bowls to him. Massoud tried to flick off the pads. It goes down the leg side. Carey takes. 4 centuries in his test career of just over 1,600 runs and an average of 28.
It's not good enough, Gerard. I'm afraid it's not good enough, and it's also quite a surprise on those numbers that you say, well, he's my long-term captain.
The players around him are averaging 49, 39, 47. The newbies averaging 77, and Rizwan averages 40. Tasked with the number 3. Masood from his toes turns it away and rolls it through mid-wicket for a couple. So he looks to score. He's 13. It's 1 for 61.
If you've been injured at work, you should seek legal advice. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your compensation entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands. The team have over 50 years' experience in securing compensation for injured workers. Talk directly to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
21 overs into the Pakistan innings, 1 for 61. The Maccas scoreboard cricket, I'm loving it. Masood is 13. Abdullah Shafiq is 36. Josh Hazlewood is in operation from the worn end. He was tight through his first 5 overs. His previous was relatively expensive. Shafiq has the strike. He plays back and punches the ball out to point. Beautifully dived and gathered by Lyon. Can't prevent the single, but prevents any more. 1 for 62. In the Bazball discussion, Smithy, so during the Ashes, you wouldn't have been passive observers in New Zealand, would you? Were you sympathisers with England?
Were we? There's a school of thought we'd like to beat England almost as much as we'd like to beat Australia, I'm sure, particularly in rugby. Gerard, I can tell you that. Yeah. When the All Blacks line up against England, there's only one result that matters there. But we've got a vested interest, obviously. You know, it's some people in New Zealand still claim a little bit of Ben Stokes, of course, New Zealand born. Father, a terrific, just deceased actually, terrific rugby league player, really hard coast man.
Hazlewood to Masood, who turns to the leg. Yeah, called off as a single as head got around quickly to his left.
And Baz is very, very popular in New Zealand. He's a very popular man, and a lot of people can go away and coach other sides to success, and that doesn't go down too well. But I've hardly heard a whisper or any sort of anxiety about the fact that Brendan McCullum's doing the job that he is. And that includes bringing an England side to New Zealand, to classic test matches. So he's a standout in New Zealand, Brendan McCullum. He can do very little wrong.
Masood faces up to Hazlewood. He's edging all low down the second gully. Khawaja, it's on the bump. That field position has been shifted, so Khawaja moved from third to a second gully. That's precisely where it went, but it just died before it reached him.
Again, Shan Masood will say, what did I do wrong there? And the answer is not much, to be perfectly honest. It was a delivery straight enough that you had to play. You had to get in behind. He pushed out a little bit at it, I suppose you could say, but in all honesty, he did not do a heck of a lot wrong, Shan Masood, and he got lucky because the carry was not quite sufficient to Khawaja.
So a perfectly concocted plan as Hazlewood looks to work the captain over. Masood from his pads to mid-on. Not fielded cleanly by Cummins, but no run conceded. 1 for 62. Has there been any element in New Zealand pondering, did we ever think to ask Brendan McCullum to be the test coach? Because it was so far outside the box.
Well, Brendan actually went from captaining New Zealand straight into the commentary box. Yeah. I worked with him on Sky Television, and of course he was a very entertaining commentator because he wanted to commentate and wanted the game to be played in the vein that he did. Yep. So that was all guns blazing and let's go forward. Follow me, troops.
Hazlewood comes again. Masood turns from his hip to mid-wicket, no run.
But I think in the end of the day, Gerard, that I'm not sure Brendan McCullum would have been a long-term commentator or whether he will be in the future, because I think he found those periods of play when nothing's happening very hard to describe. Yep. You know, those periods that commentators like me and you dread. What are we going to say next? What are we going to talk about next? Well, Brendan just basically threw up his hands and said, that's that. But I'm not sure where his future will go after England. I don't know the money, the room to be paying, whether he have to worry too much, to be fair.
Masood. Oh, couldn't get out of the way of the boundary, butted it up in the air. Smith goes back, couldn't quite reach it. The left hand fully outstretched, just beyond his grasp. Hazelwood misses Masood twice. One that landed short of Khawaja and one fly ball that just carried Smith. He's living dangerously. 1 for 63 at the end of the over. The Tyre Power scoreboard. Toyo, 25% off.
Planning a summer road trip? Make sure to check the fire danger rating daily this fire season and stay informed by downloading the Vic Emergency app.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Visit Nunawading Jeep and save at their end-of-year clearance sale. Save on all new vehicles in stock and enjoy a 5-year free service campaign on any new vehicle purchased and delivered in December. Visit Nunawading Jeep at 432 Whitehorse Road, Nunawading. LMCT 11598.
Pakistan 1 for 63, and Ian Smith, that ball banged into the helmet of Masood. So medical staff is out checking the helmet, checking him with the concussion protocol.
I detected you thought there might be a bit of glove or something in that, and I was with you actually. I thought I heard 2 noises, and there was a lot of excitement about Steve Smith getting back to it, but umpire Michael Goff's signalled leg by, so that took that out of play. But as we look out the window now, there's a little bit of concern about Shan Masood. They'll be looking at the state of the helmet, but first of all, they're looking at a concussion test. The umpires, there's 2 umpires standing around, 2 attendants from the Pakistan group, a reserve fielder, and of course the other batsman at the other end, who is Abdullah Shafiq. So looks as if the powers that be, and I mean the medical staff, are satisfied that the skipper's okay, but he got shaken up.
Yeah, he was signalling right on top of the bonce. And when you've got Stark at the other end, you do want to make sure you have your wits about you. With maybe an over or 2 before tea. So Shan Masood is judged okay to continue. And the replay is just showing past the glove and onto the helmet, which supported Mike Goff's call in real time. So leg buys. Shan Masood 13, Abdullah Shafiq 37. Pakistan 1 for 63.
Prior to tea here on the second day, and an interesting tactic. Well, I thought he was going to go round the wicket, left arm round the wicket to the left-hander, but he's not. He's changed his mind again, Mitchell Stark, so he's going to go left arm over. Slightly more defensive in the field set. They've taken a slip out and put him into cover. So Khawaja, who was at third slip or second gully, is now in the cover region.
Stark in from the members' ends. Australia have shaken the skipper up. Can they remove him? Full ball. Masood jags down on it. Harmlessly back down the pitch. Just a little bit of gardening. There's just looked to settle himself for a really challenging over from Josh Hazelwood. 2 slips and a gully for Australia. They put the point deep. So Lions retreated from the infield. Khawaja's at cover, Labuschane's at mid-off, Cummins at mid-on, Head at mid-wicket, and Hazelwood down at fine leg. Stark from over the wicket bowls. Masood defends the ball to Cummins at mid-on. Just rounding out the McCullum chat. Could you imagine... So England will go as far as they go with him, however long that is. Maybe that's Ben Stokes' captaincy. Maybe it's beyond. Could you imagine other nations lining up for a piece of it?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
It depends, I mean, how you value him and what you're prepared to pay. You know, he's like anything in cricket these days. He's a commodity. He's a coaching commodity. So he's on the market once this contract is up, whether England would renew or... I don't think you'll end up back in New Zealand. Same with Stephen Fleming, same with Daniel Vettori.
Stark pitches up. Masood has a swing and a miss outside the off stump.
And the reason why is Spondulics, money. I really don't think the New Zealand... Well, they've just changed the CEO and Martin Snedden's gone off the board, but I just wonder whether New Zealand might open the coffers a wee bit bigger to retain that local knowledge. But I doubt it. I just don't think the chequebook's big enough for those kind of high-profile coaches who are getting big bucks in the IPL and England, etc., to be able to be matched for a 12-month period as opposed to a short-term 6-week period.
Yeah,
just doesn't equate.
2 in the deep for Masood. Stark bowls to him, bouncer. Captain goes underneath it.
So we see Daniel Vettori, bowling coach for Australia. We see Brendan McCullum, the overall coach for England. See Stephen Fleming, who hasn't moved out of Chennai for about 11 or 12 years.
Yep.
Great. But not going so great for the Silver Fern as such, or the Black Cap.
Crowd enjoying the afternoon sun on the way to tea. Shan Masuda's facing the music out in the middle. Stark bowls to him, pitched it up, defended to the leg side, calls for the sharp single. Cummins closes but can't avert. 1 for 64. So you get yourself off strike, bit of tip and run to a wide open leg side.
Good day, Pakistan. Let's not forget that. Pakistan have had an extremely good day thus far. Their best day in the series by a country mile. They've knocked over Australia and they've made a pretty solid start here. 1 for 64 against a threatening attack, a demanding attack. So let's just not forget Pakistan's role in this test match at this point. They have been very, very good today, and the reason why, they've held their catches.
Delve a little further in the last over before tea there as well. 7 for 131. They were able to have taken the first session. 1 for 64. Shafiq defends the last ball of Stark's over. 1 for 64. The Tyre Power scoreboard. Toyo 25% off.
Good afternoon. A few delays to watch out for around town, starting with works on the Westgate Bridge citybound, which have 3 lanes currently closed. Speeds are set to 40 kilometres. We're seeing traffic back as far as Millers Road. You can use Footscray Road instead there. They're running through until January 4. And a breakdown on the Tullamarine Freeway outbound at the Calder Split is causing headaches too. The Rob Cousins Boxing Day sale is now on. Get up to 60% off the RRP on the entire range of outdoor furniture. Shop in store or online at robcousins.com.au. And the Heat take on the Thunder in the BBL here at Lab tonight on SEN.
Tyre Power scoreboard, Toyo 25% off, 1 for 64. Abdullah Shafiq leads the way for Pakistan on 37. Their leading run scorer for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it. Imam Al-Haq was removed. Court Labuschagne bowled line for 10. And Shan Masood is on 14 and he is on strike. Hazelwood all over him in the previous over. 2 slips and 2 gullies in place. Hazelwood in from the Warren and he bowls outside the off stump and it's left alone. The play of the day for Drinkwise, Smithy, so the Mohammed Rizwan catch down the leg side, so the inside edge from Carey. How good a keeper's catch is that?
It's a brilliant catch. We analysed it to the point of exhaustion almost, because I was alongside Adam Gilchrist. We love those moments, Gerard, and it was a beauty. One of the reasons why is because you're expecting that to go past the outside edge, so you're looking to move to your left as a wicketkeeper. Alex Carey moves to his left. And then, of course, it ducks back, hits the inside edge, and you've got to go to your right. And that brings in a few problems.
Masood faces up to Hazelwood's, flicks off his pads down to the 2 in the deep, all the way along the grounds. They have 1 as head arrives to field, and that's where it stays.
So when you're looking to go to your left, your weight goes to your left. Your body weight is transferred onto your left foot, which takes your head over in that direction. When you have to go immediately back to your right, if your weight's on your left foot and you're heading that way, it's very, very hard. What he did right there, apart from take a brilliant catch, was he kept his weight very steady, very equal. The balance on his legs was very equal, which made the pushing off to go back to the right a lot easier. The fact that it was low down and dying on him was also extremely... I mean, the other ones you absolutely dream about getting and sticking on a stage like this. And here's a bloke who got... I will say accosted by the umpires at times for buys. Yep. He let through 20-something buys. But he'll remember that moment more, I hope.
Shafiq. Khawaja's gone to a catching cover. Shafiq defends back down the pitch.
And I think he will, because he's that kind of cricketer, Mohammed Rizwan. I think he's a glass half full cricketer. He looks at the positive side and he's a go-forward type cricketer. So my memory of today is that catch. And was a crucial one as well. And he got his opposite number, Alex Carey.
No ball signalled from the television box, so Hazelwood would have to bowl that again. 1 for 66, Pakistan. Yes, it is that the extras, which were a real feature at 52, included 20 buys, but he was so hard done by. I can't remember him fumbling any of them. They were all thrown down the leg side by the bowlers. Hazelwood repeats the dose and is turned away to backward square as Shafiq is able to come back for a couple. He's linked on that neatly and moves to 39.
And that was the downside, wasn't it? To be perfectly honest, 50-odd extras. You can see 50-odd extras, and it's effectively another batsman, another top order batsmen that you have to get rid of. Too many.
Given that only one player in the test thus far has been past 50, it was far too many. So 20 byes and 15 wides. So some of those were quite interchangeable. The errors that were made. Shafiq faces up, defends Hazelwood. He's got 2 more to survive before the break.
I suppose, in summary too, you have a little scorecard. Pakistan get a tick in the column for this morning. They might win this one too, don't they? Definitely.
I think they do. I reckon when we all came out after lunch, you're probably thinking they're at risk of 3, the way the new ball might behave, despite the bathing sunlight at the MCG. The heavy rollers settled things down. There's been some stoic batting. Shafiq leaves outside the off stump. 1 to go. 24 overs in the session. Scoring 2.9, so roughly where we were for yesterday. It rattled along in that first session of play. Made internet and mobile, 131 runs and 7 wickets. It's just settled down again. There are a couple of pigeons in the direct line of Hazelwood's runner. He disturbs them, they flutter off. Hazelwood past the umpire, bowls. Shafiq leaves the last ball of the session. So that's T. 1 for 68. Pakistan session, Ian Smith.
Absolutely Pakistan session. They have defied a very accurate attack. Okay, it's only been at a very meagre run rate, and they've got a lot of batting to do to still chase down Australia's first innings effort. But it was a really good period of resistance against the best bowling attack in the world, day in, day out in most conditions. So they'll feel good about that. Abdullah Shafiq, who's had a terrible time with his hands, he doesn't have a problem with him on the back grip because he's very good, 39 from 75 deliveries, and he looks pretty settled at the crease. A really important afternoon for Shan Masood because he's got to prove to his players he's worthy of his spot at number 3, a crucial point. But overall, Pakistan, the twosome that are leaving the ground now, I think they leave a good deal happier than the Australians, who have got some serious work to do, and they know that now.
Tyre Power scoreboard, Toyo 25% off. Australia all out for 318. Pakistan in reply 1 for 68. Abdullah Shafiq is 39. Shan Masood is 15. Australia had 1 wicket to celebrate thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals celebrating lives. It was taken by Nathan Lyon. Imam Ul-Haq caught Labuschagne at second slip, bowled Lyon for 10. Lyon 1 for 10. Cummins none for 19. Hazelwood none for 19. And Stark none for 17. All the stats and facts for Mate Internet and Mobile. The tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. You'll hear shortly from Adam Collins and Simon Katich with Pakistan 1 for 68.
Hello again, Sebastian Cant here. I suffer from neck pain. I now know why people rave about Spinal Ease pillows. They're life-changing. Search Spinal EZE.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Roast chicken, maybe halal. Home loans from Hijaz Financial Services, definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Pty Ltd, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Pty Ltd, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
Berwick GWM's Canon Sale event on now. Over 20 Canon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Amazon's Boxing Day sale is live now. Shop epic deals on electronics, homewares, beauty and more. Shop Amazon's Boxing Day sale now at amazon.com.au.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Berwick GWM's Canon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Canon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Canon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Canon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
2 all-chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac, and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's how we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply. Robot Building Supplies is a family-run business and understands the value of being home with the family.
Robots got it.
That's why they have supplies to help you build a man cave, a kid's game room, a tool shed.
Robots got it.
Helping build family time and man caves since 1946.
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Where do you go for really good advice on renting trucks?
I'd start with the biggest. They've got to know a bit.
And who are the biggest?
Budget. Budget are the biggest. They're the specialists.
And the prices?
Jump on the website. You'll be pleasantly surprised.
So, a fair price plus good advice.
That's a poem, that is. Fair price, good advice. Nice.
Head to budgettrucks.com.au or just drop into your local budget for a chat.
There's one over there.
We know.
Hi, Rodney Jane here with great getaway deals at Bob Jane T-Marts. Want a free Falcon, Bridgestone, Yokohama, Dunlop or Kumho tyre? Buy 3 and the 4th tyre's free. Plus up to $200 instant cash back on selected tyres. With tyres from just $69, we won't be beaten with our best tyre price guarantee. Open 27 to 30 December. Hours may differ. At Bob Jane T-Marts, we'll look after you.
T's and C's apply.
Harvey Norman clearance on now. Stores open until 7 tonight. Get 60 months interest-free, no deposit finance from Latitude Financial and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. That's a bonus $100 gift card for every $1,000 you spend on interest-free purchases. Shop with 60 months interest-free. No deposit, no interest with 60 monthly repayments and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Harvey Norman clearance. Stores open until 7 tonight. T's and C's, fees, charges and product exclusions apply. Participating Latitude credit cards only. New customers must be approved. Minimum financed amount $1,000. Trading hours may vary.
It's been a big year. And you, my friend, deserve a pat on the back. No, you deserve something really special. Like unboxing just what you want for less. So click on to the Kogan.com Unboxing Day sale for up to 60% off plus free shipping on an awesome range of TVs, furniture, appliances and more. That's up to 60% off plus free shipping. The Kogan.com Unboxing Day sale. Kogan.com, click and awesome. T's and C's and shipping restrictions apply.
Good afternoon. Take care around a crash in Melton, which is causing headaches on Cobans Road near the Western Freeway. And a bridge strike in Essendon is also still the cause of nasty delays on Mount Alexander Road. Tram services remain affected there. The good news is all lanes are now open, but do give yourself a little extra time. Run, don't walk to Target's biggest clearance sale ever. But hurry, with thousands of unmissable items, these deals won't last. Shop in-store, online or via the Target app. And the Heat take on the Thunder in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
Henley Mortgage Fund. $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. And Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket.
Forward and caught it, second slip. Labuschagne had to come forward, did it perfectly. Lyon gets himself in the book. Australia, they bowled so well after lunch, they get their first wicket. Bowls here to Shafiq, squares him up, spits through the cordon, 4 runs. 3 slips in the gully. Cummins up to the crease, bowls to Shafiq, who wafts it one. Lucky gets it past gully, gets himself what will be a boundary 2. Oh, couldn't get out of the way of the boundary, butted it up in the air. Smith goes back, couldn't quite reach it. The left hand fully outstretched, just beyond his grasp.
The tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
We're back at the MCG, the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Simon Katich is with me. He's our Red Energy expert. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy, redenergy.com.au. Australia have done a lot right with the ball so far, but only 1 wicket in the session. Kat, I think our expectations were on a fast track that's given plenty to the Pakistani seamers tomorrow that they might roll through Pakistan. But they're made of tough stuff, especially Abdullah Shafiq, who's had a really impressive start to his Test career.
Yeah, he has. I think he was excellent. So was Imam before he nicked one off Nathan Lyon, and Shan Masood's come out with good intent as well. But look, Australia weren't far away from getting 2 or 3 wickets in that session then, because there was a number of reviews, balls just going over the stumps, The one off Shafiq had it hitting the stumps, but it was given not out by Michael Goff. So the one that spun back sharply off Nathan Lyon, no shot. So, look, Australia will feel that they're not far away here. Add a couple of wickets to that scorecard and they'll feel like they're in a really good position. But to Pakistan's credit, they've gone out there and they've looked to score, which I think you have to on this wicket because there's enough happening there. The quality of the Australian attack is very good. So you can't just think that you're going to survive out there for 4 or 5 hours and wear them down because they're that relentless. It's a tough ask to do that.
So Shafiq's up to 39 from 75 balls. Batting with his captain, Shah Massoud, is 15 from 26. They've put on 34 in 51 balls. They trail by 250, so a lot of hard work still to be done. In terms of this sort of transition that Shah Massoud's trying to usher in, he's spoken a lot about it pre-series and indeed after the loss at Perth about wanting to play a style of cricket and bat in a way that's sustainable in modern cricket, which he thinks is about tempo and about pace and all the rest of it. I mean, they may not necessarily have the cattle all the way down the list to do that, but in Abdullah Shafiq, they've got a guy we saw last year who likes to attack the boundary. I mean, he's a guy for the future, but he's a guy for the now as well.
Oh, he certainly is. I said it last week in Perth, and I'll double down on it. Hopefully he gets runs again today, but I think he'll be a better player than Babar Azam, and the reason I say that is because already in the 15 tests he's played, he's got 4 test hundreds, so his conversion rate to hundreds to 50s compared to someone like Babar Azam, who's considered, Pakistan's best batsman and averaging, in the high 40s, is far better. Babar Azam's played 50 tests now and only got 9 test hundreds, so and has struggled against Australia in Australia, averaging in the 20s. So I like the look of him. I think he's got good, solid technique, but he also does look to try and get on top of the bowling, which we're seeing here today. And I think it's hard to judge him on just that first test in Perth because that's such a unique wicket. And the fact that it did crack up and play the way it did, it was very difficult for any batsman, let alone Pakistan batsman playing here for the first time. So he's showing great signs. I think Shah Massoud, whilst his test record doesn't look great, averaging just under 30, his first-class record is strong. He's played a lot of cricket now in England. He's developed his game, and he's looking a lot more expansive. So this could be a great opportunity for him here at the MCG in front of a big crowd to really give himself the confidence in this role as Pakistan captain to lead the way, because there's nothing better than doing it than having this, rather than saying it. Actions speak louder than words, and that's going to be the challenge for him. He wants the team to follow him. Well, he's got to go out there and do it and play that way. And so far, he's shown the way.
And if either of them can do that, they'll be Player of the Day contenders thanks to Bingley, and Shah Massoud and his commentary on the side that he's leading. You've been in dressing rooms and led a couple of states and, of course, a long time in the Australian national setup as well. Like, how hard is it to take a team on a journey like that, given Pakistan have been really known for very slow, conservative, attritional cricket? He's asking them to do pretty much a 180.
Yeah, it's certainly tough, but I think he'll probably be using and looking at examples of the teams that have had success playing that style of game. So whether he's looking at, the way England have tried to go about it in the last 12 months or so, he'd be looking at this Australian team at the moment that's got the World Test Championship, and even New Zealand prior to that, they played a really good, couple of years there and won the inaugural World Test Championship. So looking at what it is that those teams have done well, and obviously Pakistan's home conditions are so different to all those countries, so they've got to figure out a way that suits them and their players that they'll be able to adapt to this. And I think that's going to be the big thing for him is he's got to find players capable of taking 20 wickets for him as captain, but he's also got to identify, and it's always a balance. You can't just have 6 or 7 guys that go out there and all bat the same way. There's always guys that complement each other with left, rights and how they play, but I think already he's got, a decent batting lineup to work with. They've got some good players in that lineup. Babar Azam's world class. I think Shafiq will become that player as well, that he throws himself in. If he can lead from the front, I think that'll help his cause. We know Mohammad Rizwan's a very good player. He's done really well for Pakistan previously in Test cricket, but also in white ball cricket. So they've got plenty to work with.
As you say, Kenny has the chance to walk the walk after T. Shah Massoud. He'll be back on 15. Abdullah Shafiq on 39. The 1 wicket to fall was that of Imam Al-Haq, caught by Labuschagne at second slip from the bowling of Nathan Lyon for 10. This has been the wrap for Red Energy. Switch to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy. And the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. We'll be back in a couple of minutes for the first ball of the final session on day 2 here at the MCG. Our coverage is for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions.
Berwick GWM's Cannon Sale event on now. Over 20 Cannon utes available for immediate delivery. Host Plus has been named Money Magazine's best super fund for 2024. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Ready for the road? You will be with a brand new Toyota Hilux. Stock is available now, so awaken your unbreakable with Australia's #1 selling vehicle. Check your local dealer as stock may vary. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Liquorland is a proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia. This season, the best delivery isn't just on the field, it's at your place. Get drinks delivered to you or pick up via click and collect in just 30 minutes. You'll be raising your glass in no time. Whatever the reason, Liquorland will bring the drinks to the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
When the job needs doing, that's Ace. When you need it fast, that's Ace. When it's Ace Gutters, it's built to last.
As a roofing plumber working on an estate, I can't afford to be sitting around waiting for gutters, fascias and downpipes to be delivered. That's why I've always used Ace Gutters. If I order a stocked item by 5 a.m. that morning, I know I'll get it the same day.
When it's Ace Gutters, it's built to last.
Call 9586 4888 or log on to acegutters.com.au.
That's one day, that's not just one day.
Mum, can you be more specific?
Boxing Day.
Of course. We knew what you meant.
I think Nana will box you, Dad.
It's not that kind of boxing.
It's a Bingley Boxing Day sale.
Everything in boxes and not in boxes.
Huge deals on fridges, ovens, washers and dryers, TVs and tech, coffee machines and more.
The whole box and dice.
The Bingley Boxing Day sale.
And it's not just Boxing Day.
It's on now.
Bingley, better living every day.
Hello, it's Rob Sanusa from State Transport. We've put the infrastructure and team in place so you can focus on the things that truly matter, like growing your business faster with more confidence. Our people are your solution. Visit statetransport.com.au.
Tradies and lawn enthusiasts, power up your arsenal with Greenworks' range of battery-powered lawn and garden equipment. The Greenworks Pro 60V product range packs a serious punch with petrol-like performance without the noise and fumes. With over 20 products in the range, including lawn mowers, blowers, chainsaws, string trimmers, ride-on and zero-turn mowers. They're powered by an interchangeable 60V ultra-power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. For more information, including dealer locations, visit greenworksaustralia.com.
Now presenting the King of Clean, Jenny King.
For 30 years, Jenny King has been Australia's King of Clean, offering comprehensive cleaning services that actually work for commercial offices, retail, healthcare, education spaces and more. Plus, with fantastic franchise opportunities, Jenny King has helped hundreds of Aussies become the king of their own careers. Need a comprehensive cleaning service tailored to your business needs? Talk to the King.
Jenny King, the King of Clean.
Visit janing.com.au.
NHP's N line of electrical enclosures, you can save without compromising on quality or performance. Thanks to the workability of ABS material, N line wall mount enclosures and terminal boxes are easy to install, drill, cut and modify. So it's a breeze to customise to suit your specific needs. NHP N line wall mount enclosures and terminal boxes help deliver efficient projects for a range of applications without breaking the bank. Get NHP N line wall mount enclosures and terminal boxes from your local electrical wholesaler.
The Boxing Day sales event is on now at Mercedes-Benz Waverley. For 4 days only, unwrap the ultimate luxury with certified pre-owned and executive-driven vehicles from just $49,800 drive away. Over 200 to choose from. The Boxing Day sales event is on now at Mercedes-Benz Waverley and is not to be missed. 769 Springvale Road, an easy 8 minutes from Chadstone.
On my way, on my way.
Licence 578.
Henley Mortgage Fund, $1,000 a month off your home loan for 2 years. All backed by Henley's $7 billion parent company. And Halal Home Loans and Investments with Hijaz. Australia versus Pakistan on SEN Test Cricket. The third session for Liquorland. To the cricket. Cheers. Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
About 43,000 people in at the MCG. The afternoon of day 2, Pakistan 1 for 68 as the umpires emerge after tea. Shafiq is 39 and Masood is 15 they've all had their moments, but Australia was only able to take 1 wicket in the 24 overs in the middle session. As Pat Cummins leads his team back out onto the field. This third session of play is for Liquorland. A big thanks to Liquorland for their support this summer. It was great to have Mia and the Liquorland team in the box during the previous session. They actually promised to provide a few supplies for a little later on, so if they happen to arrive during play, who's to say what it sounds like just before 6 o'clock? We live in hope. The weather for Rainbird, leader in irrigation for more than 90 years. It is a beautiful, beautiful blue sky over the MCG. We're in the mid-20s, so we couldn't ask for better conditions for an afternoon's viewing. Peter Lalor is by my side. Pete, welcome back.
Thank you, Gerard. Did you say 43,000 people?
Yep.
Is that how many showed up to the Big Bash last night in Perth? Extraordinary numbers,
Awesome.
aren't they? 43,000.
Yeah.
It's almost as many as watched the Test match in 4 days.
Yeah, which would lead you to sort of ask a few questions, maybe out of frustration as well. But
yeah,
the passion and devotion for it is there. Just got to get them to show it during the Test match.
There's a lot of theories about why people didn't show up to that Perth Test. One of them was when, at the Wacker, they basically weaned people off Test cricket because whenever the big matches came, they only had 8,000 public tickets available, so there's no culture of... But they've got every excuse under the sun.
They really
do. The point
do.
is they don't show up. Unlike the Pakistan batsmen here today, it's good to watch. I think we thought that they'd be really tested by the Australian bowlers in these conditions, and they have been, but they've been up to the test.
Yep.
Yeah. They've probably got the pick of the conditions. There's a lot of sun on this wicket today has taken the moisture out of it. The moisture's gone out of the air too. Melbourne air was thick, wasn't it? It's been very humid the last few days, with the ball moving around. But there's still plenty there for the Aussies.
Yes, it could very well be a lively session. There's one pigeon on the laneway.
On the run-up.
Yeah. So Mitch Stark has planted his big boot and scared it away.
And they've gone off out front of the Ponsard stand again.
Join the flock at point. Mitch Stark to open affairs after the tea break. Shan Masood dealt a fearsome blow on the helmet by Josh Hazlewood just before tea. He is 15, the Pakistan skipper. Stark his left arm over the wicket to him. And Masood leaves the ball tight to the off stump.
Drags it down. No noticeable movement in the air. Straight through. A bit of a loosener from Stark. Interesting to hear him talk yesterday about how he actually forgot how to bowl, essentially, in Perth. He just could not bowl there for a couple of overs, could he? It was terrible. They took him out the back and they got the video team on him, and his arm had just moved a little bit or something. He said, normally I'm very good at fixing those problems in the match, but it was a peculiar spell.
The elusive art of cricket. Stark sets in. He bowls to Masood, who plays close to the body, inside edge past the off stump, down to fine leg for a single. That is too close to be trying to cut away, either conventionally or late, and he's nearly chopped it on. 1 for 69.
Very lucky there to get away with that one. Big gap between bat and pad.
Edge that didn't carry to Khawaja at a second gully off Hazlewood, then bumped off the helmet by Hazlewood, and he's then chopped on there. So it's not the easiest of times for the Pakistan skipper, but he's still there. Abdullah Shafiq has shown the way. He's faced 75 balls, struck 3 boundaries in his 39. 3 slips and a gully. Stark bowls full. He drives away to point. Lyon Fields, no run.
Pushing the ball up, tempting the Pakistan batsman to play the drive there through the covers. It's pretty important innings for Shan Masood. Really, yeah, he's a captain, but he's not established in his own team. He's been brought in from the outside, hasn't played Test cricket for years. It's a fickle game, Pakistan cricket. You come and go quite quickly. So unless he really sort of bangs the tent peg in, he'll be for moving on at some stage soon. This has happened to him in the past.
He's a big slot for that. As Shafiq ducks the bouncer. So the point is Shafiq, Cat thinks is every bit what Babar is. So they've got Shafiq at 1, Babar Azam at 4. Imam is sort of well placed in the 40s at the moment. So Shaquille looks a bit of a prodigy through the early stages of his career. So the weak link in the lineup is the captain, which is an uneasy place to be. But the double 100 in Canberra in the warm-up game, he didn't carry that into Perth. He has a mind to play faster, but these just aren't the conditions for that for the time being. And Shafiq, who's on strike, Stark bowls to him. He goes the wafty drive and misses. So a way to get out in Melbourne.
Well, the thing here, we saw the same thing in Perth, it's not important to strike with the new ball because the ball's staying in good condition through the innings. Drop-in pitches help. There's nothing much to scuff it up out there. I think Simon was saying it was only 6 millimetres of grass on the wicket. So maybe as the game goes on, there'll be a bit more wear on the ball. But on that first day, perfect nick after 80 overs.
Stark sets in. Last ball of his over, delivers to Shafiq, who's conservative as he defends the ball away to mid-on. A single from that first over, 1 for 69. The scoreboard for Toyota Hilux, an unbreakable connection in what's happened so far. So I know there was one ball that caught your eye, which was Shafiq not playing to Lyon.
Yep.
And it was given not out. The DRS would have had it as umpire's call. So it's hitting, and he didn't play a shot. I think Michael Goff was far too merciful.
Oh, no. Yeah. Batters who do not offer a stroke don't get any mercy or any benefit of the doubt.
And probably should refer.
So we should perhaps change the review system. Did the batter offer a shot? Okay, that takes umpire's call out of the system.
Yeah, reverse.
Unless, of course, the umpire's call is given now.
So it's Lyon who's going to open up after tee at the Warren end. Yeah, I have zero tolerance for the batter who doesn't use the willow. They're going to have the two slips, Smith and Warner. They've got Labuschagne under the helmet at short leg. Mid-off is pushed back. Lyons around the wicket. Masood pounds him straight down the ground. Was on the advance. It was evasive action everywhere. Umpire had to scramble out of the way. It's a beautifully struck boundary under the sight screen. And a Zito 4 all day, every day. 1 for 73.
Just charged the first delivery from Nathan Lyon. Hit it straight back at him.
Clearly premeditated.
Yeah. Zach Crawley revealed in an interview today in the Times in the UK that he premeditated that 4 to begin the Ashes with. He'd signalled he was going to do it. Told Harry Brooks.
Masood stays home this time, tickles it away, past Labuschagne under the helmet, rolls it out to mid-wicket. It's a big enough space to think about too. Stark closes it down and they don't. 1 for 74. Yeah, so it was going for it no matter what.
Yep. Yeah, he'd been talking about it for a week or two. He said a big fan of the first ball of the Ashes series, as we all are, the first over and the first session. But you need to make a statement. Right, I'm going to do it. I'm just going to throw the kitchen sink at the first delivery. And boy, did he what?
Did he what?
It was one of those, oh dear moments. What did Ricky Ponting do?
Lyons bowling to Shafiq, who plays back, cuts from the stumps, does it well. Out past point. Stark has to head off into the deep. They have 2 as he reaches it. They should come for a 3rd on the throw, and they do. Stark is just a little shallow with the throw. It's 1 for 77. Shafiq is 42.
A little bit flat in the field after tea, the Australians, don't they? I think they expected to be in a better place by now. But cricketers are more patient than commentators, Gerard. They'll know. Loosening the tooth. Back that Crawley thing, I think we all knew instantly how England were going to approach the Ashes, didn't we?
Absolutely we did. Masood plays back under edge, flops away to point, who's pushed a little deep. So a single to be had, 1 for 78. Yeah, that first ball just reverberates and real or imagined as the previous series starts with a wicket. Australia are rampant. England start with a 4 and signals intent and all. Plus what we know from yesteryear. It's brilliant.
Army bowling to 4th slip or something.
Shafiq turns to the leg and it'll beat Warner at leg slip. A late call to go through for a single. So Pakistan getting runs from every ball of this line over. 4, 1, 3, 1, 1. And another to come.
got as many of the first 5 balls of this over as they had of his first 4 overs.
Proactive stuff. They seem to respond quite well once they have a chance to be together and talk, and it gives you the indication that some of the intel they get in the rooms is quite good. They're able to use it and enact it, correct a few issues. Ryan Bowles and Masood is forward defending, so a dot to finish the over. 1 for 79 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
The King Living Summer Sale is on now. Save up to 50% on selected Australian-designed indoor and outdoor furniture. Sale on now. Visit your nearest King Living showroom today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today. Book your AC service this month at Chadstone Toyota. Get the AC combo offer for $199, including GST. This combo deal includes sanitizer and AC filter replacement. T's and C's apply. Visit chadstonetoyota.com.au. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
A flock of pigeons have gathered somewhere near the Stark mark, so one was put off, but they've come back in numbers. SEN Test cricket for Host Plus and Henley Holmes. Build with confidence. Pakistan 1 for 79. Shafiq's 43 has the strike. Masood 22 watches from the other end. Stark from the members' ends of the G. Bowles and Shafiq bat and pad tight together. Defends down the line of the offside. No run.
They're a very dedicated group of pigeons, aren't they?
Yes.
They like the top of Mitchell Stark's mark. Distracting for batters. I remember we used to have to clear the sheep off some of the pitches we played cricket around Bendigo. We used to nibble on the edges of the malphoid of one wicket there.
It's actually a good afternoon ponderance. 0433 98 11 16 from the cricket grounds of Australia and around the world. What have you had to shoe to clear the way to play? Stark bowls, Shafiq tucks to leg. No run to be had.
I had to get a horse off our football ground at St. Teresa's primary school one day. Guess who got kicked?
Wrong place, wrong time.
Went to school and we wanted to play footy, but there were 2 horses had taken up on the footy ground there.
I imagine Bharat's got an exotic story or two from various cricket grounds that he's played at.
The Selwoods and Deans played on that footy ground.
Oh, right.
St. Teresa's.
A bit of royalty there. Yep. Right-handed Shafiq faces up to Stark. Cuts. Beats the dive of line at points. So it gets through down to the punt road end. There's 3 to be had because Labuschagne's got an awful lot of ground to cover. Shafiq goes to 46. Better than all comers but Labuschagne in the test match so far. Oh, and extras.
Somebody's compiled a highlights reel of the extras.
I saw that.
I think it's on Code Sports at the moment.
They did make stats and facts for Mate Internet and Mobile. Wow.
A significant impact on a game. 50 extras.
It's crazy, really.
Especially when runs are so hard to come by.
Leg side wides and buys. Yeah, what promises to be a low-scoring test. Masood's on 22. Stark bowls to him. Bouncer. Sparred at it initially and stayed underneath. Through she goes to the keeper.
Scoring at 4.5 runs and over, this pair. It's bright cricket.
Dugite.
A dugite.
A dugite. It's a fish.
A sea mammal type fish, isn't it?
A dugite off the field in a Swan Valley in Perth.
Oh, sorry, it's a snake.
Oh, right.
Sorry. I think of a dugong.
It's less of a laughing matter. Stark bowls full to the outside edge. Masood doesn't feather it through.
Yes, the dugong is the marine mammal. The dugite is a snake.
Don't say we didn't teach you anything this afternoon.
Potentially lethal. West Australian. Everything in Western Australia is potentially lethal.
From the mayor down. batting at Puckapunyal Army Base and pulled out of a delivery as I was distracted by the kangaroo that had jumped the fence. Came in the Gambie. We recently had to stop a game in Colorado due to a bear sighting. Never ran so fast, Luke. That's the clubhouse leader. Masood flicked it one going down the leg side. He missed it. Carey dives and takes. End of the over. 1 for 82. Toyota Hilux scoreboard and unbreakable connection.
Good afternoon. A bridge strike in Essendon is still the cause of nasty delays on Mount Alexander Road near Fletcher Street. Tram services are also impacted, so be sure to give yourself a little extra time if you're headed in that direction. And look out for an incident in Templestowe Lower on Thompson's Road outbound just past Manningham Road too. The Hyundai 2023 SUV sale event is now on. Get a factory bonus of up to $2,000 on selected models. T's and C's apply. Visit your local Hyundai showroom today. And the Heat take on the Thunder in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
1 for 82, SEN Test cricket for Host Plus and Henley Holmes. Build with confidence. Nathan Lyon begins his fresh over. Shafiq leans on a ball out near mid-wicket. He can't get a run.
So Luke was playing cricket in Colorado and the game was interrupted by a bear and he's run away.
I feel like there's
you know
six
the difference
stories
between
behind this.
black and brown bears. One you run and the other one you just curl up into a ball.
Oh, right. I did not know that. Shafiq.
Yeah.
Knocks
and
the ball away to mid-wicket.
Important that you get it right. Is that a brown bear or a black bear? You lie down for brown bears and you just run if they're black bears.
That's more important than choosing the right kookaburra out of the box. There's some higher stakes around that decision. Shafiq pops it up in the air, but it felt off the pad. It lands safely at square leg. A run added and signalled to be a leg by. 1 for 83.
And I worked for the Sunday Age. I got sent to the Puckapunyal Army Base to cover a kangaroo infestation on the bombing range, I think. That's from memory, yeah. So that's why there were kangaroos at the game up there.
Evans texts through. We had the opposite when we got invaded by the firefighting chopper that needed to land on our pitch when we were playing out in Noble Park. Fair to say the game was called off for the day. Masood drives line, but straight to Warner at cover. No run. I don't know whether to read that one.
Go and read it.
Maybe we just chuck it ourselves.
Go and read it. Hutchie's not going to sack you. You can read
Sean Masood's on 22. Lying around the wicket. Masood advances, goes the aerial route, down the ground and into the stands for 6. Pakistan's captain has attacked Nathan Lyon a couple of times after tea to rather devastating effect. 1 for 89. Rizito all day, every day.
Yeah, he's certainly showing some aggression against Nathan Lyon.
Yes. Good intent. So he talks a good game around wanting to be aggressive and trying to encourage his teammates to do the same. If you're going to do it, you have to lead. And Shan Masood is doing that. It's a 50-run stand between these two. Masood stands, plays to point, almost a mix-up, just retreating in time. Marsh was there at point. Masood sent Shafiq back just before it got out of hand. 1 for 89. Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
Now presenting the King of Clean, Jenny King.
For 30 years, Jenny King has offered comprehensive, tailored cleaning services for commercial offices, retail, healthcare, education spaces and more.
Jenny King, the King of Clean.
Visit jennyking.com.au.
When it comes to getting runs on the board, nobody beats MEGT. So if your business is looking to sign up an apprentice or trainee for 2024, call the experts on 13MEGT or visit meg.com.au.
At 3:50 in the afternoon, we are tipping our hats, our floppies, to Shane Warne. And the crowd in the lower deck, all around the grounds, doffing their hat to the King, whose image is featured up on the scoreboard. Shane Warne, well remembered by more than 40,000 at the G this afternoon. Shafiq faces up, edges short of gully. Stark elicited the edge, but it wouldn't carry to Marsh. That's interesting. A couple of edges either side of tee that haven't carried first to Khawaja and then to Marsh, both in the gully. Damien Fleming has come in to join us as well in the experts chair. In place living, creating homes for people to create memories. Hello to you, Flem.
Yeah, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Yeah, the edges aren't carrying and the LB shouts are going over. It's not happening for the Aussies.
Quite the contradiction. Shafiq on 46, the crowd at Mitch Stark's back. He bowls, Shafiq dabs to leg. They go, sharp run, throw misses. Head quick from mid-wicket, got there. It would have made for an interesting photo. Shafiq was hustling for his ground at the non-strikers. The batters will just go and have a chat.
I don't think either of these batters call wait. There you go. It's either yes or no. And there's a lot of sudden yeses for singles. I don't think I hear a wait call between these two.
It was a long way off. Shafiq with Beatman home. And Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. 1 for 90 as a result.
Ryan's very upset that you haven't read his message out.
Oh, we salute you, Ryan. You gave us a lovely afternoon. Wow. Shan Masood, Stark bowl, short, pulled well, forward of square. Cummins sets off from mid-on. A couple and look at a third. Come for it. 1 for 93. As Masood builds his pile. It's 31, Flem.
I liked his positive intent, Masood. And it's starting to, well, his stroke play is starting to be more elaborate. And his ability to take on line as a left-hand is very important because the ball is turning away from his bat. He's happy to take on the short ball from the faster bowlers. So dangerous partnership for the Australians.
It's built to 59 and particularly productive since tea. Stark with the urgings of the crowd. Shafiq is on 47. He flashes beautifully at a ball through points and it'll bring up the 50 in style. Pumped it away, latched onto the length and the width. And Abdullah Shafiq can raise his bat to the MCG crowd. Warm its applause to the visiting opener. He is leading the way. 1 for 97 with Shafiq on 51.
It's been a beautifully constructed innings so far from Shafiq. It was hard work against the new ball, so he trusted his defence and his ability to leave the ball. He wasn't encouraged to play big drives when the Australians threw the ball outside off stump, and then after tea, he started to increase his stroke play and looks a class player.
4 fours in his 51 from 90 balls. He faces up again and defends Stark. Season off. Flem, we've had correspondence around what has paused games around suburbs and around towns around the world. Didn't stop the game, but there's a ground in New Zealand with a tree and a bar on the field. I reckon it would stop the game from time to time. Can't remember the name, but it's near Christchurch. I was watching my son play cricket at Parade College. Suddenly all the boys dropped to the ground. A swarm of bees flew over the pitch. I think there'd be a few who would have sympathy for that. No ball was signalled from the TV box against Stark there. We had a delay after our tea break in the late 1980s in Braybrook in Melbourne's western suburbs. The ground was in an industrial back block and play was delayed by an echidna crossing the oval. Ooh. Stark bowls full, played away superbly. Lovely guiding ball played by Shafiq out through extra cover. Labuschagne had a heap of ground to cover. He slides in at the punt road end, saves the boundary and sends it in. 3 more for Abdullah Shafiq, who's 54 and 100 up for Pakistan in the 29th over. Things have ticked along, haven't they? 68 at tea.
They're going 7 or 8 runs and over at the moment.
Yeah, Shafiq not as worried by the bounce from Stark, you know, a more skiddy type bowler, so he's happy to play those big drives against the left armour. And
Sam offers in sympathy with Pete. I played on an oval that had sheep on it to keep the grass short. Lots of manure to avoid when diving for a ball. That's from Sam. 0433 98 11 16 to play along this afternoon. Pakistan are playing along. Shan Masood, 31 from 39 balls. Stark still has one to come in the over. He bowls and Masood tickles him away to backward square. Probably no bat. Wait for the signal. It's a leg by. 1 for 102 at the end of the over. Toyota Hilux scoreboard and unbreakable connection.
The Road Tech Marine post-Christmas sale is now on. Save big on caravan, boating and four-wheel drive accessories. Visit roadtechmarine.com.au for details.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Berwick GWM's Canon Sale event is on now. There's over 20 Canon utes available for immediate delivery. Get a complimentary tow bar with every Canon purchased and delivered in December while stocks last. The Canon Sale event on now at Berwick GWM. LMCT 8760.
Pakistan at the gallop, 1 for 102. SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Nathan Lyon, 6 overs, 1 for 26.
Cobden, they had to clear the town drunk from the pitch one Saturday morning. Got tired on the way home from the pub and fallen asleep.
A story well told, was it? Well done.
Yes.
Nathan Lyon from the Warn ends. Long off has gone back. Masood goes back, cuts straight to cover. Fields, no run. So 2 slips, backward point, cover, extra cover and long off, mid-on, mid-wicket and short backward square. Lyon coming around the wicket. Masood's lashed him a couple of times. This is full down the leg side. Security takes no run.
I saw a tweet yesterday from, I think it was the 1970s, where they put a limit on 24 cans that you could bring into the MCG for the cricket.
Yeah, Wales's.
They wouldn't have been happy about that, would
No.
they? 24 cans.
Lyon bowls. Masood turns to leg. There's a run to be had at backward square. Stark angles around to his left. 1 for 103.
I wonder when that was, when
when
you were stopped from bringing alcohol in. Would it have been in the 1980s?
I think they had to put a limit on the number of cans because they tried to put a limit to a 1 esky limit per customer. But blokes coming in with eskies as big as coffins.
Yeah.
Yeah, they reinvented the esky to get around the rules.
And then I wonder when it got to the stage where you just couldn't bring in any alcohol.
You still can at Lords. You can take your own wine in.
Yeah, the players do.
Lyon to Shafiq, who turns all just past Labuschagne, who's been placed there behind the popping crease at short leg. It lands safely and picks up 2 runs, stopping down at fine leg, 1 for 105.
They don't drink a lot in the long room though, Pete, do they? They're always very well behaved and know their limits.
I've seen that French champagne. That shows you how gauche you are if you say French champagne. I was told by the English.
Oh, Shafiq's fallen for it. He's flicked it down the leg side. No.
Lyon doesn't like it at all.
Lyon knew it wasn't out. So Labuschagne, Carey, Warner and Smith all thought that was out. But Lyon knows better. He could see front on. So Shafiq got caught at the leg slip in Perth by Warner. And this is it's an interesting position for short leg, isn't it? It's backward short leg. If you can picture the popping crease and take 2 steps to your right. Have a look at the replay. It was off the pad. Shafiq plays this one directly back down the pitch. At the end of the over, 1 for 105. SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Adam Collins is coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Good afternoon. A bridge strike in Essendon is still the cause of nasty delays on Mount Alexander Road near Fletcher Street this afternoon. Trams are affected as a result, so give yourself a little extra time if you're headed in that direction, and look out for an incident in Templeton Lower on Thompson's Road outbound past Manningham Road too. Get happy new deals at BWS, like a bottle of Verve Clico Brut Yellow Label for $80, save $15. And Sunday, T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise. And the Heat take on the Thunder in the BBL here at Live Tonight on SEN.
7 runs in half an hour since tea. Pakistan going beautifully. Shafiq up to 56, and the captain Cummins has brought himself back on. Change of bowling for Australia for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Changing commentary as well. I'm jumping in. Adam Collins, Pete Lalor next to me, and Damien Fleming is behind us.
Adam Collins must have come into money at the end of the year. That's his 3rd new shirt.
Today?
This week.
Oh, this week.
Cummins away from us. Members end. Bowling to the captain, Shah Masood. Captain to captain, defending into the onside. No run. I heard from a clever person, might have been you, Pete, if you like something, buy a lot of them.
Yeah. They're all
Three of the
exactly the same
shirt,
shirt, but they're different. Yeah, you're better than me. But I just buy the same colours.
Yes, you do.
If you like a shirt, just buy 3, 5.
Yep.
Stick them in the cupboard.
No complaints. Ringers Western, of course. Our apparel partner on SEN Test Cricket, whether it's the paddock or the pub. Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. Never miss. Pete, I quite enjoyed the topic you were stumbling into with Gerard there about play ending for unusual reasons. As Cummins bowls here to Shah Masood, down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it off the pad. Carey does well to his right to deny a leg by. I was reminded of there's a Wisdom do a compilation each year in the Almanac, the index of unusual occurrences, and often you'll get a weird XYZ stopped play. And one that Flem might remember from Premier Cricket, which stuck in the memory from 2012, which made the book. This was a game between Paran and Richmond at Toorak Park in 2012. So a first 11 Premier Cricket, District Cricket game. And after 9 balls, someone on the fielding side said, this isn't right, the pitch is too long. And the pitch was 24 yards, not 22 yards. They had to stop the game and start again. Cummins bowls here. Shah Masood on leg stump, tucks it just in front of the square leg umpire. They'll get a couple. Shah Masood going nicely, 34, 1 for 107 the score. They went back out there and Cameron White rattled off a century.
Wow. I tend to remember something for South Melbourne versus Footscray. And it was the last game of the year out at Footscray, and Footscray had no new balls. And I think South Melbourne won the game and got themselves into a final because there was no new balls. One-day game.
Brilliant.
There'd be a few of those. The pitch was either too short or long, I reckon, over the years.
That was Paran. I wonder whether Bucky was playing for Paran.
That's what I'd be thinking.
Would have been. Paran Richmond 2012. He'd moved to Victoria by that stage. We'll ask him later when he rejoins us. Cummins change of angle. Round the wicket, northern end. Bowls to Shah Masood. Leg stump again. Quite got the radar right. Taken off the pad or maybe from the pad. We'll see what Joel Wilson says. It's a leg by.
When the Australians stopped over for a tour match in Colombo, Bradman's team, they played. And Bradman thought, either I'm running faster than usual, or there's something wrong here, because he kept completing singles quicker than he thought. And sure enough, they got out, they measured it was a shorter pitch. They thought the locals would try it on this way to get Bradman out.
Yeah.
He batted in a pith helmet that day. P-I-T-H helmet. You know those ones that were sort of popular with the British imperialists in India.
Oh, right. Okay.
Or plantation owners and things.
A member of the Raj or something like that. Cummins bowls again to Shafiq. So defends from the leg stump line to mid-on. No run. Stark does the fielding.
Warrior Cricket Club. Power went out, so the electric fence went down. The dairy cattle walked onto the ground. It's fair enough. But the opening batsman had to retire because they were his cows and you had to get them home. Thanks, Alex.
Speaking of Bucky, there was a game of his I was covering in his final season of county cricket at the Oval when he was playing for Somerset, where snow stopped play. They had to run off the field. Snowstorm at the Oval. The whole ground was caked in it. They got back on about an hour later, so good work from the ground staff there. Last ball here, Cummins, wicketless in his 7, bowls and defended by Shafiq. To mid-on again. So there was 1 run, make that 2 runs from that over from the blade. 1 for 108 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard. An unbreakable connection. Pakistan behind by 210.
Harris Scarf's Boxing Day sale is on now. Save 50% off all kettles, toasters and air fryers by Smith & Noble. Exclusions apply. Harris Scarf. Great brands, great prices.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Liberty Personal Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers and the go-getters. Get fuss-free finance from an awarded 5-star lender today. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
We're at the MCG for Hijaz Alal Financial Solutions. Pete Lawler and Damien Fleming with me, our experts for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories. Nathan Lyon, the only wicket to fall so far. That was Imam Al-Haq. Bowling to another left-hander, Shah Masood here. Around the wicket, southern end, Masood cuts down hard to point where there'll be no run. Speaking of curators, Nathan Lyon used to be one of those. Pete, we've got the curator from the Paran game that sent him. Do we throw them under the bus on national radio? Or do we play a straight bat here? Probably play a straight bat.
Yeah.
Can't verify that.
That'd be unfair to Hamish to name him.
Bad journalism. Yeah. Line bowl's got a long off for Shan. Cuts again. This time gets it behind point, down to the rope, well behind point. Gets the angle spot on. It was in the air, but it was a ball to hit as well. Shan Masood advances to 38 with a boundary there for Azito all day, every day. 1 for 112. They're going nicely for
Yeah, it wasn't that wide. He created his own width there. He just got his shape more outside the leg stump and hit hard at the ball. You know, it wasn't that far from second slip. 45 on the offsides, pretty fine as well. So good timing.
He did show a bit 4 years ago, opening the batting, Shan Masood in Australia. Facing again, pushing into the onside Nathan Lyon. No run. Got starts without really going on with it. Made a half-century at Adelaide.
Well, this is a good pairing, isn't it? Because Shafiq's a good player. The right-hand, left-hand combination, you know, with the singles, the Aussies got to keep changing their line. Both aggressive.
Lyon again, passes umpire off, bowls to Shan Masood on leg stump, fraction straighter, doesn't turn, round the corner, no single.
And in some ways, I think Imam al-Haq got out at a good stage. He sort of blunted the new ball, but his innings was going nowhere. And since Masood's come out, Shafiq's been able to score more freely as well.
Shan Masood's had a couple of big domestic seasons in England. To get back in the Pakistan Test side, captain now, lunging on the front foot, getting a single to point. So they're breaking it up with quick singles along the way.
Is he still Yorkshire captain?
Yeah, so they signed him on a 2-year deal after doing the job at Derbyshire the previous season, where Mickey Arthur recruited him out of an airport lounge.
Yep. No, I heard about that.
1 for 113 to score with 1 ball to come. And then Yorkshire, when they were rebuilding after a devastating racism report into their club, they basically started again, and they saw Shan Masood as the kind of guy who could lead them for a time through that transitional phase in Division 2. Line to finish here, round the wicket, wide on the crease. Shafiq back, rides the bounce round the corner. Travis Head does the fielding, a backward square leg where there isn't a single. Lyons bowled 8 overs. He's got 1 for 34. Pakistan 1 for 113. Shafiq 56. Shan Masood 39 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
The demo event is on now at Berwick BMW. Take advantage of a limited time offer across the BMW demo range and enjoy savings equal to the GST along with a 5-year BMW warranty. Get in fast and leave even faster in a BMW. Don't miss the Berwick BMW demo event on now. Seize the moment. Visit Berwick BMW on Coventry Road today. Offer must end December 31st. T's and C's apply. LMCT 8953.
So many messages coming in thanks to Tyre Power. Big December deal sale. Robert speaks of when the sprinklers were left on. That's quite relatable, why a game would be called off. Yeah. There was a test match.
Yeah, my son played in a District Thirds game, set up beautifully on day 2, and sprinklers washed out.
That happened to us in a final, in the second over final.
Oh, no way.
Cummins round the wicket to Shan Masood, full and straight and dug out to mid-on where Mitchell Stark does the field.
I remember the sprinklers at the VFL Park, Hawthorn versus Claremont.
That's right. I didn't bring that back. What was it called?
It was awesome, wasn't it?
Cup or something.
On Tuesday nights. Because Dermy used to be, is it 5-time day and night? Yep. And now the night just sort of gets dropped, doesn't it?
They don't understand the significance.
Back then, it was massive.
Something.
Footy season's over, folks. Come on.
Quite right.
Supporters.
2 slips of gully. Cummins bowls short, taken on by Masood, gets it in front of square, and then set back at deep square leg. Make it 1. If I wanted to continue with the footy thing, down towards the Punt Road goals, 1 for 114. Masood into the 40s with that stroke. When there's one I remember from a test match in England in 1995, before they spun the square around at Old Trafford, when it was round the wrong way, and where Sun stopped play. The sun was in the eyes of the batters from the western side of the ground, and they realised this is not sustainable, having sun occasionally get in the eye of batters, and they got the square finally.
So when did they change the square around?
2011. For a fair while, it was in the wrong direction. And here's Cummins. Our end, bowling here to Shafiq, looking really good since tee. Ducks a short ball, ducks it early, ducks it well, Pete.
When you turn a square around, do you have to relay it? The pitches only run in one direction.
Well,
you can't. Yeah,
I know they did relay that square at the time, so they sent Lancashire off to play a season in Liverpool.
All right.
And they won it. It's the first time Lancashire won the comp outright since the 30s. And they didn't have access to Old Trafford for the whole season.
those quirks.
Went to Liverpool twice this year, but didn't see the cricket ground.
Not a cricket town.
Hey?
Not really a cricket town, Liverpool.
Music town, I've heard.
Yeah, quite. Cummins in again. Bowls to Shafiq, closer to the stumps, but down the leg side. Just not quite on the mark, Cummins in this spell.
I put you on the spot here, Pete. Name one band from Liverpool. And you've got to do it before he bowls the next ball. Sorry to put you under. Yep.
Yeah. Human League?
From the centre of Liverpool, I think they were East Liverpool. But have you got any other band?
Who?
I don't know whether the Crickets or something like that.
From Liverpool.
Something small.
I like their first drummer.
Cummins. 2 left in the over. Arrives and delivers. And it's on leg stump again. Help yourself stuff for Shafiq batting the way he is after tea. Gets a single to fine leg. Moves to 57.
So it wasn't Echo and the Bunnyman, of course. How could I forget? Spare us the cutter.
Yeah, they were more west.
West Liverpool, were they? Well, Jerry and the Pacemakers.
Yes.
That's downtown Liverpool, isn't it? Ferry across the Mersey. Yeah.
Who's Ringo from Liverpool?
Certainly sounds it.
Pete Best, original drummer. Did they just sack Pete and Ringo just because he was a local drummer or from somewhere else?
No, I got the chop. Cost him. Cummins to finish. Back over the wicket to Shan Masood. Change of angle to finish, and it's defended down the pitch. 8 overs for Cummins, number 23. Pakistan 1 for 115 on Toyota Hilux scoreboard. They trail by 203.
The BYD EV rebate top-up is on now. Claim $500 on the award-winning BYD Atto 3. Hurry, end Sunday. Beat the deadline and visit BYD today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
When it comes to getting runs on the board, nobody beats MEGT. So if your business is looking to sign up an apprentice or trainee for 2024, call the experts on 13MEGT or visit meg.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Our third session for Liquorland. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. And Mitchell Marsh, a popular arrival at the bowling crease. I think it was only 5 years ago when the Melbourne crowd didn't like him quite so much. Batted in an enterprising fashion earlier today, and he's been taking big wickets since he returned to the Test team, Fleming.
Yeah, and just the way his hair is settling at the moment, it's a mop. Couldn't fit in with the, remember the band The Beatles? Could be the drummer.
Here's Mitch Marsh. His first ball to Shafiq, back of a length defender. That was the definition of a loosener.
Teardrop Explodes. 2 very good albums in the late 70s, early 80s. Wilder and Kilimanjaro.
What else we got here?
That was a loosener.
Was there a rate 121 kilometres an hour?
The Quarrymen.
Quarrymen?
Yeah.
Good band.
Yeah.
Pete Best, I think, ran that. What was his name? Sutcliffe?
They were overtaken. The Coral?
Frankie Goes to Hollywood.
Come on, Mitch.
Relax.
Here's Mitch Marsh over the wicket. Southern end pulled by Shafiq with complete authority, complete control, and 4 runs. Beautiful shot, got inside the line easily and early, and in fairness, that was hit-me stuff. Not the revs you need at this stage.
123 half tracker. That is the corridor of carnage. Shafiq just goes bang. Thank you very much. Where's that full outswinger, please, Mitchell?
So since he returned to the Test side, he's been very useful. Barbara Azam last week bowls here to Shafiq on the hip, gets 1. 2 men back now on the leg side. They dropped the sweeper after the boundary. 100, make that 1 for 120.
How many wickets has he picked up since he come back from Headingley?
It's 4, but those in so Crawley twice. Yeah. Then Ben Duckett at an important time, I think from memory at Manchester, and Barbara Azam last week.
Yeah. So all we want's 1 or 2 a Test match.
Yeah.
And if they're top order, bang.
Different bowler to the Mitch Marsh that we saw maybe 7 or 8 years ago.
When he's fast.
He hit the 140s, wouldn't he? But now he's become a more skillful operator.
Yep, definitely.
He's got more bands to read out, I think.
Half Man, Half Biscuit. Possibly the best band to ever come out of England. Changed music forever.
Is that the song or the band?
That's the band. For What Is Chattersfield, I think was one of their great hits.
Okay, noted. Marsh to Shah Massoud for the first time over the wicket. Gives him something to cut. He slaps it through cover in the end. Just a couple. Shafiq wants 3, but the captain's satisfied with 2.
Now, we're on SEN, please, Pete. So, we need
for what
less
is
obscure and more that might be used as a backing track leading into the SEN cricket wicket-taking
our younger
highlights.
listeners might like the Wombats out of out of Liverpool. Indeed, their first single reference is Liverpool in the very first line. Over the wicket here, Mitch Marsh bowls to Captain Massoud out to deep backward square. This has not been a good over. 8 runs taken from 5 balls, 1 for 123. Shah Massoud moving through the gears pretty nicely, 43 from 57.
If you've got nothing to do at home, look up For What Is Chatteris by Half Man, Half Biscuit. It's a classic.
Yeah, I don't know. How do you define a classic song? Does it have to have some sort of chart success or not?
No.
Oh, okay, no worries.
I love how
a 6 and Out, a classic Aussie band.
I don't know whether that's been claimed before, but you're welcome to.
Is Gavin Robertson listening right now?
Mitch Marsh to finish, short and wide, and left alone by Shafiq. 8 runs from his first over, 1 for 123 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection. Pakistan trail by 195.
At Robot Building Supplies, ChatGPT doesn't get a look in. We ask our own robot.
Robot's got it.
Got Merbu decking and timber sleepers?
Robot's got it.
Steel framing and building supplies within 24 hours?
Robot's got it.
The original robot since 1946. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Good session for Liquorland. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Pete Lalor jumping out after an entertaining spell from him after tea. Still got Flem with me for another 20 minutes or thereabouts. One here, a nomination for Tyre Power, saying they played a game where a friend of theirs dropped a bag of ice on a good length the night before the game. It caused an early fit. That's apocryphal, isn't it? You hear that a lot. Watered a good length. Don't know whether that's... Your mate might have had you on there. Cummins round the wicket, 2 slips the gully. 55 runs in the session, wicketless so far. Bowls and left alone Shah Massoud in the channel outside the off stump.
Yeah, as opposed to pre-tee, where there was opportunities created, appeals for LBWs going over, it's been a pretty flat session. It's been dominated by these 2 Pakistan batsmen complementing each other beautifully. And they're scoring runs. Good rate.
You've copped a sledge here from someone who may not have been getting your humour earlier, Fleming.
Okay, all right.
Tyre Power.
I don't get it.
Here's Cummins. Operating round the wicket with 2 out on the leg side for Shah Massoud. His fellow captain steers it behind point and doesn't quite snake it through. Big Josh Hazlewood gets down in the nick of time. They get a single still though. Shah Massoud, 44, 1 for 124. From a guy who barely knows where the Beatles are from, that's not someone I want music recommendations from.
Is that me or Pete?
It might have been...
I'd say that's Pete.
Might have been, yeah. Might have been.
Yeah.
He's definitely across that. He was just having some fun. Elvis Costello from Liverpool. That's a good one.
Yep.
That's a good one. From Ryan.
Great artist. What's the plan here? Still a couple of slips in place. There's a deep point. Square leg. Are we going to see a few more short balls? You know, a bit of a barrage and then may set up, a fuller ball.
I was going to ask you that same question, Fleming. We'll come back to it after Cummins delivers here to Shafiq, back of a length defender. We've seen Plan B from Australia and from everyone else in the world, by the way, through 2023. Plan B pretty quickly has been 5 catching men for the short ball. So a configuration where they might have a leg gully, a fine leg, a deep square leg just in front of square, another deepish mid-wicket and a deep third man, and, give it your best shot bombing sides for as long as you can. The test we did at Lord's, the Ashes test, that was a feature for 2 full days. I wonder whether they might get tempted to have a crack at something just like that, given the short ball was pretty effective for them last week.
Yeah.
Cummins up here, away from us again to Shafiq, back of a length. Defended down the pitch.
Although he's bowling a lot of back of length deliveries, even with that field set. It's still a tick for his accuracy that even though the field is set up for short pitch barrage, he can still get away with bowling short length with really only 3 fieldsmen in front of square.
It's where Cummins has been different over his career, Flem, right? That he keeps the same line, just adjusts the length.
Just great accuracy. And hostile.
Up towards 250 test wickets, Cummins bowls here. Finally brings in the drive, but it's a miscue after a full delivery. Shafiq back down the pitch.
Yeah, less happening too, isn't it? Into the 35th over. Seam would have got blunted to a degree. Oh, Travis Head just getting the crowd going. He's got the mo. It's not quite a Merv Hughes mo, but they're copying everything he's doing, all these stretches, and I wouldn't mind him doing a couple of bowls as well.
Yeah, well, that's where Big Merv did his finest work down there, wasn't it? As Cummins gets to the crease and bowls to complete the over. Back to it, caught and bowled.
Wow.
Brilliant from the captain. Cummins in his follow-through. He's made an art form of that. He did it at a crucial time at Lahore last year to bust Pakistan open. And he gets Abdullah Shafiq just when he was becoming a real nuisance for the Aussies. Caught and bowled for 62. Cummins in the book, 2 for 124, Flem.
What a brilliant caught and bowled. The reaction time for a fast bowler to release the ball as hard as possible, then be able to, in your follow-through as well, be able to get your mitts up, time the catch going in, and it was at a really ugly height. You know, fingers weren't pointing down or up. They were sideways. So the Australian captain grabbing the ball, trying to get the breakthrough. He finally has. Shafiq going. That's a very good 62. And Australia finally get a breakthrough, and they've needed it.
That'll be a contender for our Macca's catch of the summer. Clean bowl your taste buds with the chicken Big Mac, and they get to celebrate their first wicket after tea thanks to Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives. Cummins maybe a bit of pace off the ball watching that first replay, Flem. A little bit different, scrambled seam, and caught the leading edge. And Cummins taking it just above his left knee with the fingers pointed to the side. That is wonderful.
And once again, that's not the sort of ball you'd expect with that field. You know, that's a full ball that he's tried to hit to mid-off where there is no one. And it's hit high on the bat, maybe just a subtle change of pace or a little bit of a cutter. Oh, that's a ripping catch by the skipper.
Watching the replay through the stump mic, the stump cam rather as well. Our replays for Titanium Caravans built tough. He actually only got it in his left mitt. He got the hands both there. I guess that's the point, right? If both hands are there in a reflex
tough
motion, one of them might grab.
It's a hard catch.
Pat Cummins doing his bit, getting into the game in front of 44,052 people today on day 2. A lot of them cheering on Travis Head. But now they'll cheer on Mitchell Marsh, bowling to Shah Massoud, and he's hit him on the pad. There's a shout for leg before. Mitchell Marsh is pleading with umpire Goff, who's turned it down. He appealed running all the way up to the stumps. You don't see that too often.
They're talking about height.
I mean, after appealing that way, you'd think a review is coming.
I don't think he's as bouncy as the other Australian bowlers. They're not going to go for it, but Marsh really liked it, didn't he?
We're behind the batter at this end, so watching it front on the replay, it did hit him on the knee roll. He was thrusting it forward. Might have hit him outside the line of the off stump as well. And indeed, above the knee roll comfortably. I'm not sure whether that warranted the celeb appeal, personally.
I mean, it is hard. You might have even hit that, actually.
Yeah, might be out on all 3 measures. Not out, sorry, on all 3.
But when you're bowling, depending where your follow through is as well, like the bowlers don't always have the best view of LBWs.
So they go again. Marsh up bowls to Shan Massoud, who looks to drive and does so through cover. Great response. Out towards where Travis Head was entertaining the crowd in the previous over. It reaches the rope just. So Shan Massoud up to 48. 2 for 128. Good contest here.
Yeah, I think Mitch needs to get a wicket this over. He's off. That's the way I'd be looking at it, because we've got a new batsman out there. So I need one of the front-liners to be bowling in combination with Cummins.
And if he's going to be bowling, they'll want him bowling to Barbara Azam, the new man who he picked up in the second dig at Perth with a beauty. Should I say the first ticket was Cummins, the second
Other
time?
no ball too.
So signalled upstairs by Richard Illingworth. So an unusual field. Square leg set 3/4 of the way back to the fence. A fine leg, 2 slips of gully. A deep backward point near enough to the rope. Marsh over the wicket, bowls to Shan Masood. Leg stump line, inside edge, down into the turf at Silly Point. They race through for a single. I think it was an inside edge.
Yeah, let's get Bubba down there. If he is getting a little bit of shape away, he might be able to nick him off again.
Tried to whip that through the onside, but didn't make proper contact. 2 for 130 with the single. Shan Masood 1 away from a 50. Now, Barbara Azam facing the bloke who got him last time around.
Yeah, and he just needs a similar delivery to what he bowled to Masood there. That would be pitching on middle and swinging past off.
Can Marsh get it right to Barbara Azam, who has had, taken as a whole, a tough time in Australia over the years, with the exception of one fine performance at Adelaide a few years ago. Marsh bowls to him here. Barbara Azam defends back down the pitch.
Good cricket. Excellent delivery. Barbara Azam looking very good in defence.
Interesting hearing from Waqar Yunus about Barbara Azam this week. The quote was, he's in his shell. He's not really playing his natural way.
Well, at 2 for 130, if you're not going to play your natural way coming in with that score in the 36th over, then you're going to be in trouble in this series. This is the perfect time for Barbara Azam to come in, get himself not out overnight, score big tomorrow morning.
High score this year is 39, so he'd love to make some runs before the year is done. Marsh up to Barbara Azam, leaving alone, well outside the off stump, swinging away into the gloves of Carey. Go through it with Barbara Azam.
How's he getting out, Colo? Is there
this year, yeah, this year he's been caught and leg before exclusively. Oh, sorry, there was a run out in Karachi as well back in January. So trapped 3 times and caught the rest. Go through it. He's got an average of just 26 in Australia. Made it to 25 twice in 12 innings.
He had a shocking first series, didn't he? The second one, I think he got 100 and a 90.
Found a way to make it work. Needs to do so again here. 2 left in the over. Marsh to Barbara Azam. Plays with one hand off the bat defensively to mid-wicket. No run.
Just a bit of extra bounce there from Mitchell Marsh. So he's back into like 131 kilometres an hour. So he's had some injury concerns over the last few years, Mitchell Marsh. So maybe it just takes a little bit of time for the big fella to warm up. But he certainly can still bowl wicket-taking deliveries at test level.
And he land this outswinger. That's what he's striving for here. Got catches behind the wicket for it. In from the southern end. Marsh to finish the over. Barbara Azam on leg stump. That's a deep square. Gets himself off the mark and retains the strike with the single. Pakistan 2 for 131. They trail by 187. That's at the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. Gerard Whateley jumping in for me. Chris Rogers as well.
Good afternoon. It's a bit of a struggle on the Eastern Freeway thanks to 2 separate breakdowns. The first inbound after the Bulleen Road entry. That one's in the left-hand emergency lane. The other one on the outbound exit ramp to Doncaster Road, also in the left-hand emergency lane, so give yourself a little extra time. The Kogan.com Unboxing Day sale is now on, and Kogan.com are tearing up the prices so you can tear into boxes. Don't miss out. Kogan.com, clicking awesome. And the Heat take on Thunder in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Pakistan 2 for 131. Shan Masood is 49 and Baba Azam is 1. Pat Cummins made the breakthrough. A splendid caught and bowled to remove Shafiq. He's bowling to Baba, who's running the ball near gully. Marsh comes around to prevent a run. In the experts' chair for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories. Chris Rogers, welcome back, Buck.
Hello, Jared. How are you?
I'm well. Been out and about?
Yeah, I went down to the Cricket Victoria lunch.
Oh, lovely.
The board members and club presidents and various people.
Well attended?
Very well attended.
Why wouldn't it be the home test match, the showpiece that is the Boxing Day test? Bubba facing Cummins, who plays late, runs it out to point, no run.
Looks like they were enjoying themselves as well.
And well they should on a sunny afternoon.
We walked around the other side, didn't we? We walked past all the boxes. That was by the way to watch cricket.
Such a good way. So Tony from Henley, who are great long-term sponsors of SEN Test cricket, is in the box today. You can't walk for it further. Once you get there, you start coming back. So it's half a circuit in the MCG. So you've got the view behind the bowler's arm at the other end.
There's some loud people along the way.
Cummins bowls. Bubba bowled! Cummins got right through him! The prize scalp is taken in spectacular style. Pat Cummins has imposed himself on Pakistan. Baba Azam goes for one. And it's 3 for 131.
Well, when you need to change the game, you look to your best players, and the skipper has got the ball and he's taken 2 wickets. It looked like Pakistan were threatening to get even with Australia and then get past, but 2 quick wickets, and including the big wicket of Baba Azam, that's so crucial in this game.
He only lasted 9 minutes and 7 balls. And that is the first dismissal in the game that hasn't been caught. It's a good job to hit the stumps on this pitch.
Yes, because with this amount of bounce. But you think about Pakistan when they came for this tour. There were 2 players they were really looking towards to make a big impact, and that was Shaheen Afridi and Baba Azam, and they haven't fired yet, so it's always going to make it tough.
It's absolutely glorious watching the replay, the off bail.
Yeah, that's the perfect ball, isn't it? The top of off stump. If you put the ball there enough, something's going to happen on this pitch.
Australia celebrating that wicket thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. And that is the beautiful part of a fast bowling captain.
Yeah, but when I hear players say, I couldn't have done anything about that ball, I think, well, I reckon there's someone in the world who wouldn't have got out to that, but that was an exceptional delivery, because it was pitching out. It was probably 4th stump line, 4.5 stump line, so you had to get your bat a little bit away from your body just in case it nipped back, but it came back quite considerably, didn't it?
Now
through the gate.
Yeah. Now listen to 44,000 get behind the Australian captain as he looks to make further inroads. 2 slips a gully, or 2 gullies really. You've got the floater in Khawaja, who's in the wider position. Saad Shakil out in the middle, faces up. Cummins digs it in. He defends from in front of the grill. It's a big environment for Shakil to walk into in his 9th Test match.
What have you made of Shakil in the bits that you've seen him?
I really liked bits and pieces in Perth. Given that for emerging batters from the subcontinent, so it took Baba a while to find his feet in Australia. So Shakil he looked every inch the promising prospect.
He looks so talented. In the game against Victoria, he was trying to ramp the fast bowlers.
Shakil on strike. Cummins bowls, beaten the outside edge. Playing away from his body. A little unsettled in the environment that's been created.
Fast bowler. Because that has pitched probably on middle stump, so you have to play it, and then it's seamed away. It's getting that ball to nip off the pitch quite a bit.
So this spell, this is the last ball of his 4th over in this spell, 2 for 5. When Australia was just drifting along, Pat Cummins puts a stamp on it. He bowls to Shakil, who turns off his pads and gets his first runs through backward square. They'll come back for a second. 1 wicket in the over, and those 2 runs. 3 for 133, the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
The Victoria's Basement massive half-yearly clearance is on now with up to 85% off cookware, kitchenware, dinnerware, glassware and cutlery.
Shop online now at Victoria's Basement.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Here's another tyre safety message from Tyre Power. Long drive ahead? Make sure you check your tread. If in doubt, give the experts a shout at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
This session of play set alight. It's for Liquorland. Cheers, Liquorlands. Choose to drink wise. 3 for 133. Shan Masood is on 49. So Shaquille is on 2. Mitch Marsh is in operation from the worn ends, and Masood tucks him away to mid-wicket and brings up his half-century. Pakistan skipper trying to put his imprint on the game, having watched his Australian counterpart do the same with the ball. It's a rapid-fire 50 against most of what's happened in this Test match so far.
Yeah, it's been a lovely innings. He's come out with really good intent, 50 off 63 deliveries. Just the way he's been able to put a bit of pressure back on the bowlers. He would have seen how this pitch played. He might have thought, this is going to be tough work, but he's come out with a really good intent. And he and Shafiq, I mean, they got Pakistan motoring, didn't they?
Yeah. 50 from 63 balls, 3 4s and a 6 in that for Mate Internet and Mobile. Shaquille on strike. Marsh is bowling over the wicket to him, and it's outside the off stump and left alone. What did you see up close in Shaquille's demeanour? Not just his stroke play, which is something, but just the way he carries himself.
There's a bit of cheekiness there. It's almost, I'm gonna hit the ball where I want to. I'm gonna have a bit of fun. It kind of reminded me of a bit of a young Darren Lehman. He just used his wrists to kind of manipulate the ball where he wanted it to go.
Marsh bowls, Shaquille defends the ball to mid-on.
Darren Lehman was unbelievable to play against. You'd kind of have fielders in positions, and he'd hit it into the gap. So you'd take a fielder out and put it where he's just hit it, and then he'd purposely then make sure he tried to hit it where you'd taken the fielder out. And he would do that kind of all day.
Yep.
And just so much talent.
Shaquille very upright in his stance. He's on the back foot defending Marsh away to mid-off. So it is worth just recounting his arrival in Test cricket. It's in the England series in December 2022. He's 37 and 76, 63 and 94, 23 and 53. Then the New Zealand series at this corresponding time last year, so 2 tests in Karachi. It's 55 not out and 22, 32 and 125 not out. Then Sri Lanka in Gaul, 208 not out and 30, 57 in the next test match in Colombo, and 28 and 24 against Australia in Perth. Marsh over the wicket bowls and Shaquille defends back down the pitch. So 8 test matches, 15 innings, 927 runs, at an average of 77.25 and a strike rate of 46.5.
Yeah, and the real test for him is going to be in foreign conditions where the ball's bouncing. We saw him get exposed a little bit with the short ball in Perth. So that's the challenge for him, but he's got fast hands. He can play the short ball. He just got into an awkward position, didn't he? It was that first innings.
Nothing under 20 in his career so far. Marsh bowls to him. Shaquille just defends a ball which was coming at the pads. End of the over. Marsh only concedes 1 from it. 3 for 134. Toyota Hilux scoreboard and unbreakable connection.
The Boxing Day sales event is on now at Mercedes-Benz Waverley. For 4 days only, unwrap the ultimate luxury with certified pre-owned and executive-driven vehicles from just $49,800 drive away. Over 200 to choose from. The Boxing Day sales event is on now at Mercedes-Benz Waverley and is not to be missed. 769 Springvale Road, an easy 8 minutes from Chadstone.
On my way.
Licence 578.
SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. 3 for 134. Shan Masood is 50. So So Shaquille is 2. New arrival in the middle. Pat Cummins with ball in hand. 10 overs, 2 for 26. Shafiq and Bharat in the past couple of overs. A splendid reflex, caught and bowled, as good as you would see. And then as good a delivery as can be conjured to hit the top of the off bail against Bharat. 2 for 19 in the past 5 overs. Masood stands ready. It hooks the short ball. It bursts through Carey and down to the boundary for 4 by. So no top edge. Carey couldn't grab the bouncer from Cummins, which rose sharply. 3 for 138.
Geez, that ball has taken off, hasn't it? It's just he looks like he's an amazing rhythm at the moment, Cummins. A couple of wickets will do that for you, but if you can get one more here, you think that the floodgates might open.
Yes, as the tail for Pakistan is so long. It's a loaded line-up in the top 6. Masood plays late, bunts the ball past Gully. And will pick up 1 down to 3rd and is able to come back for a 2nd. His line has placed a deep backward point. So 2 more. Masood is 52, 3 for 140.
He just looks like he uses his height quite well, Masood. I think he must be, what, 6'2"? 6'2". He just, even then, that ball was back of a length and he kind of stood up over it and just nudged it into the ground past Gully. And then the single he got to get his 50, he kind of whipped that from off stump through square leg. And he can only do that because he didn't get on top of it.
Cummins around the wicket. Masood leans forward, defends to cover, sent back. He's going to come for the run. Shaquille's leaning on his bat.
Missed a single there.
Yes, I suspect they did. The first instinct was probably right.
Well, it's Usman Khawaja to cover point, and then Mitch Stark at mid-off. They're probably not the 2 fastest for ground balls.
Settles over his bat first, and then he'll be upright in his stance as Cummins hits the crease. He tucks the ball off his hip. Out to Travis Head. Now, he's got the crowd in the palm of his hand, Travis Head, at the moment. He's fielding out a deep backward square, so next to the bank deck in the Warren stand. And the whole population of the stand seems to have gravitated into 2 bays, and they've been following him around, and he's been reprising the deeds of Merv Hughes with the calisthenics, and the whole crowd is with him. So the love affair that's been growing for Travis Head, not just because of his batting, but because of his celebrating, and now just his character. And he's got the mo to go with it. He's got the whole package going on. The MCG is right with him. All eyes, though, to Cummins as he bowls. Shaquille turns from his pads. 2 Head at square. He fields. Big rule. No run.
Well, the fact he looks like Booney as well,
yeah.
that's
he's Warwick Todd all over.
Yeah.
Perfect for a Boxing Day crowd. A well-lubricated Boxing Day crowd as we approach 5 o'clock. Tossing the ball from one hand to the other. It has been quite the spell from the members' end. Skips into his work. He bowls to Shaquille. Bouncer. Down underneath it goes the Pakistan batter. 3 for 141. Drinks are going to be called out onto the field. So at the start of the session, Pakistan was 168. Shafiq and Masood got them moving at a rapid rate after the break, and then Pat Cummins has had his say. Shafiq caught and bowled for 62, and Bharat bowled for 1. Pakistan 3 for 141. Shan Masood is 53. So Shaquille is 2. Drinks are on the field for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
The Beds and Dreams Boxing Day sale is on now. Save 25 to 50% off all mattresses and bed frames, plus an extra 10% off sale prices this week only. Hurry into Beds and Dreams today.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Chocolate soft serve changed the McFlurry game. Now the Tim Tam Chocolate McFlurry is changing it again. Rich chocolate soft serve, crunchy Tim Tam biscuit crumbs and delicious Tim Tam sauce. Very chocolatey. Available at participating restaurants for a limited time.
Looking for a leading supplier of plumbing fittings? A company that is Australian owned and operated with over 30 years experience, providing local support that's second to none from facilities across Australia. Holman Plumbing is a full range supplier of PVC fittings to the trade market. They also pride themselves on bringing innovative products and solutions to the industry by designing and investing in new tooling and products for their customers. View the full range of PVC plumbing supplies at holmanplumbing.com.au. The Rebel Boxing Day sale is now on. Get up to 50% off selected footwear. Plus, buy one, get one half price on all full price clothing. Exclusions apply. Rebel, sport is calling.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's how we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
With the urgings of the crowd, Shafiq is on 47. He flashes beautifully at a ball through points, and it'll bring up the 50 in style.
Cummins gets to the crease and bowls to complete the over. Back to it, caught and bowled.
Wow.
Brilliant from the captain. And he gets Abdullah Shafiq just when he was becoming a real nuisance for the Aussies.
Cummins bowls. Baba bowled. Cummins got right through him. The prize scalp is taken in spectacular style. Pat Cummins has imposed himself on Pakistan. Baba Azam goes for one. Mitch Marsh is in operation from the worn ends, and Masood tucks him away to mid-wicket and brings up his half-century. The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Running the numbers here, so we think back 2 for 73 in 75 minutes. How many overs?
15 overs. Yeah.
It's been a terrific day's cricket.
Yeah, I mean, the stage was set early too, wasn't it, with Mitch Marsh coming in and taking it on. That was after the disappointment of Travis Head tentatively nicking off. So, and since then, we probably expected Pakistan to just survive, really, and they've played out of their skins. They've played beautifully to get into this position. I mean, the wicket of Babar's arm especially probably has hurt them. 2 for 141 here, and you're thinking, oh, they're going to get ahead of Australia. But had me fooled, I thought that they were going to struggle on this pitch. It just seems to have settled down quite nicely.
Nathan Lyon brought back into the attack from the worn end. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34. He's around the wicket, flights a delivery. Masood tucks it away to mid-on.
45
a single. So the Australian readout at the moment for Red Energy switched to 100% Aussie-owned Red Energy, redenergy.com.au. Stark, 9 overs, 2 maidens, none for 33. Hazelwood, 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 19. Pat Cummins, 11 overs, no maidens, 2 for 29. And Mitch Marsh, 3 overs, none for 16. Lyon got the first wicket. Imam Al-Haq caught at second slip, where Labuschagne is again. He's bowling to Shakil, who's leaning forward with bat and pad tight together, defending to cover. So deep backward square, and had the long on, although Stark has now come up with Shakil on strike. Points just pushed out beyond the infield. Shakil is forward again, bat and pad together. Is on the 45 for the top edge sweep. Line from around the wicket. Shakil again off the outside portion of the blade. He thought about a single sent back by his captain. Head gets around, throws right over the bails.
That wasn't far off from going to a second slip again. Yeah. He's just got these left-handers pushing outside off stump. I think Masood can get away from it because he can use his height and get closer to the pitch of the ball.
Line whirring away. Shakil sweeps, and he's done it well in front of square. Hazelwood covers the ground under the Ponsford stand. He hauls it in one-handed. And Shakil gets 2. He doubles up and goes to 4. It's 3 for 144.
I mean, there's risk with that sweep shot. And as you said, Usman's at a 45. For a top edge, and then even Josh Hazelwood's at a deep backward square. I think he's better off playing that shot than just pushing forward.
Lone bowl's turn. Shakir lets it pass outside the off stump. 3 from the over. 3 for 144. Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
Looking for a new vehicle? Go for the number one. GWS Suzuki is Victoria's #1 selling Suzuki dealer. They've got 2 great locations in Mulgrave and Oakley, and stock available right now for immediate delivery, including Swift and Vitara, with a great range of new and used, plus top quality servicing too. So see the #1 team today at GWS Suzuki, Mulgrave, Oakley and suzuki.gws.com.au. GWS Suzuki, for fun's sake.
LMCT 507.
A terrific third session of play to the cricket. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. Pakistan 3 for 144. Pat Cummins has finished his spell. So 11 overs, no maidens, 2 for 29. That spell into the wickets of Shafiq and Babar. Brilliant individual acts twice. Josh Hazlewood's going to take it up from the members' end. Chris Rogers is in place. Our experts in place living, creating homes for people to create memories. Ian Smith back in to join us. Hello, Smithy.
Afternoon, gents. It's fascinating, all right, isn't it? Australia have thrown a little third session counter-punch in. Pakistan winning the first 2 sessions, and Pat Cummins has said it's enough is enough, and 2 brilliant bits of cricket by he himself. And now the pressure just increases a little bit more because the accuracy will too with Josh Hazlewood.
2 in the deep on the leg side. Stark's a fine leg. Heads in front of the masses at deep backward square. Point is pushed out into the deep. That's Lyon. Labuschagne and Khawaja just changed places in the infield between cover and mid-off. Hazlewood now has things as he wants them. Shan Masood is his target. Masood drives straight to Khawaja, who knocks it down and prevents a run. Just the captain imposing himself with the ball, Smithy?
Well, both captains trying to impose themselves on the game, and it's quite interesting, actually. Pat Cummins, I mean, the others haven't bowled badly. Pat Cummins just had 2 pieces of brilliance, really. It was a terrific caught and bowl. We all talked about that, I'm sure. Delivery that got Baba was a very good one. Baba will be very disappointed when he looks in the replay to say, why couldn't I get something in the way of that? There was a big gap between bat and pad.
Hazlewood sets in. He's around the wicket. Bowls. Masood defends back down the pitch. Thought about the single, but Cummins cuts it off at mid-on.
Now we're in the amazingly familiar position of Australia getting a couple of late ones here, and whilst Pakistan have dominated most of the day, Australia will end up in a dominant position. That's the way they roll.
318 on the board. Pakistan 3 for 144. So the difference between sort of 50 more runs and 2 more wickets is profound in the last hour of play. Masood faces up. He stays out of the short one with 2 set back for it.
I just think that spell by Cummins, I mean, a lot of the times it's your best players that you look to when the game's getting away from you, and he's come on, he's bowled a 5-over spell, taken 2 wickets. It's exactly what Australia needed. If that hadn't happened.
Masood on strike, flashes at a ball that he should have left horizontal on the cut, missed.
And this is why it's a very good side, because it was Cummins' turn this time, but in the past we've seen it's either Lyon, it's Stark, it's Hazlewood. There's no weak link there, but they keep stepping up. Because it's not like you think, all right, well, if I get through Cummins' spell, I've got it easier with the next bowler.
Hazlewood bowls. Masood wrapped on the pad, trying to turn to the leg, maybe the inside edge. Hazlewood didn't go up.
And as a batter, that's a lot how you operate, I think. You're thinking about who are your matchups, who are the ones that you can take a few more risks against, but who are the ones, okay, well, this is the best bowler, I've got to keep this guy out. But yeah, it's difficult with this, and that's the best teams are I like that, the West Indies back in the day, and then Australia of the
last ball of the over left alone by Masood. 3 for 144. The Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
Good afternoon. A bridge strike in Essendon is still the cause of nasty delays on Mount Alexander Road near Fletcher Street. Tram services remain impacted, so give yourself a little extra time if you're headed in that direction. And while you're at it, look out for a crash in Manor Lakes. That's on Bullen Road near Anniversary Avenue 2. The Audi Summer Demonstrator Sale event is on now with exceptional opportunities on select demonstrator models at your Audi dealer until January 31. T's and C's apply. And the Heat take on the Thunder in the BBL here at Live Tonight on SEN.
SEN Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. 3 for 144 Pakistan. Masood's 54. Shaquille new to the creases on 4. Nathan Lyon is bowling from the worn ends. He's around the wicket with 2 slips in place, and Shaquille's forward playing back to the bowler.
Come on, guys. Come on, lads.
Shadows starting to lengthen as we approach 5 o'clock. Bowl, Shaquille just reaching for that ball out to points. Which brings the outside edge into play.
Really enjoying this innings of Sham Masood, and I think I'm not saying it'll be a career-defining innings for him, but in terms of stamping his authority on his captaincy, it's a massive afternoon.
Shaquille plays back, cuts well through points, which was guarded by a couple. The chase into the deep. Head will get there as they complete 2, and they'll come back for a 3rd. Shaquille goes to 7. Pakistan 3 for 147.
I loved his intent straight after tea when he came at Nathan Lyon, and he punished Nathan Lyon down the ground, which not a lot of players are confident enough to do. And I think what he's almost saying to his dressing room and his players, remember this is only his 2nd test match in charge, is that I'm enjoying the role and I'm trying to make us go forward.
So it stays in the crease and defence.
And for a player who's averaging only 28, 29 in Test cricket, quite a bold statement. Is that if he's worth his salt as a captain, he has to guarantee his place in the side. A Boxing Day 100 would do that.
Has the strike, and he's on the move. He's sliced the ball up into the air, and Masood will be out. It's a terrific catch. Mitch Marsh had to sit under the high ball and stare right into the sun. By the time he took the catch, he was flat in his back, but it was safe in his grasp. And Shan Masood is out for 54. Lyon gets his 2nd. And the enterprising, aggressive innings comes to an end.
I'm actually under the bench now, but can you talk us through that? I'm hiding.
Yeah, because then on the flip side, now he has to walk back into the change room and try and almost explain that shot, doesn't he? I mean, it's you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't at times. But, I mean, he's played like that. He's had that intent and trying to kind of stamp his authority. That was just one wrist too far. The mid-off was back, so he tried to drag that across the line to mid-on. He didn't get to the pitch of the ball and just skewed it up to point. And that's not the way he wants to perish when they're trying to wrestle back this momentum.
It was actually quite a good catch in the end. Yeah, it was Mitchell Marsh, and he was looking directly into the sun. And whilst you think it's pretty mundane sort of catch, under pressure there, it hung in the air for a long time. He got the dark glasses on, and he took it reverse cut right in front of the dial, and he was quite relieved to hold on to it. Nathan Lyon also, of course, and now, of course, he gets another left-hander, and he's got 2 for 40.
Shades of that Michael Hussey mischance where he couldn't see the ball shuffling left and right, and it just bounced a couple of metres to the side of him.
A story that will be told against you for years to come. The replay for Titanium Caravans, built tough for his own dignity, not just for the team victory there. Oh, it puts Australia in such a good position. 4 wickets now. Shaquille and Rizwan. Salman's got a good average, and then there's nothing behind that. A long Pakistan tail. So there's a lot can happen in the last hour of play. Lyon, the last ball of his 10th over. Rizwan faces up to it. defends the ball to the offside. 4 for 147. The Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection. Colo's coming in for Bundaberg and Gibeon.
The McRib is back at Macca's. And if you wanted a fresh take on this fan fave, then say hello to McRib Deluxe. But get in quick before they ride off into the sunset.
SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
2 all-chicken patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles on a sesame seed bun. You heard correctly. It's the Chicken Big Mac, and it's back at Macca's. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
CNTS Cricket for Hijaz Financial Solutions. Chris Rogers next to me. Ian Smith behind me, our experts for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories. After a 90-run partnership between Shafiq and Shan Masood, they've lost 3 for 23. 11 wickets in the day, and a bit under an hour to go. You'd imagine there'll be a few more by the close if Australia stay on a roll. Hazelwood in, bowls here, Saud Shakil. Pulls unconvincingly the mid-wicket, no run. 2 slips, 2 gullies, his fielders behind the wicket. Yet to take one. Hello, Smithy.
Yeah, g'day, Colo. Fascinating cricket, day of cricket, actually. And it's amazing how you can fight and fight and fight, as Pakistan have done, to get yourself into a position of equality almost. And that's in 20 minutes, 30 minutes, it can disappear on you again. And that's all about trying to beat Australia. Sustained pressure on Australia. It's a very hard thing to achieve over here.
As they saw last week, Pakistan. It'll be session after session. Shakil facing Hazelwood and leaving through to the gloves of Carey. I mean, you'll be watching that shot back, Shan Masood back here. And he's talked a big game about wanting to play a different kind of cricket, but it'll be hard to come to terms with getting out that way at that time.
Yeah, I think he'd taken the risks he need to. He got mid-off back. So there was the option of the easy one, pushing down to mid-off. And sometimes you just take the runs that are on offer. You don't need to keep creating once you've got the field where you want it. So, I mean, that would be his disappointment. He could just punch that down mid-off, down the other end.
The crowd involved. Hazelwood short. Shakil takes it on. Down to fine leg for what might be a couple. No, they're happy with the single. Not going to take on Stark's arm. 4 for 148. Shakil 8 from 21 balls. He was out to the short one last week.
Great atmosphere. It's not a huge crowd, but I mean, I go back quite a long way, Buck and Colo, before you guys playing here and coming here, and that just reminds me of the good old days, that atmosphere down in the bay down there.
Got to text him. We saw Travis Head doing his best work down there.
Yes, that was cool. It was really cool.
Running on 0433 98 11 16 for Tyre Power. Big December deal sale. Travis Head is morphing into David Boone, and sort of owning that larger-than-life persona after that World Cup winning century and so on. Got the moustache most of the time.
Merv used to do that too?
Yeah, Merv used down there, absolutely. Entertaining Bay 13. Packed in there today. Hazelwood delivers to Rizwan. He hits him with a short one. Both feet off the ground. Whacked him on the shoulder.
Is that the shoulder or the midriff?
Yeah, we'll get a second look here on our screen. Just didn't get up as much as he thought, seeing it again. And, oh, yeah, it's the tummy, not the shoulder. Either way, it's not fun.
It's an interesting leave, that.
It's just misjudgment, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to hit your body, whatever. I'm not sure. Unless he's thinking leave before the ball's let go.
Hazelwood to Rizwan, northern end. Rizwan defends, a loud call of no. He's got good record against Australia. Mohammed Rizwan made 104 not out in that bizarre final day at Karachi last year, when for a moment there it looked like they were going to chase 480 to win. Made a 90 odd at Brisbane 4 years ago against the Australians as well in these kind of conditions. Back in the side, replacing Sarfraz Ahmed this week.
Terrific player on the eye and a terrific attitude to cricket, Mohammed Rizwan. Belter of a catch earlier in the day to set the tone for Pakistan in the field. It was a ripper.
Hazelwood just pulls out here with the
pigeons.
Pigeons getting in the line of the batter's eye there. And Hazelwood's going up to address them. That's nice of him. Just shoo them away. That used to be a big part of the day here as well, Smithy, the pigeons at the MCG.
They used to just congregate around the block and eat the seed.
Used to work with Bill Laurie on Channel 9. Here's Hazelwood. It's full and driven by Rizwan. Square. More a push than a drive on reflection. They'll get 2, but it's well timed and well placed. Rizwan off the mark with that. It completes Hazelwood's over. 4 for 149 Pakistan there. In arrears by 168 on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard and unbreakable connection.
Good afternoon. Taking another look at the roads, and a bridge strike in Essendon is still the cause of nasty delays on Mount Alexander Road near Fletcher Street. Tram services remain impacted there, so give yourself a little extra time if you can. And works on the Westgate Bridge citybound will slow you down. 3 lanes are currently closed. Speed set to 40 kilometres until January 4. Sexy Land's Boxing Day sale. Get up to 70% off in-store or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexy Land, something real sexy for everyone. And the Heat take on the Thunder in the BBL here at Live Tonight on SEN.
One of our experts for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories. You've got some memories of dealing with the Pigeons in your long and distinguished county career. Nathan Lyon around the wicket, bowling to Shaquille on 8. Delivers here, Shaquille's forward defensively.
Yeah, I mean, the Pigeons in the UK are a bit different to the Pigeons in Australia, I found, because in England, you toss your cap up. You get your cap off your head, you toss it up, spin it up and catch it. And when you do that, all the Pigeons would disappear. They'd fly off.
Line southern end, bowls, Shaquille, back, inside edge, into the turf at short leg. No one there, though.
And I remember coming back, and then it was the Ashes test when there were 92,000 people, and there were all these Pigeons there for some reason. I kept trying to throw my head up in there, and nothing happened, and people must have been looking at me going, what's he doing?
Line to Shaquille, forward, off his pad, out to short fine where Kawaja gets the fielding, no run.
So it must have something to do with the birds of prey in different countries, but yeah, worked a treat in the UK.
Noted. Might give that a crack next season. Line in, passes umpire, off bowls here, lunging forward, getting bat on ball this time. Shaquille gets a single, moves to 9, which is significant, 1 away from double figures.
So are they...
Extraordinary record, Shaquille. He's played 16 test innings and his lowest score is 22.
Sorry, Colin, I was going to continue on about the Pigeons. What about in footy season, the MCG Pigeons? They still around?
I mean, my recollection as a kid coming here is they were. But there was some commentary earlier today that maybe they're not here quite so often.
Well, there's 36 players on the pitch as well, so yeah, where are they going to stand?
Line, he's got 3 catching men round the bat. Round the wicket here to Rizwan, the new man. He's forward, blunting the spin, out to mid-wicket, no run. It's more seagulls these days on the field, I'm told by Mitch at the back of the box, for the footy that is.
Okay.
Rizwan, waiting for line. 6 men on the leg side. Bowls here, sweeps and gets it to the man at backward square. Travis head for a moment. I thought he might have beat it to the left. Stays on 2. 4 for 151 at the end of the over. Shaquille down the other end on 9. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Always well bowled.
Freedom Kitchen sale is now on with 30% off signature range cabinetry. You can save thousands and create your dream kitchen. Book your appointment today. Sale ends January 31. T's and C's apply.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Book your next service at Berwick BMW and experience ultimate convenience with BMW fast lane service, next day service availability and a number of alternative mobility options. Servicing your BMW has never been easier. Book today at berwickbmw.com.au and save.
On the screen here, the big screen between overs for Titanium Caravans built tough. The "if you throw, you go" message comes up, and I think that might be timely. They're getting quite active down in the Old Bay 13. We're not far away from the Mexican wave starting again. Josh Hazelwood starts a new over. Dispersing the Pigeons at the top of his mark. 2 slips, 2 gullies. Round the wicket, Sword Shaquille leaves it through to the gloves of Alex Carey. This was roughly the time of day a couple of years ago, Smithy, when Mitchell Stark got brought back against England. Picked up 2 in 2, and it just changed the entire trajectory of that day. He might get a spell before stumps.
He might. He probably will, actually, when you least expect it. I was going to say that I'm not a big footy knowledgeable person when it comes to AFL, but I was thinking that the Eagles might scare off the Pigeons, but the Eagles don't like it here either, do they? The West Coast Eagles.
You say you don't have the knowledge. Hang on, Smithy. Here's Hazelwood round the wicket. Shaquille waits for him and lets go on length. How much of the footy seeps in New Zealand?
I saw a lot of games on Sky Television over there. comes in, quite a big following. I would imagine a lot of people come across as they do for the NRL for the grand final weekend.
Used to be the occasional game at the Cake Tin, didn't they?
It used to, yeah, bring a couple of teams over and have a crack there.
Got a theory here coming on about the Seagulls at the G. I'll read out after this. Hazelwood delivery to Sort Shaquille. Tries to cut too close to the body, not far away from the edge. Hands on heads in the cordon, not to be. A theory coming in on our Tyre Power line. Seagulls above 50k for a footy game, they stay away. Under 50k, they storm the field. I like that. I love a theory.
Yeah, the spider cam is the other theory.
That's right. This is from James, who's a regular correspondent of ours. They have wires across the ground in footy season. They can't have them there with spider cam in operation. Okay, that makes sense.
There's a spider cam here.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Maybe that's the point. Hazelwood bowls and he's knocked him over. Sword Shaquille had no idea what was going on there. Hazelwood on the angle around the wicket, hits the seam and bends back the off stump. That's a 4th wicket in the session. 4th wicket in a hurry. Pakistan 5 for 151. Chris Rogers.
Well, he got a little bit confused about the angle on the previous delivery. It cramped him up, and once again, he seemed to just completely misjudge that. It's almost as if he was going to let the ball go, and at the last second realised that was zoning in on off stump, and he was too late and left a big gap between bat and pad, and that has hit the top of off stump again, and that's twice by the Australian bowlers in a few overs, really.
So wickets falling at 124, 131, 147 and 151. So 4 for 27, your point before, Smithy, that to beat Australia in Australia, you can't just win an hour or a session or half a day. It's got to be sustained, and it's not been here.
No, it doesn't take long for all your efforts to just crumble before your very eyes, and that's exactly what's happening here. And now they find a situation where quite a handy all-rounder and Salman comes to the crease, but if they lose another one in the period of play between now and stumps, which is going to be at least 45, 50 minutes, it could be very, very ugly on the score sheet when we all come to drive home tonight. That was one, I think, I'm looking at the replay there, Buck, and I'm thinking, because he played such a poor shot at the ball before, I just wonder whether it's thinking about half leaving that, because his efforts to play it became very late and awkward.
But even the ball before, he kind of went to cut it, and it just came so close to him that he couldn't play that shot, and it was the same there. It was almost like he thought it was a foot wider than it actually was. It just seemed to be misjudging the line and the delivery.
Looks good on replay, that's for sure. The Titanium Caravan's built tough and a contender for our player of the day. For Drinkwise, you won't miss a moment if you drink Wise, and they're amongst them now, amongst the pigeons, if you like, with Salman, who's enjoyed a very good 2023, averaging in the 80s, batted with some courage last week at Perth, was not out at the end. Facing Hazelwood, 3 slips a gully, bowls here, first ball, leg stump line, defended to mid-on, no run.
It's just such high-quality bowling, isn't it? I mean, I think if we think back to the Pakistan bowling, it was wide, it was down leg side, it wasn't really at the stumps, but the Australians have made the Pakistani batters look straight, hit straight, and just kept testing their defence. And I mean, that's a high quality delivery, that one.
For the statos out there, that is the first time Shaquille's been dismissed in single digits. Took a while. Hazelwood to finish the over. It's defended by Salman out to backward point. A wicket maiden for Australia for Josh Hazelwood, his first scalp of the day. 5 for 151 on the Drain Man scoreboard. Drain problems, call the experts, the Drain Man.
When shopping around for the best finance deal for a home loan, car, equipment finance, investment loan, or even debt consolidation, you want the best deal. And funnily enough, at Finch Financial, that's exactly what they do. Get you the best deal. With access to over 40 lenders, their promise is to match you with the lender that best suits your needs. So your dream car, boat, or family holiday is closer than you think, because there is no limit to what Finch Financial can finance. Call 1300 4FINCH or visit finchfinancial.com.au today.
Our coverage for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. Brett Sunderasen's not far away. Ian Smith's with me. Nathan Lyon's got the ball. 3 catching men. around Rizwan, who drives square out into the shadows made by the Ponsford stand at deep point. A lot of work to do for Josh Hazelwood after bowling an over. They'll return for a third as a consequence of that. Rizwan to 5. Pakistan 5 for 154. Those numbers before for Mate Internet and Mobile.
I wouldn't be surprised if you see a very positive Mohammad Rizwan here, because he's looking at the scoreboard saying, I'm running out of opportunities here, I'm running out of partners, I'm back in this tier side, I need to make a score, and we need to break out the shackles here somehow, because they are pinning us down after a heck of a fight. They're out fighting us again.
Crowd involved with every Nathan Lyon delivery. Bowls here. Salmon, full delivery, squeezed out towards cover. It was the MCG crowd. Smithy going back to the 2016 Test match. Lyon was under the pump. His spot was in jeopardy, and the Nice Gary campaign that was pretty much started by Matthew Wade behind the stumps. The idea was the entire of the MCG or the Southern stand was going to chant Nice Gary with his third ball of the day, or the Test match. Lyon bowls here. It's full and defended down the pitch by Solomon, who's yet to get off the mark. But with his third ball of the match, got a wicket. He caught it first slip, so this is like, what do we do? Do we celebrate? Do we cheer? Whatever it is. But it did start a pretty good week for Lyon. It got him back on track again ahead of 17, which was his best year yet for Australia. He bowls on leg stump to Salmon. He's off the mark with a single to mid-on. And that's really where Lyon's career went to a whole another level in 2017, taking over 60 wickets in the calendar year. And here he is with a couple today, 500 plus, and the chance to do some real damage in 2024 as well. Rizwan waits for him. Lyon bowls. He's forward defending to where there's no silly point.
Well, of course, he starts next year in Sydney, where he likes playing. And then he's got the West Indies for 2 tests, Adelaide and then Brisbane. So, and a West Indies side which includes 7 debutants, do I read? So
yeah,
he'll be thinking, I could still have quite a profitable home summer here.
And then 2 tests in New Zealand to wind out the season, if you like. Lyon over the wicket for the last ball of the over. Down the pitch a wee bit, using his feet. Mohammad Rizwan gets a single, retains the strike. He's up to 6, ends the over. Salmon's on 1. On the Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection, 5 for 156, Pakistan.
Razorback 4x4 Boxing Day sale ends tonight with up to 30% off store-wide. Get some of Australia's best 4-wheel drive seat covers which offer protection like no other. They'll protect your interior from spills, mud, sand, dogs, even messy family members. Razorback 4x4 have the strongest, most comfy seat covers this side of the black stump, and they're customisable with free shipping Australia-wide. Razorback 4x4 Boxing Day sale ends tonight. Shop online at razorback4x4.com.au.
Final crowd here at the G, 44,837 on day 2. Numbers for Mate Internet and Mobile. Adding that to nearly 63,000 yesterday. Well-attended test, as always, here at Melbourne. We're at Sunderasen in with me for in-place living, creating homes for people to create memories. Hazelwood wants to do more of that late in the day. Bowls here, Rizwan in behind it, defending. Afternoon, Daz.
Afternoon, Colo. 44,837. Does it include the young couple from earlier? That's all I want to know.
We've posted that video. Pato, who is doing a splendid job on our social media, has posted the video of us responding to the couple having the cuddle up in the Ponsford stand. It's been enjoyed.
We're all fans of young love, aren't we, Adam? A romantic set out.
I once took a first date to the MCG.
I'm sure nobody is surprised.
It was quite an infamous night, actually. Not for me, for those on the fielders. Hazelwood delivers here, and leaving alone outside the off stump is Mohammad Rizwan. I met a girl who would go on to become my girlfriend at a uni open day, and I encouraged her to come to the cricket with me here at the G to watch Australia play England in a one-dayer in December 2002. It was a day when Warney went down with his shoulder in his follow-through, and he missed the rest of that summer. And, well, yes, he missed the World Cup as well for the reasons that are linked. But yes, I was in Bay 13 that night. Bought a Mark Waugh cardboard cutout for 4 beers, which I thought was a pretty good rate for a life-size cutout. Hazelwood delivers here. Rizwan back on the stumps defending. No run. What she's up to these days. I wonder whether she remembers her day to the MCG taken here on a date. Probably not.
But maybe as we speak, she's telling someone about that day. Right now. That's how life works, you know.
It was so much fun, though, that part of the ground during a one-day international. The one-dayers, when they were in their pomp, you would wait at the gate, and the gates would open for a day-nighter at about 11:30, and you'd sprint down there to secure your spot, lay across the seats, sneak in what you could sneak in, and away you go. They're making plenty of noises. Hazelwood bowls here, Rizwan, using the pace of the ball. Soft hands, out through backward point, out towards our mates in Bay 13. As it used to be known, they get a couple. 8 for Rizwan, 5 for 158 the score. There's still 160 in arrears.
Were they always rowdier for the ODIs than the tests?
Yeah, so it used to be the tradition, the first one-dayer of the summer, whoever it was against, that would be the area of the ground that was completely packed. Not a seat was vacant from about M9 through to about M15. So the whole area down there where the Commonwealth Bank have a set-up now as well. Hazelwood to the crease. Delivers to Rizwan. Takes on the short ball. Out towards deep square leg, or make that deep mid-wicket. The fielder races around from deep square leg. That's Travis Head, the South Australian. 9 for Rizwan. Didn't middle that, though, at all. 5 for 159 the score. So nearly halfway. Sorry, exactly halfway to what Australia were dismissed for earlier today, 3:18. But, yeah, the first one day was the party down there, and it would be less of a thing thereafter. Happy memories for a lot of people who are listening in. The current generation of young people making the most of it down there too.
Yeah, I was name 8 yesterday for a while, and
someone getting a telling off down there, as you can probably tell from the effects mic. Hazelwood's last ball here, driven beautifully down the ground. Salman, that's his first boundary, and on drive for 4. Now, boundaries for Azito all day, every day. It completes the over. Pakistan 5 for 163. Salman 5. Mohammad Rizwan 9. There'll be a change in commentary. Gerard Whateley in for me. And that's all on the Toyota Hilux scoreboard and Unbreakable Connection.
Good afternoon. It still is a real struggle in Essendon thanks to a bridge strike on Mount Alexander Road near Fletcher Street. Tram services remain affected as a result as well, so give yourself plenty of time there. And look out for works on the Westgate Bridge citybound, which have 3 lanes closed, speed set to 40 kilometres until Jan 4. More goodbye stains for less at Big W. Don't let a stain ruin your day. Get Vanish Gold 2 kilo tubs for half price. Now only $16. Get more for less at Big W. And the Heat take on the Thunder in the BBL here at Live Tonight on SEN.
In Test cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions, 5 for 163 Pakistan. Rizwan is 9, Salman is 5. Pat Cummins is going to have a late dash from the Warne end after his spell, which shaped this session. A splendid caught and bowled, and then a textbook top of off, which Josh Hazelwood then reprised, and Australia is into the middle order. And lower still to come. Rizwan swings hard and brilliantly. Backward square. Over the rope for 6. Take that, Pat. What a boundary for Azito all day, every day. I brought Simon Katich with me. Hello, Kat.
Good afternoon, Gerard. What a shot that was from Mohammad Rizwan. That looked like he thought it was a white ball coming down at him, because he just picked it up off a length and just shoveled it down over fine leg for 6. Just used the line of the ball, was drifting down leg a little bit, and he absolutely hammered it.
I love Rizwan. He's like Rishabh Pant. I can't believe they didn't play him in the first test. Rizwan settles himself and blocks back down the pitch. Can't get a single start, cuts it off.
Yeah, I know, talking to Matty Hayden recently, he spent some time with Pakistan last year here in Australia during the T20 World Cup, and he loved him. He said he was brilliant around the group. Typical keeper, plenty of energy. Busy when he bats, plays the game in the right manner, and yeah, it was a surprise that he didn't play that first test. Sarfraz's got a very good test record, but he's at the back end of his career, and he got found out a bit on that Perth Stadium wicket.
29th test for Rizwan. More than 1,400 runs. He averages 39.5. He's got 2 centuries and 8 half centuries. He is a dynamo. He's taken one of the catches of the summer today. He's trying to counter-attack late in the piece. 15 from 16. All the stats and facts for Mate Internet and mobile. Cummins is trying to dislodge him. He bowls to Rizwan. He defends back down the pitch with now 2 set in the deep.
That was very reminiscent of Virat Kohli facing Hardest Rough, Gerard. Yes. Last year, that the second 6 he hit off him in that famous over. Pick-up shot over over wide fine leg, almost. Yeah, but it's a selection decision to go with Sarfaraz. Shan Masood had a long winding answer the other day. We were just rewarding players who play red ball cricket. Mohammad Rizwan hasn't done that for a while.
Rizwan taps, readies, goes for the short ball, drags it down to fine leg. 3 bounces as it reaches Hazelwood. A single taken. He is 16.
And this is the hard part about it all, is that it's so difficult for certain players that play both white ball formats, ODIs and T20s, to get red ball cricket because of the way the scheduling is. So you've either got to make a decision to say, right, they're either an international batsman or keeper, or they're not. And if they're playing really well international cricket, they're up against the best in the world in that format. Doesn't mean they can't transfer that skill across the red ball game.
3 slips and a gully in place. Salman on strike. He plays the ball to point, no run.
Yeah, especially when you have someone who's played 28 tests, average is nearly 40, average 50 in these conditions 4 years ago, and then just say, oh no, but that guy has played more red ball cricket, so we want to reward them. I mean, that makes sense. I get where he's coming from. Just the way the first class cricket is structured in Pakistan. But Mohammad Rizwan's arguably one of 3 world-class players you have in the sport.
Cummins over the wicket, bowls to Salman, who's chasing it, he's edging it, and it's into the gloves of Carey. Cummins has got 3. He has shaped things to his skill and his will. Pakistan is now 6 down and in desperate trouble at the end of day 2.
Well, I was fortunate enough to see this man in Pakistan in that historic series last year, and he single-handedly won Australia that series on some flat wickets. This one's not as flat, and he's just cracked his test match wide open here this afternoon at the MCG. That one there, just a healthy edge, driving on the up from Salman. He'd be disappointed with that, but Pat Cummins, first the caught and bowl to get rid of Shafiq, who was well set. Then an absolute seed to get rid of Babar's arm, top of off, nipping back through the gate. And then this one here, that was not there to be driven on the up, and he paid the price, Salman.
Just operates at a different level, doesn't he? At times, when Pat Cummins is playing Test cricket, feels like there's Australia, there's the opposition, and then there's Pat Cummins. There's a Pat Cummins show. And we've seen it in full bloom today. You're right, Simon, that cotton bowl he took today, very reminiscent of the one he took of Azhar Ali to break open that Test match in Lahore. He's all over Babar Azam at the moment. And just when it felt like Pakistan maybe just staying in the game, this comes and ruins it for them.
Salman caught Carey, bowled Cummins for 5. So the wickets have fallen at 124, 131, 147, 151 and 170. Stats for Mate Internet and Mobile. It leaves the scoreboard 6 for 170 for Toyota Hilux, an unbreakable connection. And I like this move late. Mitch Stark with just a hint of tail. Mitch Stark comes back for the last 31 minutes of the day. And this is where it gets sticky for Pakistan. They have a long tail which has been exposed. Rizwan, the last who's truly capable. Stark bowls to him, and he's on the back foot defending. SEN Test Cricket for Hejaz Halal Financial Solutions.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago that Pakistan were only 1 down. Shafiq, Masood going beautifully. And that's the thing. Pat Cummins makes things happen when it's not quite going Australia's way. He certainly did it in that 3rd Test match in Lahore last year when the series was still level. And then today here, Pakistan getting off to a really strong start, getting the wicket of Shafiq, 0.62 of a second to react to that catch.
Stark to Rizwan, full on the pads, turned away through the vacant mid-wickets. Fielding to be done in the deep. They'll come for a second. Head gets the throw away quickly. Labuschagne over the stumps, whips off the bails, but they got home. 2 for Rizwan, who moves to 18 on this Toyota Hilux scoreboard, an unbreakable connection.
And he does it against the best in the world, doesn't he? I mean, the Babar Azam dismissal today, as great a delivery as it was, I think it had a lot to do with how well he bowled to him in Perth last week in the first innings. I thought Cummins was unlucky not to get Babar out. And after having never dismissed him till 10 days ago, it feels like he's going to dismiss him every time he bowls to him.
Stark again over the wickets. He bowls and Rizwan defends back down the pitch.
And the other thing about that dismissal was that when you look at his 2 dismissals in Perth, he nicked off both times. Once to Mitch Marsh just pushing away from his body, and then in the second innings the same. I think it was to, might have been Josh Hazlewood.
Babar, hasn't?
Babar.
But that was
Pat Cummins got him, nicking.
Yeah.
And then today he's trying to adjust for that ball, potentially thinking, I don't want to nick off again. He's probed at it, just pushed away fractionally, left the gap open between the inside edge and the front pad, and then Pat Cummins just weaseled his way through into the top of off stump.
Stack bowls. Rizwan drives hard, chopped down on the ball. It beats cover. The dive of Khawaja gets out into the deep. Well, they don't come for the second as Lyon gets around from point. Did really feel like there was 2. Amir Jamal has been sent in at 8. So he's in his second test match. 10 runs out of Perth, the average of 5. And then behind him, Hassan Ali, 23rd test match. Top score of 30, an average of 13. Afridi looks like he'll bat 10. He averages 6. Hamza averages 3 at 11.
That is such a nice knowledge as the bowling team when you know you get a team 6 down. It gives you such a lift. Right, we get this right here. It's going to be bang, 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 and you're batting in 15 minutes.
Gets a crack at Jamal. He opened with a bouncer. Jamal bent at the hips, got down underneath it.
Although if Australia play their cards right tonight, they take those 4 wickets in 17 minutes and they won't even have to bat tonight.
They just have to time it well. This Pakistan team. See, Amir Jamal made his debut last week, batted number 10. Already up to number 8.
Yeah.
Good on him. I mean,
good promotion after 10 runs.
Totals and averages there for Mate Internet and Mobile. Stark, the last ball of his over. This is his 10th over. None for 36. The left arm quick. Bowls to Jamal. He went the Yorker, got clipped away to mid-wickets. Good piece of fielding, actually, by head. He was in front of the umpire by the time he got it at square leg. No run. 6 for 173 into the over. Toyota Hilux scoreboard and an unbreakable connection.
Get a Nissan Navara Dual Cab SL 4x4 Auto from $49,990 drive away. Plus up to $2,000 of Nissan genuine accessories. See nissan.com.au for T's and C's.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch. Download it today.
Looking for a halal super fund? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services. Keeping halal super affordable. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
SEN Test Cricket for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions. The king bowler of the match is Pat Cummins. Janny King, the king of commercial cleaning franchises available. He has sent down 12 overs, 3 for 36. He continues on from the worn end. He's bowling to Rizwan, who plays off the hip, trickles it away past square leg. The field is set back, so a single taken, 6 for 174.
What does Rizwan do now? Have to keep attacking. Certainly the deficit looks really big, and as we've already seen today, when the sun beats down on this, there are runs to be scored. There are few Australian batters. Last innings for them in 2023. They could cash in tomorrow, and Pakistan already playing catch up, but they have a long way to go to even stay in this game.
Yeah, that first innings is crucial in terms of trying to get it as close as you can to the high 200s, and it's still, you know, at least 100 runs away from that at the moment at 6 for 174. So Rizwan's going to do the bulk of the heavy lifting.
Cummins motors in, bowls to Jamal, who plays the ball out to point safely enough. Lyon fields no run.
And that's been the problem with this session after a fantastic start and getting themselves in a really strong position after loss of Imam ul Haq. Just consistently lost wickets.
Goes back to that shot from Shan Masood, though. And he's raving about how well Cummins and Hazelwood have bowled.
Yeah, so 2 for 124 has become 6 for 170.
Cummins trying to add to that. Jamal leaves. Fast delivery outside the off stump.
That was nothing short of reckless, wasn't it? I mean, yes, he was playing attacking cricket, Shan Masood. It was 0% shot. Stepping out to Nathan Lyon, bowling over the wicket and trying to hit him against the turn.
He came down far too leg side of the ball, and then as a result, his swing went against the line and the spin, and that ball, where it landed, it should have been going over mid-off or cover. Just using the line of the ball to his advantage and the spin.
Jamal facing the music. Cummins bowls. He hit him. Jamal, no evasive action. All he could do was turn and cop it on the hip. Just anchored to the crease. So it ends up being just a bit of a swivel.
Lucky that didn't get him in the forearm. Wasn't far away. The danger of taking the eye off the ball.
He gave it to Pat Cummins. Got a few short balls at Pat Cummins earlier today.
Hit the tricep.
Unsettle him further. Jamal edges no. Played inside the line of a perfectly pitched delivery. Cummins, who drew the edge from Salman, can't quite do the same from Jamal.
Watching Shafiq today, and I'm a big fan of his. I made the call last week. I feel like he's going to be a better player than Bubba Azam. There was some shots today, a couple of cover drives that reminded me very much of Virat Kohli. Technically, the high front elbow and the beautiful full face of the bat coming through the line of the ball.
Cummins to Jamal, full, kept out. So 5 deliveries survived by Jamal there. 6 for 174. The Drain Man scoreboard. Drain problems, call the experts. The Drain Man.
With NHP's N line of electrical enclosures, you can save without compromising on quality or performance. Thanks to the workability of ABS material, N line wall mount enclosures and terminal boxes are easy to install, drill, cut and modify. So it's a breeze to customise to suit your specific needs. NHP N line wall mount enclosures and terminal boxes help deliver efficient projects for a range of applications without breaking the bank. Get NHP N line wall mount enclosures and terminal boxes from your local electrical wholesaler.
SEN Test cricket for Hajaz Halal Financial Solutions. Shafiq top scored with 62 for Pakistan. The robot building supplies, robots got it. There has been a collapse since his departure. 6 for 174. Stark bowls. Rizwan on the back foot defends a rising delivery and keeps it out. Adam out. Ends at the MCG. The members end from which Mitch Stark is bowling now. What we previously referred to as the southern end is now the Warne end. It's the far end as we look at it where Pat Cummins is operating.
Quite noisy down there as well, Gerard.
Yeah, that's where the yobs gather traditionally throughout the generations. And they've been there for Travis Head throughout an entertaining afternoon. All congregated into 2 decks. Providing the soundtrack to the G this afternoon. Rizwan faces up, ball down the leg side, ill-directed from Stark.
I was downstairs earlier today, given this test has been about Warnie's legacy, and we just talked about the Shane Warne stand end. Bumped into a guy, Jim Higgs, who used to be a former Australian selector and also an Australian leg spinner. And he had a part to play in obviously Shane Warne being identified at the start of his career, because, and I remember this back in the day, there was a chance that he might have moved out of Victoria because he wasn't getting picked by the Victorian selectors.
Stark sets in. Rizwan is on 20. He's driving, edging. It fell short of Carey. Keeper knocks it down. No damage done.
But the Aussie selectors like the look of him, in particular, Jim, and they got him sent to Zimbabwe for an A tour. And that sort of forced the Victorian selectors' hands to then pick him, because there was talk that he might end up moving to Sydney to play for the Bluebaggers. But I think Warnie's love of footy was probably the main reason he stayed here. And then obviously the rest is history.
Terrific stuff that made internet and mobile. This one's inside edge, didn't carry to Carey. The reverse happens for the keepers earlier in the day. Rizwan swings across the line, got it off the back of the bat almost. It flies down past the keeper to the boundary for 4. So get them any way you can at the moment. Rizwan is 24 with that boundary. And the Drain Man scoreboard, Drain Problems call the experts. The Drain Man ticks along to 6 for 178, Bharat.
Already you're feeling the impact of Mohammad Rizwan. You compared him with Rishabh Pant, Gerard. This is why India always felt comfortable playing Test cricket with him in the side. So even if you have your backs to the wall, you come and change the momentum of the game. Just make you feel like you're still in it.
I couldn't help but think if Rishabh Pant had played in that one-day World Cup, whether it might have been a different outcome for India.
Rizwan's keeping things moving. Stark around the wicket now. Rizwan goes hard at him, plays him out through point. There's coverage in the deep. Lyon gets around and he will restrict it to 2. Rizwan to 24. It's 6 for 178 with 1 to come in the over.
It's the kind of disruptor, Simon, that a lot of teams want to have, not just in one-day cricket, white ball cricket, but in Test cricket as well, in that middle order these days, number 5, number 6. We spoke about Mitchell Marsh earlier today, Travis Head. Someone who just kind of bat like, have the ability to take the match situation out of this pitcher and just bat like they normally do, which is what Rishabh is doing so well, and it seemed like his career graph was on the rise before the unfortunate accident.
Yeah, and they're the sort of players that put opposition captains under huge pressure with their tactics and decision making.
Stark, last ball of his over. Rizwan is, what's it done? Under edge over the stumps. Just for a moment, Stark thought he was through him. It's bobbed up over the top. 6 for 180, the tyre power scoreboard. Always well bowled. Colo's coming in to take you to stumps.
The NX250 has been crafted to excite your senses with outstanding power and an intuitive driving experience. The beautifully appointed cockpit brings the driver and the vehicle closer than ever, while the smart technology is completely effortless. And now, your chance to earn yours is here. Until the end of 2023 or while stocks last, amazing opportunities exist on your demonstrator NX250. T's and C's apply. Speak to Lexus of Brighton to learn more. Expect perfection. Experience amazing. LMCT 9897.
Taking us through to the close. 16 minutes until then. Australia, they'd love another. They want plenty of balls at Jamal. Chance here to start. Cummins bowls, defending into the offside. Here's Jamal. He's 0 from 8 so far. Cat's in with me. And Australia have done what they've done so often over the years. Also got Bharat Sunderasen rolling through a visiting team in the space of an hour or so. The collapse at one stage was 5 for 46. Cummins. Yeah. Man for all seasons.
He's an absolute genius, isn't he?
The Corton bowled, very similar to the one the three of us saw in Lahore.
Yep.
The top of off stump for Babar Azam, one of the best players in the world. Here he is, Cummins. Heaps of catches. Bowls to Jamal, hits him on the pad, gets big on him. Gets too big to appeal for leg before out to the offside. And then Salman just gets him with bounce. Just not adjusted to the conditions in this country quite yet. The shorter ball.
I was fortunate enough to play with a young Pat Cummins when he first started for New South Wales. I'm so glad we're on the same team, because I watched now from 100 odd metres away and I think, oh my God, this would be so hard to face. Whether you're left, right hand, doesn't matter. He's so good to both because of his control, his skill with the seam.
Cummins away from the Shane Warne stand. Bowls here, ducking the short ball. Jamal awkwardly had the periscope up there. That could have gone anywhere had it hit the blade.
I almost feel like 2024 is another big year for Pat Cummins. This is, I mean, we all know about Pat Cummins, the Test bowler. He's world class, maybe already amongst the best Australia has ever produced. We saw during the 50-over World Cup, he evolved and changed his approach, became the enforcer, bowled a lot of cutters. T20 cricket is yet to crack. He's gone for a lot of money in the IPL auction yet again.
Cummins up. Bowls to Jamal, closer to the stumps again, ducking with the bat up in the air. Not great technique on that.
Yeah, I think if Australia, and obviously depends on who's captain, because Mitch Marsh has captained the T20 team recently, so if Pat Cummins does it, or I'm not sure how that's going to look, because he did it recently, Mitch Marsh in South Africa when they went there. And obviously Matthew Wade did it on the recent series because a number of these players came home after the World Cup. But if they can find a role from him in the middle overs, I reckon there's going to be, and use Stark and another quick, and even Zampa probably either back end of power play, or I think that'll suit him best.
Cummins passes umpire Goff, bowls here to Jamal, who leaves alone through the gloves of Carey.
Because I reckon I saw Delhi use him in that role probably 4 or 5 years ago on the IPL at Delhi, and because of the other balance of their attack and the spinners that they had that could bowl on the power play, I think they had Ashwin at the time and maybe even Akshar, they had the ability with their other quicks and those two spinners to use Pat Cummins in that role, and if he's allowed to run in and bash the wicket through the middle overs with protection square in those sorts of conditions, he's a different kettle of fish compared to bowling in the power play and at the death.
Dropping back a backward square for the final ball of the over. Telegraphing his punch. Cummins delivers. It's full. It's the tempter. It's a play and a miss, and Carey doesn't quite glove it. Pat Cummins completes his maiden. He's our player of the day, thanks to Bing Lee. On the tyre power scoreboard, always well bowled. Pakistan remains 6 for 180.
Are you ready to take your golf game to the next level? Look no further than the House of Golf, your one-stop shop for all things golf. They're dedicated to being the champions of your game. Visit them in store or online at thehouseofgolf.com.au.
Hey guys, Sam Harper here. Don't miss the biggest game of the season between the Melbourne Stars and Renegades. January 2nd at the MCG, presented by RMIT. Secure your tickets now at melbournestars.com.au. See you at the G.
Huge day here at the G. 13 wickets all up. 5 of them in the final session for 112 runs. All our numbers for mate, internet and mobile. Mitchell Stark loves bowling at this time of day. 12 minutes till the close. Into Rizwan on 26, bowls here. Takes on the short ball. Down towards fine leg it goes, but doesn't quite carry. Lands about 10 metres in front of where Josh Hazlewood was cruising. Running in from the shade. I don't think Hazlewood picked it up either. 6 for 181 with the single. Rizwan 27, strike back to Jamal. That's what Australia want, though.
Yeah, a good result. The one, but for a moment there, Rizwan would have had his heart in his mouth because he guided around the corner, caught the top edge and flew. Didn't try and hit it too hard, and that's what saved him in the end.
Watching it back on replay, he was totally off balance there, Rizwan.
Done something here. He's not happy with his leg. He's stretching it.
Kind of collapsed on it. So that replay for Titanium Caravans built tough. Stark again. 3 slips to the gully. Gets a chance at Jamal, who drives out to cover. We saw Jamal try and play a booming drive last ball of the previous over. He's going to try and drive at Stark. Those slips are going to be busy.
Yep. Nothing surer. Tail ender.
And the ball stayed pretty new again. We had the binoculars on it before. They've done a great job both sides, and I suppose the lush surface is playing its role as well.
Just on this one and stretching his leg. Don't forget what he said in Delhi. A little cramp, a little drama. You never know what's up with him.
Point Baz. Jamal waits for Stark. Away from us, round the wicket, down the leg side. Clips a pad, goes for 4-leg buys. Just waiting for confirmation there was no bat on it. Indeed, there was no pad on it either. 4 buys signalled. So it takes him up to 6 for 185. Just a little bit off the mark there with a ball that was swinging on the angle and didn't really give Carey much of a chance.
Yeah, that happens from time to time with Mitch Stark coming around the wicket, particularly if he's trying to get that ball heading back in towards the stumps. Just started a bit too straight. It just kept heading down leg off the pad, and Alex Carey tried valiantly, but it was just too quick and wide for him.
A lot of extras in the first innings of the match. Quite a few in this one as well. Up to 17 by my count. Stark goes again halfway through the over. Fuller and straighter, but pushed out comfortably by Jamal out to cover where Marnus Labuschagne is stationed.
I'd like to cut him some slack most days, Joel Wilson. I can't believe he signaled that as buys. It's clear deflection of the bat, especially when you're bowling from that angle and you get a clear view. Joel.
You have to feel for him, because I think that around the world, we've got a certain impression of Joel Wilson because of the 2019 Ashes, which is never going to change, right? Poor old Joel, as far as just...
Edgbaston, wasn't it?
Edgbaston was, I mean, it was just you're never going to see a test with more errors than that. Stark in, 2 left in the set. Bowls here, short ball, ducked again by Jamal. Get your bat in, Jamal. You keep your bat up, one's going to balloon up off the blade. He's fine for now. But yes, due to that 1 week, and of course what happened at Leeds with the Nathan Lyon leg before that wasn't, Ben Stokes and so on. But he keeps getting gigs, and good gigs, and he keeps, as Ian Smith and I were discussing earlier, getting towards the top of the percentage. The ICC put out a thing each year, don't they? The percentage of decisions that are correct or whatever it is. But he seems to save his...
Do they reset every year?
Yeah, he must, I think so. He saves his... 4 days for the Aussies. Stark to finish. Wicketless so far. Back of a length. No is the call, but they'll get a run for it. Jamal gets off the mark with a single behind point. Keeps the strike with it. 6 for 186 the score. Jamal 1 from 18. Rizwan down the other end on 27. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Always well bowled. 8 minutes to stumps.
Good afternoon. A bridge strike in Essendon is still the cause of nasty delays on Mount Alexander Road near Fletcher Street. Tram services remain affected, so give yourself plenty of time there and look out for a crash on the Ring Road Altona bound after Pascoe Vale Road 2. Get happy new deals at BWS, like a 10-pack of Kieran Hiyokasu lemon cans for $45. Save $7 and Sunday. T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise. And the Heat take on the Thunder in the BBL here at Live Tonight on SEN.
Scorer for Pakistan was Abdullah Shafiq. He was out for 62, which started a collapse of 5 for 46 for Pakistan in this session. Leading run scorer for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. For Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions, Nathan Lyon thrown the ball. He could squeeze 2 in before stumps here, Simon.
Well, I think they'll be trying to. The only problem is it's not going to help.
Marnus, is
no,
he? I mean,
doesn't have the pads on.
If the play is trying to get 2 overs in, he's taken over a minute to set himself up at short leg.
And he should have had those on at drinks, maybe. So it was all ready to roll.
So Lyon does go now. 3 men round the bat. Bowls to Amir on 1. Outside part of the bat looking to drive. Wants 1 sent back rightly by Rizwan, because Stark would have tried to pin the stumps down had they kept moving. No run.
A good move. Also, it looks like Jamal just shut shop against the fast bowlers. So he'll be tempted to take him on.
Lyon over the wicket, looking for a leg before. Bowls here, not far away. Bat and pad close together. Gets a single to cover. Jamal to 2. 2 for 187, so they're 131 behind. Haven't seen the third umpire in operation in this session. If and when we do, it's for IMAR Insurance. Tradies trust IMAR. For insurance, call 13 IMAR. How will Rizwan play this? You're right about what he said during the World Cup, that he almost feigned cramp because it was part of the drama. Just loves the drama. Wants to be part of the game at all times. We saw him doing a keeping drill. Brett and I were filming a video after play last week at Perth, and he was pretty much putting on a show for about 10, 18-year-olds. Just wanted them to know that he was there. Lyon bowling, 2 men back on the onside. Rizwan gets across his stumps before defending.
Back on Joel Wilson, he just seems to follow Australia around, though. Interesting comments from some of the Aussies during the World Cup as well.
Line in. Rizwan drives down to long. Easy single. He's 28. 6 for 188. 2 left in the over. Gets another crack at Jamal.
Steve Smith, if you remember, was given out LBW against South Africa in the league game. The bar against Bharat. Kept referring to it as a dubious decision throughout the World Cup. And David Warner spoke about how the umpire stats should go up on the board as well.
That was a TV decision, wasn't it, with Smith? Line round the wicket. Jamal forward, defending, doing it competently. Yeah, it was the third umpire decision, but Smith hated the projection. Doesn't like getting out at the best of times, I suppose. Last ball for Lyon here. Might be his final ball on the day, we'll see. Into Jamal, who again does pretty well. He's done well throughout his brief stay so far. He's 2, defending out to the offside. Mohammad Rizwan's 28. 6 for 188 the score. It's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Our coverage is for Hijaz Halal Financial Solutions.
I gotta The gifts keep coming at Mercedes-Benz Berwick's Boxing Day sales event on now. For 4 days only, certified pre-owned and executive-driven vehicles from $49,800 drive away, over 200 to choose from. Unwrap the ultimate luxury at Mercedes-Benz Berwick, Australia's most awarded Mercedes-Benz retailer. Boxing Day sales event on now, just 24 minutes from the Burnley Tunnel. Licence 578.
Final session, SEN Test cricket. So the cricket cheers. Liquorland choose to drink wise. Feels like they've settled that this is their final over. They're in no rush whatsoever. Mitchell Starc consulting his captain at the top of his run. Can he blow the pad off of Rizwan around the wicket and get up for a leg before shout? If he does, he'll get amongst it. With Tinny's craft beer available at Liquorland, choose to drink wise.
Well, they look like they're going to go short to him with the field that's spread at the moment. 2 men out, deep behind square, and then there's one in front of square, and deep point as well. So I think if they're going to get Rizwan off strike, it's going to be with the ball upstairs that he might take on.
Well, they know what's coming with the short stuff eventually. Starc away from us, bowls to Rizwan, full to start defending. They must get through to stumps. They must give themselves a chance when they come back tomorrow.
Yeah, and the way they've got to think about it is there's still 4 partnerships, and we saw earlier it is possible to get a decent partnership together, and if those 4 can each chip away with 20 or 30 each, I mean, Rizwan's going to do the bulk of that. You know, if you can get another 50 to 60 runs out of these last 4 partnerships or more, they'll be still in the contest of this test.
Well, they've lost this session, but they'll come out tomorrow and win the first session. Not a high-scoring match as yet. Must survive. Starc bowls to Rizwan. Short ball. Wayward short ball. Over the head and far away. 5 wides will be signalled by Joel. Takes Pakistan on to 6 for 193. I suppose Starc gets another crack.
I can't believe it took him that long to decide it was wides. Alex Carey had absolutely no chance of getting that ball. So if he'd called that buys, I mean, that would have been so unfair on Alex Carey.
There have been quite a few in the match, haven't there? I mean, this might go back to what we were told, 22 extras in the innings, by the way, after 52 in the first innings of the match. We were told by the curators that this pitch is harder at Melbourne than previous couple of years, so they thought it would be bouncy for the quicks. Lost the ball, by the way.
Yeah.
Just to make sure it'll be the final over. You see down there at the binoculars, it's Josh Hazelwood with some help from one of the camera operators beneath the big sheet that doubles as a sight screen.
I think the worst thing from Pakistan's perspective is that, you know, basically they get the stumps, the ball's 55 overs old. So tomorrow, if the sun's out, it would have been a great opportunity for the middle order, top order to be batting and facing an older ball. But this last session has cost them dearly.
So Starc's still got 5 deliveries left. Around the wicket, bowls here on the back foot, punching competently. Rizwan, the deep backward point, one of the 4 men set back. Very happy to give the single away and expose Amir Jamal with 4 balls to go. 6 for 195, Rizwan 29.
A good result for Pakistan, that.
Very good.
Desperately need Rizwan tomorrow. Even if they are to lose one more wicket here, it would not have been Rizwan.
And a brief consultation mid-pitch there, which I hope was along the lines of, right, ball facing the last 4 balls here, one way or the other.
I think it's a smart decision.
Rizwan going up and having a chat to umpire Wilson. I don't expect there'll be a lot of backing. 2 slips to the gully. A short leg as well. Starc will stay around the wicket. Gets a crack at Jamal late in the day. Bowls here. Crowd behind him, past the edge. That's Starc at pace with movement. Jamal didn't have much of a clue what was going on there. Not far away at all.
That's an absolute beauty from Mitchell Starc. That's only just missed the top of off stump from around the wicket. I think when we see this replay, it's just a bit too much bounce, but beautiful.
Almost the sidearm there from Starc as well, which we often see with him when trying to get some reverse. 55th over. They're actually 3 behind on the day for what it's worth. It'll be something they try and amends with later in the test, I suppose. Starc bowls again to Jamal. It's full and straight and defended to mid-on where Cummins will field. 2 balls left.
Yeah, look, Australia have been a bit tardy as well, but the beauty is with Nathan Lyon, he will bowl a lot more in this test match. Whether it's tomorrow, trying to clean up the tail, or particularly in the second innings, he's going to be in the game.
The other thing is, if I remember correctly, the Usman Khawaja intervention during the Ashes to change the playing conditions. If they bowl out Pakistan inside 80 overs, their over rate's irrelevant for the World Test Championship production. So they'll back themselves to do that from here. 4 wickets to get. 2 balls left today. Stark in to Jamal. It's defended again to Cummins. So it's on the stumps. He's doing everything right.
Tell you what, he looked rock solid there. And he held the pose beautifully after it went to mid-on. If he keeps stonewalling like that, this partnership could go for a while tomorrow. That was rock solid.
He's got batting skills. He's listed as a bowling all-rounder. I think he took it to heart that he was listed at number 10 on Test debut. Good. I remember him being asked about it. He wasn't very happy. It's good. And throughout whatever we've seen of him, he has a lot of heart, doesn't he, Sam? So far, so good.
Final ball of the second day. Stark with a silly point now, back over the wicket. Bowling to Jamal, and he's hit on the body. He's up the leg before. It feels ambitious. No one's with him. How's that's the shout? Get amongst it with Tinny's Craft Beer. Available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise, and with the clock having passed 6 p.m. comfortably, and no realistic consideration of a review of that, surely. Ticking down to 0 now. That will be the close of play. Pakistan reaching 6 for 194. We'll jump into our wrap for Red Energy. Switch to 100% Australian-owned Red Energy, redenergy.com.au. A fantastic session where they picked up Shafiq for 62, and that got the party started after a 90-run stand between the opener and his captain, Shan Masood. Cummins caught and bowled, just as it was at Lahore. And following that, he knocked over Babar Azam with an absolute gem, one for the highlight reel. Shan Masood, a brain explosion caught by Marsh in the bowling blind for 54. Shaquille undone by Hazelwood, bending back his off-stump for 9. Salman, the last to be dismissed in that run of 5 for 46. He was caught behind from the bowling of Cummins, his 3rd wicket for 5, and they went from 6 for 170, adding 24 this pair. Mohammad Rizwan, 29. Amir Jamal to a partnership of 24. They still trail by 124 out. Play of the day for Drinkwise. Cap, we'll start with you for that.
I'd say the caught and bowl of Shafiq. He was well set, and for Pat Cummins to take that return catch with 0.62 of a second, the reaction, it was magnificent. He ended up, 3 wickets for the afternoon and changed the complexion of this test match.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Our player of the day, thanks to Bing Lee. Baz, I'll come to you for that one.
Oh, no, I'll stick with Pat Cummins. Simon spoke about the caught and bowl, but got Babar Azam with his outside edge in the previous encounter, and this time on the inside edge. What a ball that was, a special delivery. I mean, the highlight reel from Pat Cummins just keeps growing and growing.
That's thanks to Bingley, our player of the day. Our king bowler of the day for Janny King, king of clean. I've got a feeling I know where this will go, but I'll read out the bowling figures before we get there. Stark, 13 overs done for 50. Hazelwood, 12 overs, 1 for 29. Picking up the wicket towards Shaquille. Cummins, 3 for 37 from 14. 3 of those in one brilliant spell. Lyon, 2 for 48 from 13. Mitchell Marsh, none for 16 from his 3. We've talked a lot about Cummins. Let's discuss Josh Hazelwood on the way through here as our king bowler candidate of the day for Janny King. Cato, Hazelwood's had a great start to the summer.
He has. I mean, the wicket to get Shaquille from around the wicket, top of off, was a beauty. I just thought the way that he controlled even the new ball today, he was just a couple of times close. A couple of, balls hit Imam ul-Haq just a little bit high. But overall, this attack is just so relentless, and he was a big part of that today. Came back through that middle order nicely, and it was a very good team effort from all of them.
All told, a huge day here at the G on day 2 in front of 44,837 people. Australia were bowled out for 318 in 96.5 overs. They lost 7 for 131 in the extended morning session. Labuschagne top scored with 63. And as I mentioned before, Pakistan to the close, 6 for 194. That king bowler of the day was for Janny King, king of commercial cleaning franchises available. We've been dressed by Ringers Western, whether it's in the paddock or the pub. Ringers Western has the kit to keep us cool this summer. And And as we move towards the close, all I have left to do is to thank you, Kato, for your contributions through the course of the day. Bharat as well. We'll be back on air at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We've got Todd Greenberg with us in the pre-game, the Chief Executive of the Australian Cricketers Association. A day that became Australia's. Pakistan did well until the halfway mark, but Australia came back strong in the final stanza. Pakistan at the close of play, 6 for 194, Rizwan 29, Amir Jamal on 2. They trailed by 124. Our coverage has been for Host Plus and Henley Homes Build with Confidence. We'll speak to you from the MCG tomorrow morning.
Afridi pushes off from the top of his mark. He's in and bowls to Head, who edges and he's caught at second slip. Afridi with a head of steam. He bowls to Labuschagne, who turns into leg for his 50th run and more. Beautifully timed off the blade. It touches the boundary for 4.
Bowls again. Marsh dances and does go straight. Marsh hammers it into the sight screen.
Labuschagne edges and he's caught at first slip. Labuschagne is out in the last over of the old ball. For a better line than that. Bowls, Carey drives. He's edged it, and Rizwan's taken a very fine catch, leaping away to his right. Hassan bowls. Cummins backed away to swing, and he swung lustily down the ground over mid-on for 4. Pat Cummins stares at the blade. He'll be hoping for a nice red cherry.
Forward and caught at second slip. Labuschagne had to come forward, did it perfectly. Lyon gets himself in the book.
Stark with the urgings of the crowd. Shafiq is on 47. He flashes beautifully at a ball through points, and it'll bring up the 50 in style.
Cummins gets to the crease and bowls to complete the over. Back to it, caught and bowled. Wow. Brilliant from the captain. And he gets Abdullah Shafiq just when he was becoming a real nuisance for the Aussies. Caught and bowled for 62.
Cummins bowls. Barber bowled. Cummins got right through him. The prize scalp is taken in spectacular style. Mitch Marsh is in operation from the worn ends, and Masood tucks him away to mid-wicket and brings up his half-century.